so that so that in case of this kind of emergency situation, they can survive. Yeah, so I hope it's gonna be wonderful. Yeah, there are many people already joined, and many people will come in. So. So we have our technical team ready. Everything is nice. Perfect. Yeah. For the technical team, I shared Google Drive with you, Bengal Symposium Google Drive. In that Google Drive, in case any participant, a presenter, actually has difficulties with sharing their, let's say, PowerPoint or presentation, you can assist them from their folder. So everything is organized there. And also, I will be, let's say, uploading a few. So we are also receiving the presentations from our keynote speakers. So you can also assist them in case they need. So yeah. All right, maybe we're almost there. So, Professor Hassan, what do you think? Should we start? Can we start?
Yeah, yeah.
Just in 1 minute.
We'll start timely. We'll start timely.
Yeah, all right.
We'll start timely.
Here is still we didn't have sun, so it's extremely windy. Winter started here, and it's dark outside.
Should we start?
Yep, let's start.
Okay. Dear colleague, esteemed guests and friends, on behalf of the organizing committee, it's my great pleasure to welcome you all to the first edition of the Bengal Symposium. We'll be listening to each other online for 2 days. Today, 14 November 2025, and tomorrow, 15 November 2025. This symposium marks an important milestone, an occasion for connection and dialogue among scholars, researchers, students, and practitioners who share a deep interest in the past and present. We gather here not only to discuss archaeological, ecological, cultural, and historical findings, but also to reflect on the complex interaction between human lives and the landscape of the Bengal. We attempt to delve into the past and present, where the temporality flow in a complex way, both back and forth, linear, circular, and often multi-directional. We remember and forget. We have moments of pride and happiness, as well as events of pain, cruelty, and violence. We aim to attain as many varied moments as possible in a regional and super-regional scale. For too long, political and psychological borders have fragmented our understanding of a region that has always been culturally and ecologically interconnected. Through this symposium, we aim to build bridges between people of Bengal, between the past and present. Over the next 2 days, we will interact with an inspiring group of speakers, both established scholars and young voices. Their research area and interests are intersecting and interdisciplinary, dealing with both micro and macro scale of space. Together, their works remind us that the Bengal as a concept, territory, and region can have varied narrative, contesting stories and transforming tradition and idea. However, I like to remind some of the important rules of this symposium. This symposium is entirely organized on an online platform. So we expect the language and communication should maintain an objective, non-sexist, non-racist, non-communal, and unbiased code of conduct. We cordially request everyone should strictly maintain punctuality, precision, and time limit. I'd also like to remind that all presentation for the entire session will be recorded for archiving and further transmission. As we begin this journey, I want to thank our dedicated organizing team, our respected member of the advisory committee, our eminent member of the scientific committee, our volunteer, the member of our technical team, and of course, our session chair, keynote speaker, all presenter and participants who made this event possible. A very special thanks also goes to our media partner, Feature 360, for helping us bring this symposium to a wider audience. Though we meet virtually, I hope the spirit of connection and collaboration will transcend our screen and inspire lasting partnership. Welcome once again to the Bengal Symposium 2025. And let's begin this exciting and meaningful conversation together. At this stage, I will cordially invite the coordinator of the Bengal Symposium 2025, Dr. Abu Bakr Siddiq, for his opening speech. Dr. Abu Bakr Siddiq.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Sabikun Nahar, for your wonderful welcoming reception. Yeah, hello everyone. Thank you and welcome to our Bengal Symposium. This is our first edition, and the theme of this first edition is archaeology, history, and heritage beyond colonial divides. So you can understand from the theme that our purpose is to establish, formulate, or give the ground of a platform, of a network that will transcend, that will go beyond the present colonial, political, and psychological divides we are experiencing across Bengal. So Bengal is a region, it's a very big and very important region. Currently, Bengal hosts about 300 million people. So it's a massive population potential and also very extensive life histories across in the deltic area. So in this sense, how people from ancient time until today live together side by side, coping with their natural environment and also surviving the various environmental and natural challenges they face over time. So this is very important for not only Bengal, not only South Asia, but also for global humanity to understand how human communities live with their natural resources, particularly a unique deltic region. So therefore, we decided to establish this network and this symposium so that particularly people who wants to understand the life history, the stories of Bengal can come together and discuss and engage with dialogues. So this was the primary purpose of this conference, and we are thankful that we have a wonderful team of our advisory members and also really very influential board of scientific committee and an extraordinary team of our organizing members. So from present political, within political boundaries, we have like West Bengal in India and also Bangladesh. And also beyond West Bengal and India and in India and Bangladesh, we have people around Bengal. All people, they came together and helped each other and extended this wonderful cooperation. And now we have this Bengal Symposium. So at this stage, we have two major goals. So these two goals are very simple, but really powerful. One is to present the life history, to stories of Bengal to a global audience. This is one goal. Another is to help, to promote, to support early career researchers who are studying in Bengal, to introducing them with, let's say, global academia, so that they can thrive and they can also help future generation to formulate, to tell the stories of life stories of Bengal. So currently in Bengal, we have stories that are primarily created during the time of colonial era, and because of this narration, because of these colonial divide and rule policies, the formulation of this narration, formulation of this storytelling, historiographies was kind of, let's say, instead of uniting people, instead of telling people about their shared culture, it was kind of like division, producing divisions. And from time to time in academia, who are like in academia, when we are practicing these academic trends, we can feel that these academic resources, the trend of colonial historiography is actually influencing the divisions and instead of uniting the people. So in that sense, I personally see hope for this Bengal Symposium, because in the inaugural edition, in our first edition, we see the majority of the participants are young, and they're really, really wonderful in their academic trend, and also although with their age they're young, but their understanding of historiography, the understanding of the shared common heritage of Bengal is really quite mature. So in this perspective, I only see hope for the future of Bengal scholarship. So with this opportunity, I'd like to thank you to join our first Bengal Symposium, and particularly I'd like to use this opportunity to thank our honorable advisory board members and our members of our scientific committee. Particularly, we'll be listening today and tomorrow a great scholarship, a keynote speech from 6 really influential people who contributed a lot for the history and heritage and also the life stories of Bengal. I'd like to thank the participants and also the presenters. It wasn't that easy to select this small number of only 24 presentations out of about 100 submissions. So it was a long process of like reviewing. And then I'd like to thank the respected reviewers for their time and effort and their valuable comments to help us select the presentations. And particularly, lastly, I'd like to thank our wonderful team of organizing members and and the technical teams, volunteers, they truly put a lot of effort to. So in the beginning, we thought, yeah, we can make this symposium very easily through online, but organizing an online symposium, particularly for a region like Bengal, is not that easy. And thanks to our wonderful team of technical members and our volunteers, they are really put a lot of dedication to make it successful. And in particular, I'd like to thank our media partner, Feature 360, to promote our symposium and our voices beyond our capacity to a greater audience. So thank you again for joining our first Bengal Symposium. We hope we will enjoy, and we will create an environment of love, compassion, and understanding that we, the people in Bengal, actually are connected, not divided, through our presentation, through our talk. And we will see some new ways of friendship, new ways of connection, that friendship not present. We will feel that this connection, this friendship actually was our heritage, our inherited heritage, that actually we share since ancient time. In Bengal, there were a lot of political borders, psychological borders over time. This is the story of Bengal. And then in the future, there will be a lot of new aspects, but the shared culture, the shared connection, the shared heritage we have, the people in Bengal, will never change. So these friendship, these feelings, I hope we will feel throughout our talk, through our discussion. And then in the future, we will have opportunities to new collaborations, and also new understanding, new rethinking of our histories, our life stories of Bengal beyond the narratives of division produced our colonial legacy of divides and rule. Thank you so much for once again for joining us our Bengal Symposium. And once again, I welcome you to our first edition of Bengal Symposium. সবাইকে সুস্বাগতম।
পক্ষ থেকেও সুস্বাগতম।
Thank you so much, Dr. Abu Bakr Siddiq. It was really inspiring. We hope we create a platform that will be wonderful beginning for exciting and meaningful conversation altogether. Before beginning our first session, we have some times, so we can discuss, or we can have some opinion.
Our keynote speaker Manjil Hazarika is present here. Welcome.
Yes,
Manjil.
Yes.
Maybe he can coordinate with technical issues like presenting, sharing, and other things. And also our session chair, Professor Ahsan, he's also here. So maybe they can coordinate and then prepare for the session. Yeah. Or maybe Sabikun, you can also tell us technical issues or what kind of rules, regulation we have to follow if necessary.
Okay.
So we still have 10 minutes time.
Okay. Could I should I start at the beginning of the session, or I will inform now?
No,
Because I
I think we can inform now, and then because this is the first session, so both our chair and also our respected keynote speaker, they will maybe need some time to prepare. So you first tell us the rules and regulations, and then let them be prepared quickly.
Okay. The rules are very simple. All presenter will have 15 minutes for their presentation, followed by 15 minutes of discussion. A reminder will be given after 10 minutes of each presenter talk. And then we will request a presenter to make sure to turn on their video while presenting, and all other participants are requested to keep their microphone muted during the presentation. And after end of the session, we'll take a group snapshot. So we'll hope that everyone will make sure their video on that time. And any discussion from any audience or participant is warmly welcome, but we hope that the language will be non-biased and non-sexist and racist that I mentioned earlier in my inauguration talk.
Yeah, and Manjil, for your kind reference, the 15 minutes is for the presenter, normal presenter, but for keynote speakers,
Yes.
we have 25 minutes.
Yes.
And following 15 minutes of discussion. So in total, we will have enough time, 40 minutes.
Yes.
So we will have enough time to discuss and talk.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to forget that.
And for presenters, we have 15 minutes presentation and 10 minutes discussion, following by 10 minutes discussion. So each presenter.
No, it's a 15 minutes for presentation and 15 minutes for discussion. In total, 30 minutes. And we will make a reminder.
It's not 30 minutes. It's not 30 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Yeah. So maybe can we see it the program again? You can see for presenter is 10 minutes discussion. Yeah. For presenter is 10 minutes discussion, and for keynote is 15 minutes. Maybe you confused with keynotes. Yeah.
Yes, maybe. I'm sorry that.
So no, it's all right. Sorry. So you have been working too hard, so it's normal. Yeah, we had to thank Savikun, particularly among our organizing members.
Not at all.
Yeah,
No.
she worked too hard. That's why.
Pleasure is mine. No.
Here's the thing. Like in our program, you can see also, like for keynote speakers, we have 25 minutes talk and following by 15 minutes discussion. So it means we have 40 minutes for each keynote. And for each presentation, we will have 15 minutes presentation following by 10 minutes discussion. So every presenter should not exceed with their discussion 25 minutes. So otherwise it will be like challenging to maintain the time. Yeah, so yeah, Professor Ahsan, if you are ready, maybe you can proceed with Manjil.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
With your session.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm ready.
So shall I try sharing my PPT once?
Yes, you can. Maybe you can.
Yeah.
I think we can start the session one.
Yeah. So maybe you
No,
need.
it's a no, Deepu, it's 8 minutes to go. So maybe we can start 10:30 because
No, it's okay. So this is not formally, but we Sir, we have still 8 minutes in our hand, so you can prepare or like initial let's say introduction on other things you can say.
Okay,
But
okay.
formally we still have 8 minutes. So yeah, so we have plenty of time.
Okay, okay.
Wonderful organization, Savikun. Thank you.
Thanks to everyone.
And for our technical teams, many participants are joining time to time. Please make sure that you instantly approve their participation.
They're working on that. I guess the among the three presenter, Colin, Hyunjukta already joined, but I don't see Rothi.
Yeah. So can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Uh,
Yes,
Perfectly.
Manjil, we see it.
Before that, Professor Siddiq, may I say something? Because
Yes.
the session will start with the session chair, maybe. And please introduce session chair first, and then session chair will introduce the keynote speaker here.
Yes,
Yeah.
So that's the
definitely. Yes.
procedure. So please
Yes.
do that and go with according to the schedule.
So it's
Yes.
just trial.
Now it's not time to trial. Okay, please proceed. Because go with the session chair and start the session.
Okay. Maybe once again, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our first session, Archaeological Discoveries. This session explores new findings and interpretation from prehistoric to early history Bengal and its neighboring region. And we are honored to have Professor Syed Mohammad Kamrul Hassan as our session chair and Dr. Monjul Hajarika as our keynote speaker. We'll also be joined by Sanjukta Rai, Ravi Shankar Pal, Rothi, and Colin Lefranc and her team. And let's begin with the session with a warm welcome to our shared keynote speaker and presenter, Professor Kamrul Hassan. Please, you can proceed the session. The floor is yours.
Good morning to all our attendees joining us online from home and abroad. I'm Syed Mohammad Kamrul Hassan. I'm teaching in the Department of Archaeology, Jahangirnagar University. It is a distinct honor for me and also pleasure to serve as the chair for the first session of the Bengal Symposium, Archaeological Discovery. This session holds immense significance as it anchors our symposium in the deep, rich history of the Bengal Delta and its surrounding region. We have a truly diverse and exciting lineup of presentations that span millennia and cross modern borders, showcasing the incredible breadth of archaeological research currently underway. With our speakers and dive deeper into their findings. To commence this highly anticipated session, we are honored to welcome our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Manjil Hajarika. Manjil Hajarika is a renowned archaeologist. He has done his PhD from Bern University, Switzerland, and his specialization is in the prehistoric archaeology of North India. And currently he's doing human ecological studies in that region also. He is an assistant professor and head of the Department of Archaeology in the Cotton University, Guwahati. And his research publication is well known in archaeological academia. Hazarika continues to illuminate the cultural and environmental narratives of Paleolithic and Neolithic periods of South and Southeast Asia. Dr. Hazarika will be delivering his keynote addresses on the prehistory of Tripura, Bangladesh, and Myanmar, offering us some essential general observations that will provide a foundational context for the papers that follow. Without further ado, let us begin our journey into the past. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Manjil Hazarika to the virtual stage. Please, Dr. Manjil Hazarika.
Thank you, Professor M.K. Hassan, sir. It is so nice to see you after a long time, although it is through online. Uh, I thank the organizers, particularly Dr. Abu Siddiq, as well as the organizers from other universities and institutes who have joined to organize this Bengal Symposium. I hope all of you can see the presentation. Is it the presentation is clear to you? I mean, is it visible to all of you?
Yes, it is
Yes.
visible and audible.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Uh, so the broad topic that I have chosen this morning to deliver is on the prehistory of Tripura, Bangladesh, and Myanmar. I will basically give you a brief background of the kind of understanding that we have from this particular region. The outset, I express my gratitude to all the organizers for bringing the people who have been working in this area for a long period of time, both from their native places as well as from rest of the world. A humble submission is mine that I personally do not think that I shall be able to do justice to the responsibility of delivering a keynote address of the theme of the symposium, but I shall humbly place my observations on some of the crucial issues on the prehistory of this region, covering Northeast India, Bangladesh, and Myanmar. So in this particular slide, you can see the landscape or the broader geographical areas of South, East, West, Central, and North Asia. So basically in this map, broadly, you can see that this side. Okay. No. Okay. So broadly, you can see in this slide, the region of Northeast India and Bangladesh as well as Myanmar, which is very much part of a meeting point for South Asia, East Asia, as well as Southeast Asia. And this particular area is extremely diverse in terms of geography, languages, cultures, etc. So because of this situation, we need to invest our energy and time and resources to deal with the cultural development in this entire area, to understand some of the very crucial questions of world archaeology or world prehistory. The presentation that I have prepared is a slightly developed form of the presentation that I have given previously in one of the conferences that was organized in Comilla University last year. Some of my friends, Sohrab and all are present. I can see them here in this particular online presentation. So basically, what my focus would be that I'll speak on the theoretical discussions on prehistoric population dispersal from Africa to rest of Asia, or particularly South and Southeast Asia, in which these particular regions hold a key. Then I'll be speaking about one very, very important and interesting kind of assemblage that is known from this region of Burma, northeastern India, especially Tripura, as well as Bangladesh, that fossil wood industry. And finally, the development of agricultural societies in the region. So these are some broad topics or broad themes that I will be discussing. Now, you can see in this next slide on our general understanding of how possibly from Africa people might have migrated to rest of the world. This is known as the first human dispersal, also known as the first out of Africa dispersal. So there are very good works that have been conducted by many renowned archaeologists in the past or geologists in the past. One is Eugene Dubois, who is known for the discovery of Pithecanthropus, or later redesigned as or redesignated as Homo erectus or Java man, from East Java. So that was a very important discovery for us. And then this was also dated to, let's say, 1.5 to 1.8 million years. So if people from Africa or our ancient hominid, they have to reach East Asia from Africa, so they need to come up very early. They have to disperse from that region very early. So the arrival of hominin at 1.5 to 1.8 billion years in island Southeast Asia. So we need to really think at what point of time they must have left Africa. And there are many other fossils from, let's say, Java or Indonesia dated to 1.5 million years. For example, this Sangiran man, etc. So these hold extremely key significance in our understanding of population dispersion. So now I'll be showing you some 3-4 maps in which the importance of this particular region, which we are talking about, like Bengal or Northeast India or Bangladesh, or let's say Myanmar, holds tremendous significance. You can see almost all the maps. This is about the first out of Africa migration. Then these are some of the important key sites which are known in present time. Let's say the Atirampakam dated to 1.5 million years, Yanmo at around 1.7 million in China. So likewise, there are many sites which are extremely old in this region. Then there is another, our out of Africa 2, or even the second dispersal, or which is also known as, with the anatomically modern Homo sapiens, the out of Africa migration 2, etc. So in that context also, this particular region becomes very, very unique. In many of the maps, these are shown that the hominid, ancient hominid, must have migrated through this region. There are also like many discussions and even computer simulations research have been also conducted by many researchers. Theoretical discussions as well as genetic evidences are also taken into consideration. In that context, the southern route, which was basically taken by the ancient hominid, are also show the strategic importance of this region. So then the role of sea level changes as well in human migration, that is very, very clear, let's say, in a Southeast Asian context. When we talk about our Bay of Bengal region, so I'm sure this sea level changes must have also affected the archaeological site formation as well as the presence of human remains. So these are some of the things that we may have to keep in mind while dealing with these subjects. So there are further maps, schematic maps, like one map showing the coastal route as I have shown before. And in this context, there are also studies on the population genetics of people from, let's say, Myanmar, and then they are also suggesting possibly that Myanmar or the surrounding region could have been one of the key locations through which our ancient human might have dispersed even during the late Pleistocene time period. So now, next point here is that what are the archaeological evidences so far? So right from the beginning of the time of V. Ball, who was looking at the stone artifacts from this region of your South Asia and East Asia, in which you can see many of the artifacts have been found in this region, and many are with Neolithic nature or ground and polished in nature. So these are some of the earliest reports on discussion on the ancient stone implements in this region. Then also you can see now the one important point that have come up from, let's say, 1950s, the Mobius line. This was proposed by a person called H.L. Mobius, who was basically an American archaeologist. He first proposed a theoretical line which is drawn, let's say, from Europe across Asia, then northern part of India up to Bengal. So this whole area suggests that there is a clear-cut demarcation between the presence and absence of Handex culture, that is Acheulean culture. So beyond this line, let's say beyond the line of this Mobius line, which is theoretically known as the Mobius line, we do not have much evidence of the Handexes. So his particular hypothesis, which have come out because of his intense work in a region encompassing many parts of East and Southeast Asia as well as South Asia. So he has made some synthesis of the important core and flake-tool industries, let's say the Chokotian, Anyatian, Tampanian, Pachitanian, even the Sonian culture, which is found in the Sivalik Hills. So based on which you has made these broad divisions of the prehistoric situation based simply on the presence and absence of Handexes as well as the Acheulean kind of industries. So now these are some of the industries which are extremely important for us: the Chokotian, the Pachitanian in Java, Sonian industry in India, Anyatian in Burma, Tampanian in Malaysia. I will not go into the details of it, but one can see that these are mostly dominated by chopper chopping industries. So now, what is basically a Anyatian? If you talk about the Burmese context, these are kind of a pebble tool or chopper or chopping tool cultural assemblage, which are basically found in northern Myanmar and specifically in the Irrawaddy River Valley. So these are made mostly of fossil wood and silicified tuff, and these are not dated so far in either in absolute or in terms of, let's say, modern day advanced techniques. Now what is important for us, this Mobius, he has classified them into early and late Neothean or late Neothean, etc., based on the type of technology. But still, we have some discussions now in present day academia whether some of the artifacts which he claims to be artifacts, whether they are artifacts or not, because many of the publications, or in the publication what the photograph we can see or the artifacts, they are basically rolled in nature. Because of the rolled kind of context or the secondary kind of context, many of the features are not very clear to us. Then there are further discussions on it. Of course, I mean, other persons like Morris and all, who have also contributed to this broader discussion of Aniatian, which is also known as the man of Upper Burma. So these publications, which came some 50 or 75 years back, they become extremely relevant till today. Now, this is just to give you a brief background how, let's say, Mobius or Ditera, they have started the work in the Irrawaddy Valley, and later many members of the Department of Archaeology of Myanmar, they also continued their research, and in one of the recent explorations conducted in 2008 and 9, they discovered some 800 artifacts. So basically, the broad terminology still it is used like Aniatian, but the detailed discussion are suggesting that we need to invest our energy to find more artifacts which are from primary context rather than from the river valley, or rather than from the rolled context or secondary context. We must invest our energy in locating primary sites in Burma. Okay, these are some of the photographs of the previous publications by Mobius, etc. Now, as these kind of artifacts are also common in Northeast India as well as in Bangladesh, so we need to discuss this particular fossil wood assemblies in details. So, there are further publications, detailed work on the zooarchaeological assemblages in Myanmar, in which some of the sites has been tentatively dated. So, of course, I mean, because of the very few absolute dates or very few solid dates we have, it becomes very difficult for us to situate the chronological, situate our fossil wood assemblages of Myanmar or Burma into a concrete chronological framework. Apart from this fossil wood artifact, you also have some artifacts made of other raw material from central Myanmar. Many are showing very close resemblance with many of the artifacts from northeastern part of India. So now there is a very interesting paper by Elizabeth Murray, who has worked I mean, in depth in the archaeology of Myanmar. She has put some kind of chronological framework here, but what I could observe from even this publication, which came up in 2024, there are very few radiocarbon dates or absolute dates from the Paleolithic as well as Neolithic context. So apart from Myanmar, you also have some artifacts of similar nature in some parts of Thailand as well as southern part of China. So broadly, this area is important. Now let us come to the point of Bangladesh, because Hassan Sir is here, who has extensively studied along with Jayanta Singh Roy in many important localities of Bangladesh. So their studies has reconfirmed or re-established the primary work that have been conducted by Dilip Chakrabarty sir long back. So now what is important for us, these artifacts are studied by many of the scholars, researchers from Jahangirnagar University, now Kamila University, etc. So now I think being a person from the Northeast, I think we need to see these artifacts closely, and we need to find the primary context of these artifacts, as well as we need to get some absolute date for strengthening our idea about the fossil wood artifacts in across the region of Bangladesh, Northeast India, Myanmar, as well as South China, as well as our northern part of Thailand. So this is a broad observation that I would like to make. There are also some publications or information that some of these fossil wood artifacts are also found occasionally in historical context. For example, at Waribateswar and all. So what is the reason of finding this so-called prehistoric artifacts in historical context? So this is another important point that we must look into. Then, as I have mentioned, there are many works have been conducted in Bangladesh, and I can see some 2 or 3 presentations on these fossil wood artifacts in this symposium. I'm looking forward to hear them. But what is important for us, that these areas, right from Lalma Hills or Chaklapunji, or I would say the Sylhet area, we have to give emphasis for further in-depth research on this particular problem, which will also help us in the people who are working in the Northeast, particularly Tripura, to build our theoretical as well as theoretical knowledge as well as our understanding of the cultural ecology in these areas. So in one of my visits to Bangladesh, I could see the landscape of the Lalma Hill with my friend Sohrab, as well as respected professor, our uh, Rahman sir. Now, let us see what is the situation of the Neolithic, or let us what is the kind of cultural development specifically in northeastern part of India. This is one of the earliest publications on the problem of Neolithic in India, 1949, and this is another map by V.D. Krishnaswamy, who also talks about the possibility of migration of these elements like the shoulder cells, etc., from the Burmese or eastern side. So these are theoretical discussions one have to keep in mind. This is one of the earliest excavation by T.C. Sharma from the Guwahati University at Dauzali Harding in North Kasar Hills, where apart from the artifacts made on, let's say, locally available raw material, you have the fossil, a few pieces of fossil artifacts from the site. But now this is important here. That's just to show you, or just to give you an information that why we should also study the ethnographic context. You can see some of the artifacts from Neolithic artifacts from Meghalaya, which has close similarities with the modern day axes made of iron in neighboring regions. Similarly, here is another example of a tool or stone artifact being hafted in a wooden handle, which is known as prit in Sikkim. So these are some of the interesting informations, but we do not, these are basically from ethnographic context, but we do not have any evidence of, let's say, a handle or a shaft connected with these kind of tools from our region. But there are other regions in the world. For example, in Scandinavian countries or specifically Denmark, we have this example of a Neolithic axe being hafted. So these far distance analogies can also help us in understanding the use of these particular objects. Now, let us move to the work that we have been conducting in western part of Tripura, in which Dr. Anna Ramesh, who was from the Geological Survey of India, who devoted a long period of time, some 1 decade, in studying the geological context of this wonderful state of Tripura. So basically, you can see these are the Indo-Burman hill ranges, for example, the Baramura Hill or the Atharamura Hill, etc. So, middle of these two hill ranges, you have some river valleys like the Khoai or Sonai, etc. And this landscape is extremely important for us, because from this area, right from the time of Anna Ramesh, many discoveries have been made, including the recent study by Biswajit Debarma from JNU, who studied the fossil occurring sites in west part of Tripura. Okay, so now in 2019 or 20, we started exploring with Anna Ramesh as well as B.C. Poddar, who was also an officer at Geological Survey of India during some 1980s or 90s. Then Dr. Salim Javed from Geological Survey of India, who was also, posted recently in Geological Division in Tripura, and Biswajit. So we have surveyed some of the areas which was discovered earlier by NRMS, and you can see that this is the map on the left. This is a map prepared by NRMS, and some of the localities we have revisited it. So let me tell you, these sites are extremely unique in nature. Wherever you go, you find lots of fossil artifacts on the surface as well as in the stratigraphic context. This is a photograph of our team at the site of Teliamura, where NRMS first discovered these artifacts some 40 years back. So now these are the areas where actually you get the fossil wood artifacts in large quantity or in large chunk or in its geological context. These are some of the Neogene as well as quaternary deposits, basically from a quarry section in Khowai district, where you can see that these large chunks of fossil wood logs are present there. So what are these fossil woods? Basically, they are either in wood fragments or logs or trunks. They're abundantly found in upper Tipam or lower Tipam formations. So they are very, very silicified in nature. They belong to Dipterocarpus or Anacardiacari kind of, or Fabaceae kind of plants which existed in the tropical evergreen forest of South Tripura during late Miocene period. So now we are finding in the Baramura or Atharamura hill ranges, and from there probably our earlier population living in this area, they must have collected these raw materials from these areas and then possibly utilized for making some tools. Now, many words like petrified wood or fossil wood, these words are basically used to denote these kind of plant remain. So just to show you how this must have formed. So this is from the Kentucky area, and the slides are from the University of Kentucky. You can see how a tree gets is grown in a bank of the river. Then when it dries, it falls into water. Then it will be taken away by the river, etc. And the branches will be breaking off. Then finally, the barks and outer surface will also get off. Then it will get waterlogged, maybe get deposited in the sea floor or in the river floor or in other depositional context. So finally, this will get buried in oxygen poor sediment and it becomes fossilized at a later stage. It's a million years of process, but what is important for us, these are extremely good raw material for making any artifact because they are extremely silicified. So now this is the river Sonai. You can see this area is known from the time of NRMS for the discovery of fossil artifacts. So now you can see in 2020, we have plotted many localities in Sonai region. This is the Sonai River, and many of the fossil artifact localities have been plotted. And this is the area of Sonai 1, which we have excavated. So you can see some of the artifacts which are basically from in situ context. You can see them. And this is the excavation area we have conducted on the hilltop or the Tila. This is the excavation. Because of time limitation, I will go a little bit faster. And some of the artifacts as well as cores or chunks or basically the whole chain operatoire, the entire process of the chain operatoire, right from the raw materials to the final product or the chips as well as the debitas, almost everything can be observed from the excavation. And along with that, you have also some pottery some are simple plain pottery redware, and some are basically cord impressed variety. We have dated the site, and the earliest date goes to 4258 plus minus 444 Ka. So almost 2500 BCE or 4500 BP kind of date we have got from the lowest level. So these are some of the beautiful artifacts from this area, and particularly this particular piece. This reminds me of a very typical kind of industry which is known as the Wabinhian in Southeast Asian context, which I will discuss in detail. So now, some of the flakes and other artifacts from the region, and these are some of the artifacts, drawings of the artifacts. They are very typical of the Wabinhian character. So from this side, what is observed that there is absence of soldered celt or tool. Most emphasis has been on the large cutting tools having a wide working edge. Then more chipped artifacts are present than the polished ones. Hardly any retouching is done on the flakes. Then potsherds are of poor quality, ill-fired, no slip and wash, very, very fragile in nature. Mostly they are of redware with occasional cord and bitter impressions. So now, if we want to go beyond the understanding of the type of technology, we need to also, emphasize on the settlement pattern studies or even subsistence pattern studies. So now, for that, we need to excavate the primary sites across this region and to obtain the absolute chronology. Secondly, we need to try to find out the botanical grain or zoological remains so that we can talk about the subsistence pattern. Okay, now what is Wabinhian? Wabinhian is a kind of a industry or technocomplex in basically in Southeast Asia. It was initially found at a site called Hua in northern
Dr.
Vietnam.
Pardon
And
me, Dr. Monjit Hajarika, we are out of time. Would you kindly
yes,
conclude? Sorry for
yes,
that.
yes. I'll be finishing this in some 3-4 minutes. So now these are the Wabinhian artifacts that you can see. You can just broadly see that in some specific areas they are of, let's say, in Vietnam they fall into 18,000 to 7,000 years BP, and some of the artifacts are also found in Garo Hills. Typical characters of the Huabinhian, just to give you an example, are the Sumatralid. We have some examples of the Sumatralid from this region as well. So now, recent date of the Huabinhian technocomplex from China has come. It's almost 43,000 Ka. So broadly, what I'm trying to say, this is an industry which was flourishing at a large area, let's say, from in the entire time period of late Pleistocene or upper Pleistocene. Now I'll give you another example what we have from Nepal in the central Shivalik hills. So this is Gudrun corvinus. Some 3 decades back, this Gudrun corvinus, she concentrated on the Nepal region, and she could also excavate or study this Patu industry, which is in the Tarai region. So you can see recently we have been to this area with the invitation of the government of Nepal. We can see some of the artifacts from this area. Many of the artifacts are of Sumatralid varieties or typical of the Wabinhian character. So why I'm showing this? Because in one of the publications by Joyce White in 2011, she claims that you have this Wabinhian kind of lithic traditions in a large area which is pointed in this triangular dot, and there are also some areas which are in the periphery. So some areas are core areas for the Wabinhian, and there are some areas which are in the periphery, which are also linked with the availability of bamboo or the diversity of bamboo species. So she talks about possibly this whole tradition of Wabinhian might be also linked with the bamboo as a raw material for making some tools or making some other objects. So this is very interesting for us. Now coming to the end part of my presentation, which is on the megalithic, extremely important. Very few studies on the megalithic ruins from Bangladesh. They are common in, Northeast India as well as Myanmar. So this has to be, taken up. Finally, important point for this region is our origin of agriculture, basically the rice cultivation, whether it is introduced or indigenous to the region. There are such studies on the availability of the wild varieties of rice have become an important point for presuming this area for origin and the a place for the domestication of rice since long back. Some genetic studies have been conducted, some historical linguistic studies have been conducted. What is important for us now that based on all these studies, we can presume that one of the core centers of early domestication of rice may be this area of the northeast as well as Bangladesh or or Gangetic Valley. So some evidences are coming from many sites in northeast India. This is from Mir Khan in Khasi Hills, and finally, my good friend Dr. Mizanur Rahman, who has been emphasizing or who has been working in this area of Bangladesh on the problem of rice or the problem of origin of rice cultivation, which gives us ample hope that we'll be able to come up with a solid understanding of the problem of agriculture in the region. So thank you very much. And these works I have written in many places, including my PhD dissertations, and it has been getting refined as we are moving ahead with further research. So thank you very much again for giving me this opportunity to share some of my experiences. Thank you.
Thank you, Manjil, for your nice paper you presented here, and you enlighten us with the latest findings of in your region, and as well as it has been compared with our study also. The thing is now we have the discussion session. I'll not say anything at the session yet. I will discuss with you later personally. And now I open the floor to discuss. Open the audience to discuss with the keynote speaker. Anybody has any query?
It is
Please,
fantastic.
Sudhir,
It is
yeah.
fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. It is fantastic. Regarding to this megalithic, I had when I was a student, I had a chance to excavate one of the megaliths in Sylhet, the megalithic you showed, and in that, in front of the menhir and just below the dolmen, so there was a pot. I excavated this, and in this pot you have ash. So it means like cremation and so ritual practice associated with this megalithic. It was clear, but unfortunately, the project administration didn't publish it yet. But because I was the excavator, so I know this in person. So what actually I understand from that excavation is that definitely these megalithic sites are post-pottery sites. It means definitely after the, so after the invention of pottery. It means the earliest possible is the Neolithic, not before the Neolithic, these megalithic sites. This is clear. But regarding I from your presentation, and also I had a question, and this for this greater audience, could you, is there any evidence, or is there any evidence with anatomically modern human in our region or around Bengal or Assam? Not human remains, but their association, like let's say from the technology, or can we tell that anatomically modern, or this Hobbinian, is this Hobbinian associated with the anatomically modern human? What's your thought, or what's your information? So for the
Yeah,
greater
yeah.
audience, thank you.
Yes, in fact, a very, very interesting question as well as a very difficult question. Of course, I mean, this megalithic, as you have said, uh, yes, certainly they are post, I mean, pottery. That means only after the introduction of pottery, we have the megalithic stuffs here. And this megalithic tradition is also very diverse in the region. In some places you get some burial objects like the pottery that you have found, and many of these are commemorative nature, just the stones. So you do not find other evidences. So that is one problem. But if you are finding this thing like a pottery in the context of a megalith, so I think this is an important evidence for us, which can be in fact dated through OSL or TL methods. So I think if there's those potsherds are still available with you or in the department, please try to date them. It will be very, very helpful for us. Now, second point is anatomically modern Homo sapiens. So this discussion or these evidences are very, very clear in many parts of India, let's say. There are many sites from central India, many parts of southern India, or even into eastern part of India. But specifically in, let's say, Bangladesh, or specifically in our region, so we do not have any early dates for these sites. And most of the sites, what we have now, securely dated dates are like 4,000 to 5,000 years back. So placing them with anatomically modern Homo sapiens, it will be very, very difficult for us, because anatomically modern Homo sapiens, what I mean, evidences so far we have, it is like 50, 60,000 years back. So of course, when they arrived, after that whole regions, definitely we have this population occupying diverse landscapes. But most of the evidences coming from these regions are only from either Neolithic or Huabinhian, but that too also very late phase of the Huabinhian culture. So we do not have very clear evidences to say about the presence or the evidences of the anatomically modern Homo sapiens. But there is likely possibility of having some good data from this region. We have never looked at it. We have never given emphasis on this problem. So I'm sure our Hassan sir is here, who can guide us where to look for. I mean, geology is extremely important for us. You can tell us where to look for, how to look for. So then I'm sure we'll be able to discover something which will be again incredible what we have in, let's say, in island Southeast Asia.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
It's true.
Wonderful.
And Deepu, you remember, sorry, Professor Abu Siddiq, you remember that we have worked in the Chaklapunji region. You were
Yeah.
there, and
Yeah.
we had a long trench.
Yeah.
Remember that.
I
And
still
you
have
also had the
I still have
experience of
that picture.
megalith also. So in Bangladesh, this interesting thing is, in Bangladesh, we are getting fossil wood. We never find a single piece of uh, any geoarchaeological material or paleontological material of animal. We didn't find anything. That is the question. Why? Because lot of fossil wood and big, there's very big lots of this fossil wood, simplified wood, very, very long trunks, and these things we are getting there. But why not a single animal bone? There is the one question. I have raised this question previously, and I think in Bangladesh, to find the primary location, but primary existence of this layer of this, very difficult to find. And still, Jointu Singh Roy,
Yes,
and
sir.
my students, they have tried a lot. They have tried
Yes.
a lot, and we couldn't find any trace. Even from Kumilla University, my students, they also have tried to find this sort of material from any other location, but we failed. That's our what do you say, we're not lucky enough. But yeah, we have to find some methodology, something that to interpret these sort of things, and we will find it in future, definitely. And thank you for a nice presentation, Manjil. We are out of time, and
Sir,
I think Saurabh want to say something.
Yeah.
sir, I
Please,
want to
Saurabh,
join
go ahead.
the discussion.
Yes, yes.
Sir, I am Jayanta
John,
Singh Rai.
Yes, sir.
Janto.
We have
Jayanta da,
time.
yes.
We have time.
Namaskar.
Okay,
You
sir.
can
We'll
say
have time.
after
Okay,
Janto,
okay.
then Saurabh also say
Okay,
something.
thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Manjil. How are you? Nice
Fine, fine.
presentation.
Thank you.
Actually, I am enjoying your presentation. Okay, fine. Actually, you one slide you mentioned that some fossilized artifacts are discovered from historical context.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Actually, I visited Guwahati long time before. Actually, it is 1999, and I am staying there at Guwahati Museum. And beside this museum, there is the location of Kamrup Anusandhan Samiti.
Yes, yes.
From this institute, I collect barely a few journals and many publications related to prehistoric archaeology of Northeast India published there.
Mm.
I read those publications very carefully, and many publications there clearly mentioned that early European collected many prehistoric artifacts, mainly polished artifacts from tribal people.
Mm.
And still now, tribal people of Northeast India collected polished Neolithic tools.
Mm.
And I think Professor Dani and other researchers studied the Neolithic artifacts from different museums located in London. All
Mm.
come from the collection of tribal people. So it is a tradition
Mm.
clearly belonging to whole Northeast India that
Yes, yes, yes.
early historic and medieval also, modern people also collect polished artifacts.
Mm.
And those artifacts have some ethno-archaeological perspectives. Because I know the story from late T.C. Sharma that
Mm.
tribal people of Northeast India believe that those polished artifacts have some
Yes.
yes,
Mm.
medical purpose. They use some artifacts in medical purpose.
Mm.
Somehow I forget this interpretation.
Mm.
I think I know this
Yeah. Yes,
this
yes, yes.
story.
Yeah.
Okay. My second observation is, yes, I am studying fossil order more than 30 years, and you also studied, I
Mm.
think, more than 20 years. But I am still now confused. What is the cultural status of those fossil artifacts? Actually, if we see or focus on Myanmar, that movies describe that most of the fossil artifacts are Paleolithic.
Mm.
Even she described those artifacts from Middle Paleolithic, Upper Paleolithic, who is one. He actually gave it another name, different name, Anathian 1, 2, 3, etc.
Mm.
After him, as far as I know, Ramesh studied. In his
Mm.
PhD thesis, he mentioned that from Middle Paleolithic to Neolithic, all cultural stage are present. Then the prominent study D.K. Chakraborty.
Mm.
He mentioned the cultural artifacts, fossil artifacts from Lalmai Hills, all are belong to Upper Paleolithic. But when I am starting study, I am confused. Still now I am confused.
Mm.
But
Yeah.
I am studying it more than 30 years. I meet to many different person, like Padaya sir. Actually, Sheila Misra visited my university. I am consulting him with my artifacts. She told me that these artifacts are belong to late Pleistocene and late Pleistocene. He advised me not to say any kind of cultural dichotomy.
Yeah.
It is a
So
mixed, all
yeah.
of the
I'm
Yeah.
sorry,
cultures.
We are
I
out
have
of
to.
time. We are out of
So
time.
I'm
We are
sorry,
out
I
of
have to
time.
interrupt
Please,
once again.
have to
it's all right.
close
It's
the
all
We
right.
session.
already
We have
7
two
minutes
other
behind.
people.
Okay,
Just,
okay, thank you.
Just
Okay, Monjil,
within
I
very
talk
short
to you
period of
later.
time, you finish this.
Sure, sir.
Um,
Sure. Thank you.
Jayanta sir, thank you so much for your wonderful insights. I think we still have a few minutes for Manjil. Sorry, Professor Hassan, because some of people raised their hand. So for your kind information, please, no need to extend the discussion. Otherwise, if you have certain questions to our presenter, then you are very much welcome to ask the question and let our presenter to answer the question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Please, Dr. Shorab, just within very short period of time, you will not get much time, just one.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Manzil, nice to see you on the platform. I specifically, my question is that when we visited in Lalmai Moynamuti, you see in Lalmai Moynamuti, upper surface of the hills are cultivated newly forestation. So that's why it's a big problem to find out the primary site. So specifically, my question is, I have any idea how we find out the primary sites in Lalmai Moynamuti?
Yes. I'm sure. I mean, you have to thoroughly scan the entire area. First of all, you have to search or you have to thoroughly walk on the surface, let me say. And wherever you have these occurrences of either flakes or any artifacts or any small bits and pieces of this fossil wood, it try to see if they are in stratigraphic context. You might get some disturbances on the top layers. That is happening everywhere. I mean, you cannot stop. There is no site in this entire world which is not disturbed. So definitely the upper layers will be disturbed. But below, from wherever we are getting this I mean less disturbed areas, so let us excavate or let us go into deeper into this. So I'm sure you'll get very good data. And definitely this site I have excavated in Sonai, the upper layer is already disturbed by the construction of the houses. Every day when you झाड़ू लगाते हैं ना, when you use झाड़ू पोछा, उसमें भी बहुत सारा artifact it goes away. But below this, everything is intact. So we did that, and then we could there get even very good dates. You see, OSL or TL. But surprisingly, we could not get radiocarbon samples. That was a challenge. So as sir has said, Hassan sir has said, so we are getting very few botanical or zoological remains. Even the charcoals are not present. That is very surprising. I think when you go for the field next time or even do trenches, you please be careful for getting those charcoal sample. It will be extremely important, not only for Bangladesh, it will be good for all of us who are working on this problem.
Okay, thank you. Because
Thank
of last 10
Dr.
years,
Shorab. Thank you very
I
much. Thank you,
surveyed all
Dr.
of
Monjil.
the prehistoric sites in Lalmai Moynamuti. We found the material, tools and other material also in hammerstone. We found in the slope or the deposition of water deposition. Then we found the material. We are not found in upper surface. This is the problem, actually.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
thank you very much. Your nice
Thank
presentation and holistic approach. We find out the holistic scenario of prehistoric Southeast Asia. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Dr. Ataud, please, just 1 minute. Dr. Ataud.
Sir, we are already 11 minutes behind. Maybe we should wrap up. Thanks.
Just 1 minute. He will finish within 1 minute. Please.
It's a good presentation.
Just I one question to Mr. Dr. Monjil. When you visit Bangladesh, are you visited in Sitakundo in Chittagong?
No, sir. No. Only to Kumilla.
Come to the point. Everybody in our Bangladeshi scholar, I think, every scholar are concentration in Lalai Moynamuti and Sylhet area, but they are not explore and research much in Chittagong area. In I am posted in Chittagong. I explored the Sitakundo Hill. There are 7 fountains. In every fountain area is available in fossil. I invite you next time when you Bangladesh, you must visit the Sitakundo Hill. It's a huge
Thank you.
area.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you for the
Dr.
invitation.
Ataur, we have visited that Sitakundo, but we couldn't find any artifacts there.
There is
That's
no
why we are
publication.
not concentrating in their side. Our students are exploring whole Kaptai, Rangamati, and this region, and they are still working. Next paper, Rothi and Robi Rothi will tell that what he is found there. Okay, you just consider here. Thank you very much for your nice question. Thank you, Manjil, for your enlightened discussion and also good paper. Thank you very much. Now I call Sanjukta, which probably her name is.
Yes, Sanjukta Rai.
Yes. Sanjukta Rai and Sanjukta Rai and another, his name is
Shifta Ishat.
Right.
Shifta Ishat.
Right. So please, Sanjukta, present your paper. We'll all waiting for your absolutely a fantastic paper.
Thank you, sir.
Please, Sanjukta.
Yeah, we can see you. Let's start.
Is the screen visible?
Yeah. Is it full screen and visible? Yes.
Perfect.
Oh, perfect.
Okay. Thank you. A very good morning to respected professors, organizers, and scholars. It is an absolute pleasure to present at the inaugural edition to the Bengal Symposium. This symposium is a remarkable initiative that brings together research from across Bengal into a single platform, exhibiting diverse explorations of both tangible and intangible heritage, as well as studies from surrounding regions across a wide chronological period. In this session named Archaeological Discoveries, I, Sanjukta Roy, would like to present the paper titled In Search of Prehistoric Sites at Chandramoyi Hill, a preliminary study, co-authored by Shifta Irshad, who is also present here today. Yes, now I'm going to start my presentation. So this is basically a field report based on the recent exploration in the mentioned region. The Chotanagpur Plateau region, situated in eastern India, mainly covers Jharkhand, along with parts of Bihar, the western part of West Bengal, Orissa, and Chhattisgarh, often considered a treasure trove of archaeological sites, covering an area of approximately 130,000 square kilometers. It is bounded by the Indo-Gangetic plains to the north and east, while the southern margin merges with the Mahanadi River basin. Geologically, this is one of the oldest Precambrian hard rock regions of India. Archaeologically, it's a very rich zone. The entire region and its extensions have yielded sites ranging from the lower Paleolithic period right up to the early medieval and medieval times. Excuse me. So with the establishment of the Directorate of Archaeology and Museums, government of West Bengal, in the 1960s, archaeological research began in this region. Since then, several surveys explorations have been carried out over the years with the initiatives of different institutions. As a result, a large number of archaeological sites have been discovered, documented, and studied, helping us understand the cultural development of West Bengal and many and more broadly Eastern India. The eastern fringe of Chotanagpur Plateau gradually merges into the western part of West Bengal, shaping the geomorphology of districts like Purulia, Bankura, Medinipur, Bardhaman, and Birbhum. In Birbhum, roughly 1/3 of the district, mainly the western and northwestern parts, falls under the plateau zone with lateritic uplands and rocky ground, likely exerted major influence on prehistoric settlement patterns. The rest of the district sloped down towards the Ganga plain, where the land becomes flatter and more fertile. This research focuses on the district of Birbhum, which according to published studies has over 100 reported archaeological sites. The region's diverse geological and geomorphological features make it especially significant. On one hand, these findings give us valuable insights into the past, but on other hand, they also raise several questions which the previous research has skipped to answer. Now going to the second slide. When we look at prehistoric research in Birbhum, we see that only a few sites out of many reported ones have actually been studied in detail after their initial discovery. One important example would be the site of Paruldanga, the open-air Mesolithic site excavated by Professor Subroto Chakraborty from Vishwabharati. However, apart from this, most other sites were only studied at a preliminary level, mainly mentioned in exploration reports described through their lithic assemblage, which serves as a general cultural indicators. The Chandramoy Hill region, located near the Bengal-Jharkhand border, was explored by the Directorate of Archaeology and Museums, Government of West Bengal in 1973. During that exploration, a good number of microlithic artifacts were recovered, a total of 89. However, no other exploration or detailed investigation has been carried out there since then. This finding suggests that prehistoric populations carried out their activities either within Chandramoy Hill region or in its immediate vicinity. We hope that this initiative will eventually help answer the question regarding the research behind choosing this region. Okay. Going to the next slide, I will be discussing the brief description of this region. So the Chandramoy Hill region consists of a cluster of lateritic uplands or tilas which appear abruptly in the landscape. Such landforms are a common geomorphic feature of the Rar region of West Bengal, and several similar tilas can be seen across Birbhum district. The region is located in Bhavanandapur village of the Nolhati subdivision, close to the Bengal-Jharkhand border. During the recent exploration, the Tirpita River, a subtributary of river Brahmani, was identified as the nearest present-day water source to the site. The foremost of the four tilas of the Chandramoy Tila is crowned by a temple of Devi Chandramoy, which probably lends its name to the entire region. All the tilas are basically rocky outcrops of lateritic uplands presently covered in thick vegetation and only yielded small chunks of quartz as raw material. In this slide, you can see for the first image shows the entrance to the temple. The second image depicts the rocky outcrop is presently encased within a temple structure that is worshipped as Ma Chandramohi. Behind it, a Kali temple, Kali idol is enshrined inside another temple, and the rest of the images are basically is showing how the people is reached at the top of the hill with a cemented pathway. Now going to the next slide. Yes, the survey, the exploration conducted in October 2025 to revisit the Chandramohi hill region, essentially to see the lithic assemblage, occurring context and the present condition of the site. At the center of this upland tract, or the 4 tilas of the Chandramohi hills, is a low-lying area. This place, if you see in the screen, this image shows the area, and the area is covered in the characteristics reddish laterite, another prominent feature noticed in Birbhum. The entire lithic assemblage collected during this course of exploration was found from this ground. So yeah, the Chandramohi Tila near Bengal Jharkhand border lies on the eastern fringe of the Chotanagpur plateau. Geomorphologically, it's a low lateritic upland with gently rolling terrain and scattered rocky patches. Forms part of at the eastern fringe of the Chotanagpur plateau, characterized by lateritic uplands, residual hill, dissected highlands, and periplain. The surface is mostly made of laterite and ferruginous soil, the result of long weathering of ancient rocks. Small stream flows around its base, forming shallow valleys and flat patches of land. The mix of rocky high ground and level areas would have made the region quite suitable for prehistoric occupation. Now, in the slide, it is a DM representing the region along with other fine spot with the nearest stream, Tirpita. This is the nearest stream, Tirpita, and river Brahmani River. This is the Brahmani River. With the help of GIS, we were able to trace a probable paleo channels that might have served as a water source, nearer water source for the past human populations, although the identification is still at a very preliminary stage. Yeah. Next, come to the lithic assemblage portion. A total number of 112 lithic artifacts were collected, which comprised of core, microblade, point, crescent, tanked artifacts, knots artifacts, scraper, burine, retouch artifacts, and debitage. The lithic artifacts were collected from the field, were studied, classified, and photographed. The raw materials used to manufacture the lithic assemblage was quartz and chert of 2 colors, brown and whitish. This predominantly microlithic assemblage reflects skilled workmanship and noteworthy precision of the early humans to have created such small and delicate yet wonderfully retouched artifacts. This is the whole picture of the microlithic assemblage. I will be discussing those in details on the next slide. Yeah. So first is the cores, core of this region, microlithic core. A blade core or microlithic core is basically a prepared piece of stone from which long narrow flakes called blades or microliths are stuck off. In our collection, we found 10 cores and 1 core fragment. We categorize them based on several parameters such as shape, size, stage of reduction, platform type from which the blades were struck, and the number of flex scars. The cores were mostly cylindrical in shape, though a few examples are blocky or amorphous, and they range from minimally used to completely exhausted examples. The cores display a variety of features, including both faceted and unfaceted striking platforms, appearing in single, double, multiple, and opposed types. The flex scars are quite diverse as well. Some are unidirectional, others bidirectional, and few are multidirectional. Those are the microblades. Microblades are defined as blades with a maximum dimension of 4 centimeter, and these blades are basically their length range from 1.7 to 0.6 centimeter, while their breadths are between 1.5 to 0.4 centimeter. So these microblades shows a variety of features, including truncated end, marginal retouching, and notch edges. And there are 22, a total of 22 microblades have been found. Now I'm going to discuss about microliths. A microlith is a small stone flake, usually less than about 30 millimeter long, which was typically mounted onto a shaft or handle. These are the points, 12 points we have found, and they are mainly made on flake and made of chert and quartz, and shows wonderfully created pointed tips, either as a result of 2 straight lateral margins meeting, or 1 straight and 1 concave lateral margin meeting. And now we have only found 2 crescent or lunettes. Then we're coming to the tanged artifacts. 15 tanged artifacts with a maximum length of 2.5 form a distinct and fascinating category with the lithic assemblies. Those I hope you are clearly seeing the tanged in this the tanged portion in this artifacts. The tanged portion was used for hafting the tool onto a handle to form a composite implement, which is a characteristic technological feature of the Mesolithic period in India. Then coming to the notched artifacts and scrapers. 11 notch artifacts showing a variety of kind, such as a notch artifact made on core, flake, blade, and scraper were found. Noticeable features including retouching, most importantly, and also pointed tips along with position and number of notches on each artifact, with again portraits significant variance. Now there are 6 scrapers which are ranging from in size from 1.1 centimeter to 1.7 centimeter, and exhibits the retouching on either or on double margin. Next, burins. A total of 5 burins were recovered, 4 made of quartz and 1 made of chert. Then retouched artifacts. These are the artifacts basically this category is so called because based on the shape and their other feature, these artifacts could not be placed under any standard or accepted lithic artifact variety. And there are 10 retouched artifacts we have found from this region. And also if we are going to the first whole assemblage, microlithic assemblage, the last row is basically flakes or byproducts of this microlithic technology, what we call. Yeah. After exploring Chandramoy Hill, its adjoining region was also explored in a limited manner due to time constraints. 2 of the previously explored and reported sites were again revisited, namely the Lolateshwari Tila and Nachpahari. Both the sites were explored by Directorate of Archaeology and Museum. Later, it was the State Archaeological Museum of West Bengal. In between 1968 and 1973, produced late Stone Age tools of Mesolithic periods back then was referred as. So the site of Lolateshwari Tila, basically it is
we are short of time. Will you please wrap it?
Yes. I'm coming to my end of my presentation. Just a few minutes. Yeah. So the site of Lolateshwari is a large lateritic hill behind the Nolhateshwari temple. This is a very famous temple in Birbhum, Nolhateshwari temple. Behind this, we found the site. However, the present and remaining upland portion of the Tila, right at the middle of a densely populated modern-day habitation, is known by the name of Borgidanga locally. A very limited portion of the tila or the danga could be explored because a rest of the part presented a very steep and undulating topography covered in thick vegetation, making movement across it extremely difficult. Nevertheless, the explorable portion of the danga yielded a limited but variety of lithic assemblage, as you can see in the screen. Next, I'm going to the region of Nach Pahari. It is also explored by DM, but unfortunately, during this course of exploration, Nach Pahari did not yield any type of lithic assemblage. Now, Kangla Pahari, apart from this, Kangla Pahari and Lakshmi Narayanpur, these are the two sites where also visited. No previously published literature has any mention of these two places, which in broader context of the region as a whole seemed unexplored till now. These are the two sites. And now the Kangla Pahari is basically also the name Pahari attached to it is a lateritic upland, is covered by thick vegetation, but it still retains quite a height, just like Nach Pahari, and required a steep climb to reach the top. The surrounding area is under agricultural activity and modern day construction work. The hill yielded small-sized quartz chunk, suggesting the presence of the stone here. And these are the lithic assemblage. And there are very few, four lithics we have been found. Then coming to the next site, Lakshmi Narayanpur, situated at a considerable distance.
Yes, Shanjukta, I'm really sorry. I have to stop you because, we already have 20 minutes.
Okay, then this is the Lakshmi Narayanpur, and these are the lithic assemblage of the Lakshmi Narayanpur. And yeah, this is my last slide. This is the conclusion or discussion portion. The primary archaeological signature taken into account while studying the hunter-gatherer people is the lithic. Therefore, its presence, occurrence, and finding leaves one with no doubt that the context was a part of the landscape they had used. Thus, the lithic occurrence at Chandramohi Hill and the adjoining regions encountered during the recent exploration gave a good hope to the preliminary investigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjukta. Though there is some compulsion, that's why you couldn't. But summary, we understand that you discovered some sites with some microliths, and they are made on chart and quartz mainly. So now I open the discussion, but I will not be able to give much time here for discussion. If anybody has some precise question actually related to our paper, I can ask. Is there anybody to ask her any question? Please.
Okay. So there's no questions. I just want to ask a very quick question. Really fascinating, wonderful discoveries, two sites. Really microliths are really fantastic that we don't see very much in Bengal. Yeah, there are many things we will discuss in the later period, and we will be connected with you also.
Yeah,
I just wanted to, I wonder, you didn't present any fossil wood. Didn't you find any fossil wood, or isn't there any fossil wood there? Did you see any fossil wood there?
So basically, no, we didn't have any kind of clue of fossil wood. Basically, I don't think in Eastern India, like West Bengal, fossil wood can find from any side, but actually also provided that it is a very preliminary stage. Our research is on very preliminary stage. So yeah, in future, I think we will find some more artifacts or something else to describe the site more beautifully. Yeah.
Thank you.
Also, I would like to tell that previous reports have only mentioned the name of the region without providing any detailed description or specific location. The study aims to basically revisit or re-explore the area documenting the microlithic occurrences while addressing a set of key questions in our mind. But one important objective is to place the region within a definite chronological framework also in the relation to other microlithic sites in Bengal. We hope that we and I and Shefta also hope that through this study we were able to answer at least some of the fundamental questions about the region, while also trying to identify new avenues for research, further research in the future.
Yeah. Fantastic. You have already done nice. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
Sir.
you, Sanjukta, for nice presentation
Thank
and
you,
new
sir.
discovery.
Thank you, my
Sir,
pleasure.
And look, Abu
I am
Siddiq,
to
that region is mainly, it's a
Sir,
igneous
I
type
want to say
rock.
something.
Jayanto,
Hello, sir. Sir,
just one question,
minute.
just very short
Hello,
time.
Sanjukta.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you are wrong. Actually, fossilized artifacts are different many sites at West Bengal. Please find the reference from
Okay.
Archaeology of Eastern
Maybe.
India. Archaeology
Yeah.
of Eastern India by Dilip Kumar Chakraborty. I know this kind of site, 11 Mile Birbhum, or yes, a microlith site besides the Shantiniketan. I forgot, but there are many sites.
Oh, sir, actually,
Fossilized
yeah.
artifacts discovered.
I forgot.
Okay.
I forgot. It is my
Okay.
mistake. Yes, I forgot.
Okay,
Now
no
I
problem,
can
no
remember.
problem.
Now I can remember. Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Yeah, Professor Jayanto, what he is saying that Dilip Chakraborty sir has discovered some site at near 11 Mile. That landscape is completely different that where you are Chandramayi Hills. These
Yeah.
Chandramayi Hills are igneous type of outcrop,
Yes.
and you'll find chart and quartz that is very natural.
Yes.
And raw as a raw material. So people of microliths they make, and you try to find some datable matches. That's the important in future.
Yes.
That I can say, okay, this much.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you
Sure,
for the nice paper. Thank you for the great discussion, Deepu and Jayanto. And I like to invite Ravi Shankar Paul Rothi to present his paper. Please. Ravi Shankar Palroti, we are waiting to listen what you find in Kaptai region, whether it is there are human-made artifacts or raw materials.
Thank you so much, sir. So I am going to start my presentation now. Good morning, everyone. Good morning from Bangladesh. I am Ravi Shankar Paul Rothi, and I am going to actually going to tell about my research on the topic of like an observation of fossil presence in Kaptai Lakeshore, a connection to ancient humans. So actually, it was my original fieldwork from Rangamati, and when I started my own work, I wanted to find two questions: the paleo-environmental reconstruction, and the second question is the ancient human connection. So, first of all, I want to acknowledge some people, my parents and my friend Bipin Chakman, the people of Rangamati, who actually helped me with that. Actually helped me with that local. Can you please? Someone's mic is on. Can you please off this mic? Extremely sorry.
Yes,
Yeah.
carry on. Yes.
So thank you so much. So actually from the local information and my beloved teachers, Professor Syed Mohammad Kamrul Hasan, Professor Jayant Singh Roy, and Associate Professor Sabiqur Nahar ma'am. And I have talked with Elizabeth Wheeler from NC State University for my paleobotanical identification too, and I took some microscopic analysis help from Geological Survey of Bangladesh. That's why thank you Asma ma'am and MS Bashar sir from BCSR and Arful Chaman sir from Geological Survey of Bangladesh. So now for contents, I actually divided my contents into total 10 parts. First of all, I will set the stage with the prehistory of Bangladesh, then the background, the whole background from Tripura to Irrawaddy Valley, and from to Bangladesh, and I'll go through the objectives. I'll show you the research location, the Kaptai Lakeshore area. Then I'll go to the main point, fossil, then the paleo environment, the river delta, and finally the microscopic analysis with the ancient human connection. And then I'll conclude with limitations, our future dual track work, and with other confirmations. So first of all, for introduction, the prehistory of Bangladesh, we know that Bangladesh has a rich multi-layered prehistory from like Paleolithic side to Mesolithic, then Neolithic. And here the Neolithic period is the key actually, because from Neolithic period we can find the like raw material and the polished Neolithic tools. So according to Professor Hogg, Professor Asan, that there was some key challenges. But before that, we have mainly two sites in Bangladesh from Neolithic period. These are the Lalmai Hills and the Chaklapunji. And the key challenge that time was that we know that Bengal data is a vast alluvial plain. So actually making high quality nappable stone like chart or flint was virtually non-existent that time. So that was really a big challenge for the Neolithic people. So what did they do? So the Neolithic people actually found a wonderful solution for that. The populations adapted by using silicified fossil wood as a primary raw material for their polish tools. So that's the first point from my introduction. Then we'll go through the background, the regional fossil wood context. So actually, I want you all to think about a time when the whole area was a borderless. There was no India, Myanmar, and Bangladesh. There was only the sites there. So first of all, I have 4 sites and my research site pointing out in this map. We can see a whole overview from that. So actually the fossil wood is abundant in New Guinea, like from Pliocene geological formations and across the region. And according to Professor Jayanta Singh Rai and Professor Asan, that there are confirmed Neolithic sites are fossil wood tools, and the raw material debitage are found in the direct association. And according to Professor Hajarika, that the geologically and culturally these places are contagious, and the Neolithic sites in these valleys yield the similar fossil wood tool assemblages, like the culturally same identification, you can say. And for Iravathi Valley, it's a bit far, but it is actually in the same geological formation, same belt. The famous Iravathi group contains one of the largest Pleistocene fossil wood deposits. So it demonstrates a vast regional paleoforest, which is actually needed for our paleo-environmental reconstruction. And finally, the yellow point, the research site, the Kaptai lecture is geographically near and geologically similar to these 4 known sites. So after that, what objectives and what methodology did I use? So I had threefold objectives. I documented the presence, context, and distribution of fossil wood. It was a field first work and field first experience for me. And I tried to analyze and identify the material and its paleo environment. And I tried to assess the site's potential as a prehistoric raw material. And for methodology, I used the systematic pedestrian survey, the photography documentation, and GPS collection. And I tried to do the GPS geospatial mapping for a comparative analysis. And the most important thing, the microscopic and chemical analysis, petrographic thin section analysis, and last of all, the comparative analysis with published literatures. So this is the actually the wider view on the right side, and the focused view on the left side with geographic coordinates. It's Kaptai Lakeshore. From the right map, you can see it's in the Rangamati Hill district, and you can see the whole Kaptai Lake here. So actually, the first thing we should know that Kaptai is a man-made reservoir flooding the Kolnafuli river system. So it is a critical information for us, for geoarchaeologists, and we must know that the water levels are actually fluctuating, especially in dry season. It exposed fresh geological sections. So it helped me to extract the fossil woods from this site, from the river bed. And I plotted the samples here, like sample 1 to sample 14. I had total 14 different places with hundreds of fragments, like from little fragments to like 10-foot trunk. So it is this is the actual location, and for that we will go for the fossil wood type and context of the first observation. For the first observation, we should say that you can see 2 pictures. pictures. That was first one is the sample one, and the second one is the sample 4. We found I found a large quantities of silicified wood, like from small fragments to large trunks, like about 10 feet large trunks, and the appearance is like grayish white to yellowish, retaining clear botanical structure. And the confirmed type is silicified angiosperm, which means hardwood. But I initially thought about a probable ID Grutoxylon and a Cardiaceae family, which can be the actual idea of these fossils. And I have two contexts. The primary context is the angular fragments weathering from bedrock. This is the sample 1 you can see. And the secondary context is the rounded cobbles in loose sand. This is the sample 4. So further we'll know about the context in my further slides, and you can see some in situ pictures of the fossil sites there from samples, like from sample 5 and sample 13. And after that, for a paleo-environment river data, that's my first interpretation of with my confirmed findings. So actually, the sediments and fossils suggest a fluvial detritic paleo-environment, like from Neogen period at this site. And the sedimentary evidence are like alternating layers of sandstone, siltstone, and claystone. And in that case, we know that if it's actually textbook definition of characteristic of Tipum sandstone formation. And for microscopic proof for wood type, I saw the presence of vessels, and which means it's hardwood. And the presence of vessels and hardwood directs us to the tropical and temperate forest system. And for mineralogy, we found quartz-based silicification, which also points out the sand-rich river system. So in that case, I am thinking that the whole area was ancient paleo river system, and there was an ancient forest system in the river band, which actually reconstruct the whole construct the whole paleo river paleo environment and a paleo river delta in that case. And after that, I want to show you the microscopic analysis, the visual proof. So first of all, the preservation. Our analysis confirms the permineralization, where minerals have replaced the original organic structure cell by cell. So in that case, I took the help of Dr. Bashar, principal scientist from BCSR. He helped me with the same image, like which show the preserved vessels like angiosperm and hardwood. And for the thin section petrography, we can see the dark circles, which actually directs us to the the dark circles you can see, which can actually directs us to the hardwood or the angiosperm. So these are the two types of evidence we can see here. But here is one thing we should know, that the wood's anatomy is preserved, but the quality is not that much good. It's a bit poor, and the making definitive identification is difficult from here. I even talked with Elizabeth Wheeler, so I consulted with her, and she said we must have some better samples in that case. So for that, we really need to do further analysis with a better sample. So going to the next slide. I am now going to tell about the chemical and mineralogical analysis, the proof of silicification. So our finding one is the chemical. The EDX analysis confirms the sample is 91% silica, silicon dioxide. So you can see the EDX graph on the left of your left side, that there are two massive peaks of silicon, one massive peaks of silicon here and another massive peak of oxygen. And from our smart quant result, we know that the oxygen is 41% in weight and silicon is 51. So we can confirm that it is 91% silica, and it must be the silicified wood, which we found from Moinamoti, and which we found from the Chaklapunji. And from the cross-polarized light thin section, we can see that the saltpeter texture, which is the classic signature of quartz. And we know that if a mineral replacing mineral, this microcrystalline quartz, which is chalcedony, it also it also directs us to the Tipum sandstone formation. So we actually can confirm that the fossils are from Tipum sandstone formation. After that, for the botanical identification, it is actually not confirmed. At first, with the comparative analysis, like the past work from Sita Kundo about the botanical identification of fossilwood, I thought it is the Glutoxylon Anacardiaceae family, which is from the mango and cashew family, ancient. But for better review and with my own transverse section and other microscopic analysis, I reached to Dr. Elizabeth Wheeler from North Carolina State University. So she reviewed it and she said we can't be sure about vessels from the sample. So in that case, we need a better sample and we need further analysis for a from this better sample. And the identification will help us to know a lot further. So the final thing, the ancient human connection. So how can it connect to the ancient humans? So I have some supporting evidence, but the first hypothesis is like the Kaptai Lakeshore being a dense and accessible source of highly silicified wood was a potential raw material source or a procurement site for Neolithic populations. So I have 5 supporting evidence. The first one is the proximity. The site is actually near to the established Neolithic complexes, the Lalmai, Chaklapunji, even from Tripura. And for known toolkit, according to Professor Jayanta Shingroy and Professor Kamrul Hasan, both sites use silicified fossil wood for polished tools. That's another similarity. And for material identity, our analysis confirms Kaptai has the exact material, silicified wood, and from the exact geological formation, the Tipam sandstone, used for these tools. And for resource scarcity, like according to Professor Hawk, Professor Roy, and Professor Kamrul Hasan, even from Professor Manjir Hazarika, we know that the fossil wood was the only viable local stone-like material. So it is an important point for us to know that this is the thing we are looking for. And actually, fossil woods actually are scarce at that time, so it can direct us to a new discovery. So the final one is the geological context and the behavioral pattern. So in that case, we can directly look into the Chaklapunji. The Chaklapunji is a sandy riverbed full of fossil wood that Neolithic people are known to have exploited. And we are trying to find if the Kaptai fossil wood deposit is exploited by ancient humans even or not. So actually, it's the same kind of Chaklapunji sandy riverbed system, the Kaptai Lakeshore site. So I can think it's a great evidence for me for look for further work there. And for implications, there is a high possibility of associated undiscovered Neolithic activity like debitage, workshops, or settlements in the vicinity. So we must go for a like hunting for that. And we know that the fossils are the like the fossils are the place where that time they used it's a cutting edge technology for them actually. And for limitation and hypothesis, no tools and cultural debitage found yet. I am repeating, no tools and cultural debitage found yet. This is why it remains a potential source and not a confirmed quarry. And we must differentiate the geological age like the Miocene age from the potential human use from the Neolithic period. And our future work is a two-part strategy. First of all, we should go for deep time paleoenvironmental reconstruction. We don't have the genocide, so in that case, we should like look for a better sample. And the next steps are advanced isotopic analysis to quantify climate and the X-ray spectrum microscopy for organic chemical signatures for physiology, because it will help us to even know that the dietary system of ancient animals, like what were the ancient herbivores used to eat. So knowing the physiology through X-ray spectrum microscopy will help us to build the ancient Pliocene like a forest ecosystem. And for the systemic archaeological survey, our next step is to go for a targeted search for Neolithic artifacts like tools and debitage. And our goal is to confirm the site as a Neolithic raw material source. And the last of all, for conclusion, we have confirmed that the Kaptai Lakeshore contains a significant outcrop for silicified fossil wood like angiosperm type. And we have confirmed that the material is silicified by microcrystalline quartz and they associated with Miocene Tipam formation. And this site is a dual track opportunity, a rich paleoenvironmental archive to study deep time tropical ecosystem if better samples can be found, and a potential archaeological source for Neolithic raw materials. And our critical next steps are a parallel investigation of both paleobotanical and archaeological records. This will help us to know actually the no is a good answer for the archaeological research, that the human people are not exploited the fossil site. And if we found anything yet, yes, we are going to have another fossil artifacts, another prehistoric site for Bangladesh. That's it. Thank you so much. Thank you all. And that's all my references. Thank you.
Okay,
Unmute.
Roti.
Yeah, unmute,
Okay.
unmute. Yeah. I think Professor Asan is, yeah. So is there anybody? Is there any question? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
I
you.
have no question. I have just one.
Sir, we are only we don't get any comments. We just have questions. If you have any questions, ask questions. No comments.
Okay. No comments.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay.
if you have any questions to the presenters, so
Okay.
I think we have time for that, not for comments. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Abu Bakr Siddiq.
Thanks, sir, for your understanding.
Okay. Ravi Shankar Rathi, fantastic presentation. Actually, my question is, do you find any artifacts there?
No, sir. That's why on the right side that we are looking for the raw materials. Actually, the debites that can be a primary potential source, but still now no artifacts yet.
Okay. Thank you.
Ataur Rahman.
Thank you, sir. It is the fantastic presentation because it is the more relation with me because it is the Kornopuli and Sitakundo are same area. My question to presenter: are you visiting Sitakundo and Halda Valley?
Sir, I didn't visited the place. I actually had some information about the you are saying about the fossil wood found from the Sitakundo by Pule and Davis, this like a glutoxylon. So I have known for this, and I am planning to go there too.
I invite you to my department of archaeology within short time, and then you visit in Halda Valley and Sitakundo. I interest with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Roti. It's a nice presentation. I hope my colleagues and here all attendees have enjoyed that. And I hope that you are going to find some tools there, inshallah. And
Thank you so much, sir.
just you need to identify those. That's nothing. You can take me or you can take Joyanto with you, and inshallah, and you even Abu Bakr Siddiq also. You can ask
Sir,
him.
I am
Dr.
planning to
Attar also
take
ask
both
him.
of you actually in this site.
So we can make a team and we can visit the site, and we'll definitely identify some tools. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you
sir.
for a nice presentation. I must conclude that. Now I just want to invite Colin Lofra, okay? Colin Lofra for his presentation, and what he will come to know, what he will discover this season in the great Mahastangar archaeological site. Please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So I'm online. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes, perfectly.
Yes, we
perfectly.
hear you.
You're audible.
Okay, so
We hear you,
I will...
but we don't see you.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, it's it's normal. I switched
Now
the
we
camera.
see you. Now we see you. Yeah.
So yes,
Yeah.
it's
Okay. Go
normal.
ahead, Colin. Yeah. Thanks.
And okay, I will try to share the screen. Is it okay? Could you see the screen?
Yeah, we see you. We see your screen too.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So thank you, Professor Hassan, for the introduction. So I will lead you now to a much more so-called early historical period, not the prehistorical or Neolithical ones, because I will present to you the preliminary results of the last research program conducted on the area called southeast of Bagherid-Bita. So in the site of Mahastangar. So a work conducted by a joint archaeological team, so Bangladeshi and French archaeological team. So I'm the only presenter, even if we are many to be, of course, involved in this project, but we are currently conducting excavations, so I was the only one who was available. So that I will pass briefly because you have only 15 minutes. So I think that all of you are aware of the topography and the landscape of the ancient Bengal. Just for the people who might not know Mahastangar, so it's located in the northwestern part of Bangladesh. So here you have a map showing on the right and on the left the fortified site of Mahastan. So it's a fortified site with a ramparts walls of 1.5 kilometers long and 1 kilometers on the length. It has been built along the Karatara River. And before, in the ancient time, it was a very, very big river, and now it's just a very small river. But I will come back to that topic later. So just to summarize, it's a site which has a very long occupation, probably from 5th, 4th century BCE for sure, until today. And almost all of the chronological period are represented in the site. Just to remember also a few things, so this joint collaboration has been set up in 1992, and it's Professor Jean-François Salle, who passed away in 2023, who was the leader of the excavation until 2013. Where Vincent Lefebvre and I, we took the lead. But then, so the mission worked on 3 specific areas in the site. So the first one was located on the eastern rampart. It was the first phase of the excavation, and the goal was to establish proper chronology of the site and of the rampart through C14 dates mostly. Then the second phases of occupation was carried out on the Mazar area, and the goal was to fulfill the chronology of the site for the early medieval and the medieval periods, because those layers were quite disturbed in the eastern rampart part. And then the third phase of excavations, so the one, so me, I started to work in the mission in 2010, 2011. And in 2014, I became the field director in a way, along with my Bangladeshi colleagues, of course. And yeah, so I will, oops, here. We decided to work on the southeast part of Bagherid-Bita because we noticed that you have a north-south axis connecting the northern part of the site and a door, or yeah, a gate, and a temple, the Govindabita temple to the north, connecting with the southern gate in Mazar and with another sanctuary called Mogadasha. And so we thought, okay, you clearly have an axis, so maybe you have a road, or what do you have? So which kind of circulation do you have between all the big monuments? And especially because you have this huge temple complex, which is called Bagherid-Bita. I don't know if you can see the arrow, but it's here, Bagherid-Bita here. And on SCB, so yeah, and you have the Eastern Rampart excavation here. So we tried to select an area in between in order to understand what was the connection practically between these two big sites. Knowing that the Eastern Rampart was not really religious, but Baigari Bida was, it's really complex of temples. So that was the goal. Here you have a general plan of SCB excavation. This plan has been done in 2022. So you can see here you have a very big brick platform, and so it's my colleague Antoine Darchambault who did all the photogrammetry and all the topographic and then drawing work. And actually this brick platform was completely full and it's Ken Dixit who did this shaft here, for this hole here in between the brick platform, trying to find if there were something, so a bit like a stupa. And yeah, so we decided to open different square to test the area and to understand which kind of settlements you have there. Here you have a much more complex map, but you have all the year where we have been excavated. So what is interesting is that you have on the west, you have a small temple here, excavated by our colleague in 2019. And then you have the brick platform here. And so we decided to, so yeah, we checked. And yeah, during January-Feb 2025, we excavated those reddish square here to see what you have in between the different sectors. So what is great in Mahastan now is that you have more than 30 years of research and you have a lot of C14 dates. And for SCB, you do have also a lot of C14 dates, AMS, and a few classic dates also. So that means that we have a kind of a good chronotypological framework for also the discoveries. But that took time, of course. And what is important is that we find mostly habitation units in this area. So we didn't find any plan looking like temple or something like that. So it's probably all habitations. We didn't find a lot of slags also, just one or two or randomly like that spread out. So we don't think that it was really a workshop especially, but maybe a marketplace or habitations. And the most ancient construction has been built during the 4th century BCE, 4th, 3rd century BCE. And yeah, most of the structures belong to this so-called early historical period, so from the 4th BCE up to 5th, 6th century CE. And we do not have many layers actually from the 5th, 6th century CE. So we still have the same problem that Shahadin Sen faced for his PhD. So we were hoping to find some, but it's really difficult actually to get still. So here you can see some of the discoveries. So it's the usual set of objects going with the early historical occupation. So the so-called Shunga plates, a lot of pottery. So we have more or less 200,000 potsherds minimum. So we have, yeah, actually, if we count totally, we probably are up to 300,000 or 400,000 because we didn't have time to study all of it yet. So here it's this kind is this here, for instance, you have a big building. So we clearly have a different layer of occupation during the historical period. So different phases of occupation clearly. Sometimes those phases are not very distant in time. So you probably have a first phase during the first century BCE, and then a second one during the first century CE, because the size of the bricks sometimes are exactly similar. But here, so you have the first wall here and the first building here, and then this building has been extended actually, but with exactly the same kind of bricks. This is just a floor that we kept, so it's nothing special. Many potsherds. So a lot of pits, but also flat jars that are broken on a layer of occupation like that. So for some also small phases, so you have tiles with holes, but the early historical ones, not the medieval ones. Especially, yeah, I'm talking about the medieval ones because in South India you have a typology of the tiles, but here for the north, for Bengal, ancient Bengal, so you have the typical tiles with the hole, and you have many post hole in the masonry. So you probably have an elevations in perishable material for sure for the walls. So here is just to show you, yeah, so we have many, well, so of course we have a stratigraphy, and you have walls up to, which are dated up to even the 14th century for the top, the most top ones. So we are working now on the chronology, proper chronology and stratigraphy of all those walls. Yeah, last year also the goal was to reach the Baharind, and we did it. So this is the starting of the Baharind, and the Baharind, like in the Eastern Rampart, probably has been cut also, or at least you have here a kind of a pit with very organic soil and kagomati, as we said. But then we didn't find pottery anymore, but we find potsherds on the top of this Baharind. Yeah, we find also walls in mud, so just before the brick ones. Yeah, I'm going quickly. We find many fine black slipped ware. So I call it that to make the difference with the proper northern black polished ware, which is much more produced in the Middle Ganga Valley. But clearly it's a kind of a cousin of the NBP. So I had many debates with Sharmi Chakraborty about that, and we agreed that it's yeah, it's probably locally made, but it's not looking exactly like the NBP, the proper NBP that you can find in the Middle Ganges Valley. But what is really interesting in Mahassan, but also in other sites in Bangladesh for that period, is that you have also the so-called related ware, which is made with the same clay actually than the fine black slipped, and you have this related decoration present also on some shoulders actually of some jars or pots. So that is really something specific. And of course, a lot of sandy, so the so-called common wares here. What is interesting in the lowest layer is that we find also wall or floor, because it's still difficult to define, in a fired clay, kind of yeah, level that has been used for a kind of maybe activity, firing activity or something, but we didn't find any slags really. But the clay is a bit fired like that. And we found two very big jar, and those layers are anterior, so have been done before the construction of the platform. We think that the platforms belong to the early medieval period. It's not possible now to tell if it's from the 8th century CE or 9 or 10 or 11th century CE. That is still too difficult. But in these two big jars, we found many small cups, more than 60, 70. And we found also a wooden beam intact, completely held on the floor, on the layer. So we work also with the restorer conservator to preserve all of that. And yeah, so many jars, clearly, with installations like that. hold like that. I'm going quickly. It's just to give you a hint of what we discovered. For the early medieval layers and later, we do find some structures, of course, some walls with reused bricks, some wells, a lot of wells here. So this photogrammetry, orthophotogrammetry has been done also by my colleagues, donc Antoine d'Archambault. Yeah, so that was just to show you. Yeah, so this last year we decided to open 2 trenches here to see what's happening between these temples and this very densely occupied area. And we found actually, so on the top we found a layer probably very late, maybe also 20th century CE layer of occupation with a lot of post-hole. But below we found the kunda, and clearly the margin of a kunda. So first we thought that, okay, maybe that can be a drain, but no, we realized that it was just the limit of the kunda. Here you have, you have the profile. So of course we have all the stratigraphy and things, but we are still working on that, waiting for the last C14 dates. So what are the key points of SCB excavations? You have a stratigraphy from the Barint up to the 20th century, because Ken Dixit briefly, not really excavate, but yeah, made a very big trench over there. You have so far 24 calibrated C14 dates. You have many walls of which the plan look like habitation units. You have a lot of potteries, Shunga plagues, a few coins, nails, but very few remarkable objects. Actually, we have a few beads also, but for the object, it's very poor in a way. Most of the things we have potteries. So the sector is very important for the water management because we find many wells, a few drains, and this ancient condo. And we are still working on the relationship between the proper function of this area and the relationship between the brick platform and the small temple and then the Bagrid Vita. And finally, yeah, we noticed a lot in common with the Eastern Rampart excavations. So those habitation units, the way of the building has been done, the pottery also. So there are many things in common with the Eastern Rampart excavations. Yeah, and very briefly, yeah, this is a program that we have conducted recently. So we restarted actually the geomorphological study of Mahastan and the Karatara River. But the proper, so geomorphological study, but with sedimentary acquisition and processed. Because you had studies conducted so on the environment with the description of the landscape and the things, but here you really do have sedimentary acquisitions. So we analyze all the samples in France, and it's Johan Chabot who is the head of this program. And that has changed. So we have acquisition with the Hogger. We have, of course, descriptions. And we try to understand the link between the Karatara River and the citadel with the settlement in the region. So trying to connect also the peri-urban site around the citadel and the Karatara River, and also the water management, also within the citadel and outside, of course. So this is a program which is going on right now. If you want to know more about that, so we have published in Geoarchaeology the first article. The second one is in preparation. And yes, so I thank you for your attention. I hope that I kept time.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, thank you. Sir, you should be unmuted. You're muted, so unmute your microphone, sir.
It was a nice presentation, and it's so much informations are there about our history. I found very interesting, and as well as the geomorphological condition, changing condition, and the things also I have observed. Thank you for a nice presentation. Now I would like to I'd like to throw this discussion in the virtual audience. You can ask any comment or any question. Thank you. Is there anybody?
I think there's no question yet, but I have some.
Dr. Yes, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Atul.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Colin. Nice presentation. My question, have you planned to next time in northern or western part are you excavate?
Yeah, actually, because I had only 15 minutes, so but yes, so we started, so we did it actually.
Right.
So we did it in a northwest part. We did it 3 small test pits. And and also in southwestern part, we started this year. So SCB, we decided to stop the excavation on SCB because it was okay. You can continue actually for many years, but we have like everyone limited budget, and so the research question was okay, what's happening on the western? So it's going on.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ataur. Dr. Abu Bakr Siddiq, please.
Yeah. So I was telling like it's a massive site, very massive site. And on behalf of people in Bengal, I should thank you for your great effort and then thank you. I just wanted to ask you you mentioned like 200,000 potsherds. That is super massive. I mean, how do you study this? Or do you have any, I mean, is there any catalog, pottery catalog or index you are thinking or producing?
For my PhD thesis, I did actually a catalog based on the material found on Madzar excavations. The thing is that we thought that this should be published in the Madzar report, so we are finalizing it now, working with our Bangladeshi colleagues, so it will come up. Yes, we discuss about maybe making another project, so they will be there. So when I registered the pottery, because I'm excavating and I'm also working on the pottery analysis, so I'm doing both. The idea, so I'm using an index that I have set up. And yes, of course, the idea will be to enlarge this index. So we are working with the Department of Archaeology in Bangladesh. Those are our main partner. And that will be the idea. The problem is that it's also costly. So we are thinking currently about a solution, maybe to create this. That will be my dream, actually, to have a big Bengal pottery index. But we need to ask for fundings for that, and we need to have participation and to think about a system where everyone could maybe, like a big database, and everyone could check or could enrich the database with their own data and cross-check the information. But step by step.
Yeah. Thanks.
Is there anybody?
So, sir, maybe somebody raised a hand. Mahid Rahman. Yep, Mahid
Yes,
Rahman.
Mahid.
I want to.
Mahid,
Yes, I want to ask a question.
You can ask a question. Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Yes. My question is there any findings in the Boiragirvita region that actually fosters our scientific understanding about the site and encounters the local myths?
Yeah, so what do you mean exactly? The local needs? So what is important for the understanding of the site, you mean, or?
Actually, there are some legend stories about the Boiragirvita site.
Yes. Okay, I understand. Yeah. Well, let's say that Well, it's difficult to see any archaeological matching with the local, with the folk, actually. I mean, for now, it's too difficult because, yeah, you have a lot of legend, and also the Sanskrit name, Bhagarit Bita, is the hill of Shiva, probably, of the Ermites or something, but it's really difficult to see the connection. And what is also what we have to keep in mind, and we're working on that also, is that the Bhagarit Vita temple are also are dated from the early medieval period, and so we should have a chronological settlement occupation map, because the area changed over the centuries, and so the date of Bhagarit Vita, we have to check in the citadel what you have belonging to the same period to understand actually at the same time what do you have. But for now, no, it's not. Yeah, it's really difficult to see any connection for now.
Thanks.
Is there anybody? Okay. Colin, Dr. Colin, just for my curiosity, I want to ask a question to you, not as a chair, just a
Please.
journalist. Do you find any evidence of tectonic movement, like tiltation and this sort of thing? And that's what is that tectonic movement can be a reason for leaving that site, this sort of things. If you have any evidence,
Yeah,
you
we did a lot in Mazar. That in Mazar we find many evidences of seismic tectonic activity, actually. So that has been studied by Bruno Elie and a team. And on SCB, it's we do have few examples, but not much. Actually, it's not like on Madzar, and Madzar it's clearly occupied for a later period, and yes, we believe that this tectonic or seismic activity has led to a partial abandonment of the site instead of the Islamic conquest, as we said all the time, and so it's a much more complex situation. And clearly, the site has been reoccupied, but you know that, but the site has been occupied also after that, and during the Sultanate period, and maybe also the Mongol period. So yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your nice presentation, Colin. And we hope your cooperation will be continued to interpret our history, and it will contribute a lot to authentic history of our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I just want to thank all of my our attendees here, and those who presented their paper here, and especially Manjil Hazarika for his keynote speech. And with this introduction, I want to conclude this session. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. It's now time to take a snapshot. So would you all make sure your camera is on?
Yeah.
So we can
for
have
this
a
session, yeah. And after that, we go for lunch break until 1 o'clock. Yeah. And Colin will be chairing next session. Colin, don't yes. Yeah. So you are muted. We don't hear you. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, I'm ready. My food is ready actually. So like that, I don't have to cook for the lunch.
Perfect. Yeah. So are you taking snapshots, technical team? Are you taking? Hello?
Yes. I
okay,
think.
take. Look, we are smiling. We are posing. So take snapshots.
Just a minute.
So technical team you take. Yeah, perfect, wonderful.
It's done. Hasan Habib, it's done. Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you listening me also. Thank you all.
So see you
Thank
in
Thank you so
20.
much.
See
Thank
you
you.
all in 20 minutes again. Yeah. So the link will be active. It won't be shut. So it will be like running. So yeah. So but we will be sitting here after 20 minutes, right?
Yes, we will
Right,
back on 13 BD time.
Yeah, 1 o'clock. Yeah. So technical team, you just lunch break. Perfect. So we leave and see you in 20 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Bye.
হয়তো নামাজের জন্য একটু বেশি সময় যাবে আমাদের। থ্যাংক ইউ।
টাইমটা তো একটু কম হয়ে গেল।
So I don't know, it's 1 p.m., at least in Bangladesh. So I will wait for the other co-organizers and then maybe we will start. Maybe in the meantime, I can already introduce Professor Yosuke Furuisan.
Hey, Colin, just a minute, Colin. Lami, you can start.
Really? Okay, ma'am. Good noon, everyone. Welcome to our second session, Epigraphy and Iconography. In this session, we will explore how inscriptions and visual symbols deepen our understanding on historical and cultural contexts. We are honored to have Dr. Colin Lofra as our session chair and Dr. Ryosuke Furui as our keynote speaker. We will also be joined by Tuli Guho Mojumdar, Anupam Saha, and Nusrat Jahan Roshni and her team. A gentle reminder to all presenters, you will have 15 minutes for your presentation, followed by 10 minutes of discussion. A reminder will be given after 10 minutes of your talk. Please make sure to turn on your video while presenting, and all other participants are requested to keep their microphones muted during the presentation. After each presentation, we will take a group snapshot, so please make sure your video is on at that time. Let's begin the session with a warm welcome to our chair, keynote speaker, and presenters.
So thank you very much for the introduction. So I don't know if Professor Yosuke Furui needs really an introduction anymore, but still. So he's professor at the Institute for Advanced Studies on Asia at the University of Tokyo. He's a very well-known epigraphist, specialized in Bengal inscription found in Bengal country, let's say like that. And he published in 2020 a famous book now, who became a classic, Land and Society in Early South Asia, Eastern India, 400 to 1250 AD. And I think I will leave the floor to Ryosuke Furui-san. So like that, we will try to keep the time. So please, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Corinne, for nice and fabulous introduction. And I'd like to also thank organizers, especially Dr. Abu Siddiq, for arranging such an interesting occasion. So now let me start my lecture today.
So please, the other presenter, could you mute your mic, please?
Okay, so now I'll start without any delay. So today I'd like to talk about epigraphic studies of early Bengal current state and prospect, and its introduction. So you may have already known recent surge of especially last 3 decades of discovery and publication of inscriptions of early Bengal, and they are duly incorporated into the history of Bangladesh
Professor Frui, you have unmute your mic.
Sorry.
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay, now it's working. So anyway, you have seen anyway last 3 decades recent surge of discovery and publication inscription, and fully incorporated into history of Bangladesh, 2 volumes, and also my own works. But actually, we have still more discoveries and backlogs, and many to be edited and published. But more important question is, what history can we write from those inscriptions? It means what questions will we pose on them and get answers from them. So in this presentation, I'd like to review those inscriptions and suggest possible directions of research and make it homework for myself and present to future scholars. Okay, to move. So, and about anyway, I'd like to concentrate on 3 areas of research. They are quite intensively aided in recent works and in connection with ERC Dharma project, to which I also belong. And now most of editions are available on this Dharma Reka database, so please check it later. First is land sale grants from 5th to 7th century. Second, inscriptions of Eastern Bengal, meaning subregions of Samatata, Shrihatta, Harikela from 6th to 13th century. And last is inscriptions of the Paras, 9th to 12th century. So I'll go to each of them. So first to pick up is land sale grants and its implications. So land sale grants, I just introduce shortly. They are particular kind of copper plates issued by local bodies under the Guptas or post-Gupta rulers who flourished in central and western and north Bengal, in which individuals apply for purchase of land for religious purposes, like donation to Hindu temples or Brahmanical temples or Brahmanas or Buddhist viharas. And it records procedures. So there is some application, verification, acceptance of cash and transfer of land. So I put it as a case of the Guptas. Here is that bigram copper plate of the time of Kumara Gupta, now held by Indian Museum. So there is particular individual like local peasant or Brahmanas or sometimes officials who ask body called Adikarana. He was sometimes there was case of she anyway would like to buy some land for religious purpose. So make petition. Then this Adikarana inquire to record keeper Pustapara whether this petition conform to local custom. So Pustapara verify it's fine. So then Adikarana gave land to this individual who pay money in form of cash in either gold or silver, dinar or rupaka. Then this individual donated to religious agents like temple or brahmanas those land. And because they record procedures of such incident, we could get information on local power relations and local customs and administration. And I fully use it for chapters 3 and 4 of my book, so you may consult that. And now we have actually many more copper plates than before. Here I put a list of land sale grants under the Guptas. So before we have no 11 till 30 years ago. Then we got 5 more, mostly thanks to hieroglyphs and hieroglyphs effort and his publication. So through this presentation, I put such kind of recently found inscription in green. And here I put BC and some number. It means they are already put in the database of Dharma. So BC represent for INS Bengal charters. So if you go to the site and you go to list of Bengal Kappa plates, you can find out those inscription alphabetically ordered according to name. So this is the situation of Nasser and the Guptas. And something not in our database, you can find still. SI is actually Sarkar's select inscriptions, volume 1. We haven't yet to put them on database, but we will do finally. Then there are land sale grants which was issued under the post-Gupta rulers who ruled Banga and Pundrabarnara and Bardhaman area. Their case also one anyway I edited here, Kotaipada plate, or otherwise they are done by Alloglyphs and my effort. We got 3 more. So at least we have 8 more kappa plates than before. So now I'd like to go to discussion about the implications of those inscriptions. One important thing is here, but Alloglyphs called Tabula Discrete Plate, date year 159 Gupta era, so around 470. So this one is only one case we found out of North Bengal, except one Nandapur plate from Bihar. So this is quite clear evidence of Gupta control of the area in West Bengal close to Orissa called Dandabukti later. And here there are some recipients were quite Kutumbin or peasant householders who constituted Vishaya Adhikarana. And this is a case of application by Vishayapati of Tavira, named Dobi Pasoma, and he applied it through his son Barahasoma. And it mentions some land purchased by them. And one is interestingly, Raja Matya Brahmana Guhadaman. So it have more interesting fact, but anyway, this is a case of official applying for land purchase to Adhikarana, membered by influential Kutumbins. So this case is quite comparable with Nandapur plate dated to year 169 Grapta era as a official applying for land. And the question is, how much it can be different from the cases in North Bengal. And this question, I keep it for other people. I may answer later. But anyway, this is one of homework. And actually, about administration, we have many more interesting cases, which I also dealt with, but it can be dealt with again by other people. It means more complicated case. So, Raktamara plate number 1, year 159 interesting again. This one's case, this is a case of reapplication. So, there's one, Mahamatra is kind of official, Subarchasadasa, who purchased land from, applied for purchase land to BT Adhikarana and given it to the Brahmana Nandabhuti in Govardhanaka grammar. But later, king donated this village itself to group of Brahmanas. So his land was infringed. So he made application to Uparika Brahmadatta. He was governor of Pundrabhadra Bhukti, upper administrative unit. And so this Brahmadatta consultation with his own official Adhikarana sent order to lower BT Adhikarana, and BT Adhikarana donate another land to Nandabhuti. So this is a troubled case, but because of that, we can detect chain of command and overlapping restrictions of administrative units in hierarchy. So there is some necessity to reconsider administrative system and procedures by incorporating such new evidence, and there can be more probably we can do with that. And another implication is religious landscape. So there is one plate called Shipunja Madhyama Srigarika Gramakuta Gohari plate because we don't know where it comes from, so we just name it after villages related with that inscription. So it records donation of land plots to 3 Jain Viharas in Shishi Punja, Madhyama Srigarika, and Gramakuta Gohari, those 3 villages. And we have earlier evidence of Jain Vihara in Jagadishpur plate, year 128, which record donation to Jain Vihara as one of those, including others were Temple of Sun. And there is Harpur plate 159, which mention donation to Jain Shramana Acharya and disciples and Zeha Vihara by a Brahmana couple. And also, according to Alloglyphs, we have one more kappa plate held by a private person, which seems to record similar kind of Jain donation. So we now know presence of Jain monastic organization in North Bengal stronger than supposed before. So there can be quite interesting discussion about the presence of Jain in North Bengal, and the question is what happened to them after that, because we seldom have any Jain evidence in the later period. And about discussion of Eastern Bengal, we have many backlogs and connections. So about backlogs, what I would like to mention is capable descriptions of Vainya Gupta. Here is actually so far unedited one. So we have two edited before, including my own. But we have two more, and one is Mainamati plate held by Department of Archaeology and given this accession number. And another is Urishiwaru plate, so-called Urishiwaru plate number 2, which that Shariful Islam thought to be plate of that data ruler, but actually it seems to be plate of Vainya Gupta, as this seal shows. And similarly, we have plate of Shuridaranata, published one is Kaidan plate, and other one is Urishiwaru plate. Once Shariful Islam anyway, edited, but it's not sufficiently good. And also we have so-called number 3 condition is this way. So they do not have good condition. Then about Kadogas also we have many backlogs. So here I put the kappa plate held by the Department of Archaeology, and they are notified and somehow brought of some text by that Kamarakanta Gupta, 1979. This one is Salman Bihara plate of Deva Kadoga. This one quite famous that Barabata's kappa plate. Then there seems one more plate of Kadogas according to seal and shape. But anyway, they are not yet properly edited. And about Ali Devas also, we have Salman Bihara plate of Ananda Deva, notified by Gupta, but still it's held in this shape in Department of Archaeology. And two more seemingly plate of seemingly Deva plate from Mainamati. This one is quite small one, and this one is somehow large, but unfortunately, condition is quite bad. So about backlogs, provenance is clear, and photographs are taken. My case anyway, I've taken, and I've seen many of them exhibited in online exhibition of Department of Archaeology, but condition of plates are not good enough due to corrosion. So we need of cleansing or application of new technology like RTI, and in that way, we had better clear up our backlogs. And the other thing connected with Eastern Bengal is inscription of Harikela, and which shows connection with Arakan and beyond. And Harikela is ancient name sub-region of Bengal, mostly corresponding to present Chittagong. I somehow marked around here. It's not exact. So this is a strip of land between the Bay of Bengal and the Arakan Yoma, and bordering Samatata to the northwest and Arakan to its south. And it has been known for close association with Arakan because of Harikela coins, which has common devices that meet standards with Arakan coins. And we now have further evidence, capability inscriptions of Devati Deva, which show more closer connection with of Harikela with Arakan. Here is a case of numismatic collection of Harikela with Arakan, shown by so-called Harikela coin. So here is Chandra coin in Arakan, then coin of Dharma Vijaya. Please remember name of this king. Later it matters much. Then we have Harikela coin, which has motif of some particular weight standard, probably 7.6 gram and its fractions. And other device, bull on of birth, and tripartite symbol, maybe Srivatsa or Trishula, plus sun and moon. And it's found in among coins of Chandras of Arakan, Dharma Vijaya, Harikela, and Akara coins, and in basically eastern side of Bangladesh, till around Komila, or even in Tripura of India. Now I'd like to share new inscriptions of Devati Deva. Here, inscriptions put on red is unpublished inscription. And this one is that plate of Devati Deva, date year 12, in private collection. And on that, I and Alloglyphs made a presentation at ESAA in Leipzig last year. And it recorded land grant to Bhikshu Sangha of Stabilia Nikaya by King. And there is a second plate I cannot show for now. Date year 18, and it's also private collection of another person. And I'm now editing that. It record interesting land grant to deity birthday. So King seems to be Buddhist, as I will tell later. But the donation is made to mathematical deity. And we have metal based inscription of the time of Deba, actually, my mistake. Year 77, probably posthumous. So it records and sell grant and purchase deeds related to particular Bihara called Dharmasabha Bihara, copied on a metal base, and it was edited by Dr. Gosho Bhattacharya, but it needs some re-edition. And according to the copper plate of Devati Deva, we seems to have evidence of closer political connection of Harikela and Arakan, because there's possibility Devati Deva is identical with Dharma Vijaya. So in the stanza 1 of the plate of Devati Deva, year 12, lines 1st to 5th, we have stanza like this. And I wouldn't read it, but you can see Shuril, Dharmo, Vijayascha, Bhupati Guna, Yatra, Eva, Nityan status means those three virtue of king here is stand in him. But Tairu, Eva, Toribiru, Uchiyate, Padavarail means by those three words, his name is known. It's like that. So it means his name is Shuri and Dharma and Vijaya. So he seems to be the king called Shuri Dharma Vijaya. And he is called Kamarangeshwara. And of course, there's the name of Devati Deva put here. So we can assume that his rule over both Arakan and Harikela. So Kamaranga is anyway known name for Arakan, and which mentioned by Xuanzang Chinese monk also. And this case of land grant was made in Harikela. So we can assume Harikela and Arakan was in some time under the same power. And further connection is connected to Buddhist network. So we have inscription of Devas and Akaras of Harikela put here. Famous cantilevers plate kept in Bangladesh National Museum, but it's incomplete and just it was unused somehow. Apart from that, we have Ashmolean Museum metal-based inscriptions at Akaradeva, and also we have new copper plate barrier Karadeva, which I'm editing quite interestingly. It can be quite new evidence for the king, who is known by Harikela type coin. So here, important thing is presence of Stabilia Nikaya in Harikela. So there are donors of both plate of Devati Deya year 12 and also Ashmolean Museum metal base of Attakara Deva. And interestingly, in that Devati Deva plate, the reference to Mahayanist purpose of increase of merit, the cause of attainment of the excellent complete enlightenment by his parents and himself, and all the sentient beings. It's mentioned in Ashmolean base. So there is, interestingly, that Stabilia Nikaya reference Oppa Okka with Mahayanist tendency. And on the other hand, we know well about the presence of Mahayana inclination in Gunayagal plate of Vanya Gupta and especially Para plates. But it should be reminded that we have quite interesting evidence of Stabilia and Telia Nikaya in Samatata side, because it's and Kalinga mentioned as Xuanzang, and Andhra as found in some inscriptions of that eastern side of Andhra Pradesh, and of course Sri Lanka, fair that Telia is quite dominant. And now we have Harikela, so we can probably assume Trans-Bay of Bengal Buddhist network through maritime net connection. And there is another backlog about Kapalto inscription of 13th century I put here, and we have two, most probably Kappa plate of Damodara Deva kept by Department of Archaeology, somehow good condition, but I'm lazy enough not to work on them, so it should be edited. And also we have plate of Keshava Deva held by private person, but interestingly, this Keshava Deva's plate is connected with Banga of Poundara Bardana Bhukti, not like Shuri Hatta plate connected with Keshava Deva, so it can tell something more about the political history of Bengal in later period. Now I'd like to go to my first final section on the palace. So inscription of the palace also enormous increase in the last 3 decades. So about Kappa plate inscription, we have known 14 before, now 10 more. So now we have 24. In the stone inscription related to Para Kings, we know 10, and later we go to 3 more, so 13. And further, at least I know, there are 7 more unpublished Kappa plates of Paras, now 31. and also 2 more stone inscriptions related to Paras. So now we have 15. Here is a list of Para plates, and I marked those kings who has known to have issued Kappa plate. So Dharma Para, again, we have Indian Museum plate newly got, and Mahendra Para's Jagajipan plate, which prove his presence even. And also Gopal II, whose presence has been known just because of this discovery of Kappa plate now. And I know at least one more Kappa plate held by National Museum, New Delhi. And about Narayana Para, thanks to Sharding and his team, we have now new Kappa plate. And Raja Para, at least I know there's one Kappa plate now held by National Museum, New Delhi. And unfortunately, I couldn't get the photograph. And also, thanks to my friend Rajat and Sibyl and other people, we now know there is one Kappa plate of Naja Para held by private person, and I'm now editing one edition. And about Nayapar also, we have new Kappa plate thanks to Shadin and his students found in Bangladesh. And then, at least two Kappa plate of Vikapara, I know the presence. One is held by a private collector, and I got good photographs, so I'm going to edit one day. And another under police custody, which is confiscated at the Dhaka airport. So I'm waiting for clearance and department's acquisition of that Kappa plate. So there are photographs available for those Kappa plate, like Gopal's plate of Nayana given by Sharding to me. And unfortunately, I don't have a plate of Rajapara's National Museum plate. And this one is Kolkata plate, unfortunately cut by somebody on the way. But anyway, still many portions are readable. Then the Odoba plate again from Bangladesh. And this one is in under custody collector. And then Bihapara's plate under custody police custody. So, and stone also we have those two new plate. And here I put those photo and this Kucherpara stone selection is has been edited by me and coming soon in one paper, one article. And about the implication, what I can be sure is those new discovery confirm territorial control of kings, like Gopal II. Now we know he has ruled Nagara Bukti no, near Patna area, and also Pera Plate of Nayana Para. So we know at least he was ruling Bihar side in North Bihar Tira Bukti, thanks to mentioned in Bhagarapur plate and also Pundrabhatra Bukti and Panita especially. And same can be said of Raja Para. Now we know his rule of Koti Barsha Vishaya. And now the plate of Nayapara, only one which mention his rule of Koti Barsha Vishaya. And about political situation, we can know better about power struggle connected with Paras, especially some struggle over throne between Gopal III and his contender. And there are interesting information coming from Kucherpara stone inscription of Mahipara. So on that, and if you mention a person called Govarna, who seems to be ruling in Sumapura, Patalipura, and also mentioned Karina Chandra's plate. So later, you may read on my inscription. And about agrarian expansion also, there are interesting information. New inscription gave me some food for thought or reconsideration. So Pera plate of Nayana Para.
Extremely sorry to interrupt in between speeches. Just a friendly reminder to our keynote speaker. We are a bit short on time, so
okay,
if you
I'm
could
going to finish
discuss
it
that would
quickly.
be wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
it's going to finish soon. So anyway, we know now probably the agrarian expansion is earlier in Panitability than I supposed before. And also, we have mention of that Kaivaltability in Raja Para's plate. So we have evidence for earlier agrarian expansion in northern part of Bengal, and it can be connected with the discovery of Sharding and his team. So now I'd like to conclude my make concluding remarks and finish my presentation. So that I shared those prospect and state of epigraphical study and give homework for myself and other scholars. As you have known, one single new inscription can drastically change our view of history. So even we are in search of such many inscriptions. So I expect younger and elder, including myself, scholars try to construct a new history of early Bengal, riding on the current search. And I further expect more scholars participating in the process of epigraphical studies, meaning join me and let's go ahead. So this is my reference, and I stop here. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Professor Furui. So I don't know if we have questions in the audience. Please feel free to ask. We'll try to keep time, but I think we have 10 minutes for questions or comments.
For 15 minutes.
It's not 40. We are not starting at 40, 140 in the program.
I think so.
The next presentation when 140.
Yes.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
10 minutes.
So we try to keep what is written on the program, because if not, with the things online, it's. But please, if someone has any question. I don't know, among the young scholars, maybe. I have one question. So do you think that we still have many copper plates to be there are still many copper plates to be found? What is your opinion? Or some areas maybe when we didn't look much, like I don't know, Sylhet or those areas, or I don't know. I mean, it's on the north part of Bengal.
Yeah, thanks for nice question. Because about the copper plate, I expect we will get more. Because even recently, just last year, I got to know one private collector who has at least 3 genuine copper plate. So, and he said he acquired those plates in 1970s in Bangladesh. So, in such way, there seems to be more copper plates went abroad and kept by private collector or somewhere and somehow unnoticed. Because we have seen such cases in recent years, mostly thanks to Dr. Gorishwar Bhattacharya, we got to know presence of such plates and like what he edited those two, that metal base, which we haven't known the presence of such kind of inscription. So at least I expect there are more come out in such a way. And also because among plate I mentioned, 2 are from somehow excavation by Shadin and his team. So it is from Rangpur area. So I didn't expect many come from Rangpur. But anyway, at least 2 more totally new copper plate come from Rangpur. So and one stone inscription also, that Kucherpara inscription come from that area. So I expect at least it's not yet over, and more coming from Bangladesh itself, and even sometimes come from West Bengal.
Thank you. Is anyone who has other questions? Yes, you can raise your hand.
Can I have a question?
Yes, of course, sir. Please.
Okay. Unfortunately, my audio is not working very well. My question is the inscriptions from Sena dynasties. Do they help us in understanding Proto-Bengali script?
I see.
If the question is clear.
Yeah, clear. Yeah, thanks. So, because in case of Sena plate, its shape is quite close to present Bengali script compared with earlier para plate. So it surely help you to see script of Proto-Bengali, sure. And but about language-wise also, Sena plates are mainly properly written in Sanskrit, But like case of some copper plate of 13th century, what I put like Batera plate of Keshavadeva and Batera plate of Ishanadeva. Now actually I put new edition of those plate in database. Their case, they contain many interesting words, quite difficult to understand as Sanskrit, but can be understood in Bengali language. So probably, at least script-wise, Sena plates are surely good example for Proto-Bengali script. And about language-wise also, 13th century Kappa plate can be quite a good example to trace linguistic history of Bengali, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Well, me, I have another much more maybe comments or suggestion. Maybe it will be nice to have for some couple plates, you have a lot of topographic names or ancient
I
names
see.
of the city and things. So it should be great to work with the well, archaeologists and also, as we did, maybe also local people, both the ancient name, trying to have a kind of geographical map of what is inside the copper plates, I mean, like, okay, if you have showing the relationship, so we have the Bukti, then we have the other small region. So I don't know, I was wondering maybe it could be a nice way to work actually, trying to identify all the geographical places as Herman Kulke tried to do it also the ancient time. And, something, this kind of work actually, something really trying to place that in the ground and having a kind of mapping things, maybe, yeah. I don't know if it's possible, but
I agree with you. And there are some cases it could be done. Like case
Yeah.
of famous Rajavadi Kappa plate of Lakshmana Sena found in Rajavadi. That one's case that N.K. Bhattasari tried to locate those villages mentioned in that Kappa plate, and somehow he succeeded. So, but on the other hand, because of the overlapping or some increase of settlements with similar names, sometimes it's quite difficult to locate those settlements. But at least I expect people like Shadin and his team, because anyway, I know he is making quite intensive research on Rangpur, and we may try to connect what is mentioned in those inscriptions and also those villages explored by archaeologists. And of course, it may be better if I myself go through those sites. I totally agree with you.
Thank you very much. So I don't know if there is any more questions or comment. We still have 2-3 minutes. Don't be shy. There is no wrong question.
I want to ask something.
Yes.
Please.
I have a question that if you think that there is enough historical interpretation is doing right now in Bangladesh about what you are newly excavating about copper plate and inscriptions, do you think there is enough historical interpretation is happening here in Bangladesh?
Can I ask you again?
Okay. The question is, do you think there is enough historical interpretations is happening in Bangladesh here about the new copper plate inscriptions and other things that are excavated, new things which are excavated now? So, from historical perspective,
I see.
historians in Bangladesh added these things to their books or new articles or doing their job actually. Do you think these things were added in the real textbooks?
I see. It's a bit difficult question. So of course, anyway, there are good scholars working on history, like late Abdul Mumin Chaudhry and other people working on history, and they are free using sources provided by myself. And on the other hand, I rather expect more from younger scholars on this matter, and especially anyway, we are getting richer and richer evidence. So, anyway, I must say, I hope more from scholars of Bangladesh on this matter.
Thank you.
And if I can add,
I
yeah, clearly his work can nuanced, actually make the history more finer, more, you know, with much more details actually. So you, even if you still have the broad lines, it's much more complex actually. So that helps to show also the complexity.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it can be more complex even. I may have even somehow, I think, simplified. I felt sometimes.
I actually read about your decipherment of about the inscription about Bonnogupta
I see.
that was written in the book of Abdul Momin Chaudhuri, and it clarified the like the period of Bonnogupta.
I see. Yeah. Yeah, that one. Yeah, I see. So, yeah, thanks for comment. And yeah, because that period is quite interesting because now we know, at least RG because in Samatata or eastern part of Bengal from early 5th century even, or even till 6th century, early 6th century. So, on that matter also, we can have more work on this particular religious group, like, and compare it with Jains in North Bengal.
Okay, so thank you very much, sir. So now it's 1:40, so I think that if you don't have any more questions, so maybe we can thank you again, once again, Professor Furui, and we can go to the next presenter, Tuli Guha Majumdar, who is assistant professor at Jahangirnagar University. Is it right?
Yes, is it right? I am here.
Okay. Okay, so nice to meet you. And so maybe you can share your PPT or your PDF or whatever you have.
Okay, I'll share. I'll share. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, please, please. It's always taking a bit time to load.
Is it visible?
Not yet, not yet, but maybe it's coming.
Okay, I'll try. Yeah.
Yeah, it's coming.
No,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
It's
It's
about
okay. Yeah.
the internet speed, so it's okay. It takes a little bit time. Yeah.
So it's fine. You
Okay,
can
sorry.
start from the first. Whatever. You can start. Yeah,
Okay,
perfect.
now is it visible and I am audible also?
Yes, perfect.
Okay.
So you can start. So you have 15 minutes, not more. And after, no, it's just to keep a bit time for questions or discussions. So please.
Thank you, our session chair, Dr. Colin. And I would like to express my gratitude, our keynote speaker, especially for his insightful lectures. And I am also thankful to the organizing committee of the Bengal Symposium. And now I will present my paper title, Copperplate Inscription of Silet, Trouble Investigating Find Spot and the Archaeological Context of Epigraphic Data. And I am Tuli Guha Majumdar, Assistant Professor, Department of Archaeology, Jahangirnagar University. So let's start. So copperplate inscription has as the document of land sale grant or the land donation grants, and they represent a primary source of our history. But I find it challenging to analyze epigraphic data within the archaeological context. Firstly, this is movable artifact. They have a dual nature as a written text and as an artifact. And secondly, the finding spot where the copper plate was discovered is significant as the site name can change over the time. And lastly, sometimes the deciphering the inscription can be problematic. So, this approach or this problem, I address my objectives. Here, my primary objective of this study is to identify and document the precise location where the copper plate inscription was discovered and originally found. And second aim is to archaeological survey within the vicinity of this identified location through systematic sampling and field investigation, and research seeks to gather material evidence to relate the historical settlements referenced in the inscriptions. So copper plate inscription in Sylhet. Sylhet is the very present name. Its ancient name is Srihotto. The history of the early medieval Sylhet remains largely unexplored. So here I take the 7th to 10th century some inscriptions. The Nidhanpur set of plates of Maharaja Bhaskar Barman is 7th century plate. Bhaskar Barman is the rulers of Kamrup. The Kalapur charter of Samanta Marendranath is 7th to 8th centuries copper plate, and Poschimbak plate of Maharaja Sri Chandra is 10th centuries, and 2 Vatera copper plates issued by Raja Govindra Keshav Dev and Ishan Dev. It's 11th to 12th centuries. So here I look at this union where this copper plates which union this copper plate was found. So location of my study area, it's very interesting. This 4 copper plate, the 4 sector of copper plate was found is on Moulovi Bazar districts in the Sylhet division. All of 4 copper plate was found there, Moulovi Bazar district. So my study area I take only Rajnagar and Kulaura Upazila. And Moulovi Bazar is it's a eastern Sylhet division, the district of the Sylhet division, and Sylhet is the eastern part of Bangladesh. And Rajnagar is the Upazila of Moulovi Bazar district, and 3 well-known rivers flows across the Upazila border of Rajnagar: the Kushir in the north, the Manu across the southern 3 unions, Kamarchak, Taranga Bazar, and Manusnagar, and the Dholai across Karamchak at the southern border. So the name of the city Rajnagar is derived from the 2 words. Raj means Nag, and Ragar, the city of the king. And then Kulaura Upazila, the nearby the Upazila is the Rajnagar. So these 2 Upazila I take from my study area, and this is the map of my study area. You can see here the Manu river is mentioned in the Poschimbak copper plate also. It's here. It's follow the 2 Upazila and Kulaura and Rajnagar. Sampling the methods, the collection. First, I collect the epigraphic data. I try to epigraphic data collected from published source, the copper plates found in the present Sylhet region in Bangladesh. And then archival research, tracing the colonial records, documents to identify the record of reports of the discovery of the inscription, and to verify often a coordinatory narration regarding the find spot and later movement of inscription facility till the decipherment and publish of the inscription. And lastly, I did the full coverage survey where archaeological and geoarchaeological survey was conducted, also Rajnagar and Kulaura Upazila. So actually, I try to find this. I take the Poschimbak copper plates for my study because it's very difficult to identify the size and it's very big copper plate, all of 4. So firstly I take only the Poschimbak copper plates and tracing the copper plates location. So Poschimbak copper plates is found in Poschimbak of Rajnagar Upazila in Moulovi Bazar in 1958, which was later decoded and translated according to Kamlakanta Gupta, who's the first decoded this inscription and author of Copper Plates of Sylhet's book. And the inscription was accidentally found by one Vinod Bihari Chakrabarti in 1958 in vacant land of Poschimbak village of Rajnagar Upazila and present at Moulovi Bazar. And the inscription was passed into the custody of Pandit Shamapodo Kabbatitha later in 1961, and then Sylhet Historical and Archaeological Society, Aminur Rashid Chowdhury acquired it in the society, and Kamlakanta Gupta decoded it by 1962. It was preliminary preserved by the society, but now preserved in the Bhasha Sainik Motinuddin Museum, Sylhet. And here you can see one newspaper in Janashakti. Its name is Janashakti, and for the Paschim Bhag copper plate was first published in this newspaper. And here it's written Bengali Shahasro Bachor Purbekar Paschim Bhag Prapto Tamra Falok. It's copper plate. So it is published in this newspaper in 1962. So now somebody says this copper plate is now preserved in this museum, but someone says no, copper plate is now not there. But this copper plate consists of 65 lines, which 80 lines are inscribed in front and 37 lines on the reserve. This character of the type of Northern Nagari prevalent is part of subcontinent in 10th to 11th century AD. This language is Sanskrit. The Kamlakanta wrote in his book. So Paschim Bhag, what the inscription says, actually the Paschim Bhag copper plate inscription was issued by King Sri Chandra approximately during the year 1935 AD. All the engraving narrative, the family story of the king, his father, conquest, the many other incidents, and many reasons of the inscription was for land grant and the donated land of Chandrapur, Garala, and Pokhara Bishay within the Sri Hatta Mandal under Pundabhadra Bhukti. So it's basically the land donation grant. And Kamlakanta Gupta, according to Kamlakanta Gupta, to create a map where the Chandrapur Bishay and present now this Maulavi Bazar, Kulaura, Rajnagar, Juri Upazila along the parts of Sri Mangal and Kamalganj and Sylhet Fensuganj, Gopalganj. This part Kamlakanta Gupta showed this is the Chandrapur Bishay or Brahmapur, where the Sri Chandra donated the land for the Brahmans and non-Brahmans people. So now I'm going for my exploration, archaeological exploration, using extensive methods of inform-based village-to-village survey. Was then carried out in the majority of the villages where copper plate have been found.
Sorry, Tuli Guar, is just to inform you that you have 5 big minutes left.
Okay. So, so I am go for my findings. Actually, archaeological finding. The finding spot. So just I'm going to map here. Just which area, which upajala I surveyed, I just showed there. But now I am going for my archaeological investigation. Here in Rajnagar Upajala, where the Paschim Bhag copper plate was found in Panchgaon Union. Here I found one ancient diki or pond. Local name is Kamala Rani Diki, and several graves are exposed in the bank of the diki. And if it shows, it's a big diki and several ancient graves are exposed. Only 2 or 3 are exposed, and most of them are buried. And you can see here some, it's very high from the road, and if you are dig here, you can find some brick or structure there, I think. And this is the find spot of the Paschim Bhag copper plate. Here you can see I am talking with the Binod Bihari's sons, and Department of Archaeology, Cultural Ministry was surveyor, and this is not Binod Bihari, it's Paresh Rao. Some Paresh Rao was found this inscription, and I also talked with the Paresh Rao's. Paresh was dead, but his his family members I've talked here, and someone says the copper plate was found in this pond, and someone says this land, but I didn't find any archaeological evidence here, like pot shards or brick here. But in the nearby village, in Bhumiura, where the Shamapada Kabuthude was the first custodian of this inscription. I visited his home, and here I took these types of temple, here you can see this fellow, this middle fellow. He's a Shamapada Kabuthude, and this house is lots of manuscript here, lots of manuscript, just a library-like manuscript here. And beside his home, on paddy cultivated field, here I found some pot shards scattered all the field, and one mount like structure I found is near the field. I found this mount like structure, and these types of brick I found here. And then I go to the Bhatera Tila Dhibi. It is in Kulaura Upojela, in Bhatera Union. Here the 2 copper plates of Govinda Keshav Datta Ishan Deva found this area Dhibi. This is the Bhatera Tila Dhibi. It is protected site. It's a protected site by Department of Archaeology, Cultural Ministry. Here lots of bricks and pot shards are scattered all over the mound, and it's a very big mound, but now some people live here and cut the mound, almost cut the mound, and they lived here and cultivate also. And this is the mound. This is protected, and in the beside the mound I found these types of pottery, and the brick is scattered. And this type of pottery I found from my study area. This is matte design, some matte design pottery I found. And this type of found, I don't know actually it's related with or not. And discussion, actually currently I have actually no conclusion. This is an ongoing project. I need to conduct future exploration and collect additional geological and archaeological data to fully explain the scenario. But I just try to find the finding spot. What say the finding spot? Just Poshtimbhag is a very important copper plate. They have lots of information and very unique information to reconstruct our Bengal history. Like this inscription talk about Bhangyo Brahman, then Theshanthiriyo Brahman, and non-sector Brahman, not for Brahman, non-Brahman people also, they donate land. So lots of information we gathered from this inscription, but the finding spots, so I just try to mapping the find spot and this inscription, and second by the exploring the archaeological setting of this find system is the particular reason. So this is my team. Here you can see we are visited, and this fellow my right side, he is the son of Shamapada Kabuthude, and he is a retired school teacher. Actually he helped me a lot to find this gram. So thank you, and have any question or suggestion, please.
So thank you very much to Lee also for this very interesting presentation and for keeping time. So thank you very much. It's so I guess that we might have some questions.
Okay, Colin, I am John. I need your permission for question. Okay.
Of course, yeah, please. Sir.
Good initiative, Tuli.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, I know those archaeological sites you mentioned. You mentioned the name of Chagurdigi and Kamarala Rani myth, but there is some recorded history. And as far as I know, I visited those areas because those areas my area. Actually, Kamarala and Chagurdigi, actually its timing is about 17th or 18th century. And Bhatera Mound is another place. How you relate the copper plate, the information of copper with those archaeological records? Actually, yes, I cannot find any kind of link.
Sorry, sir. I am not related anything. I just visited this area, that Rajnagar, Pachgao Union is in Rajnagar Upazila. So there are 5 villages in Pachgao Union. It's called Panchogram. Its previous name is Panchograo, and Panchogam is 5 villages, and Gorgao, Poshchimbhag, Bhumiura, Kulaura is the 5 villages there. So I visited all 5 villages. So whatever seen here, whatever I found, I just recorded that. I am not going to tell it's a contemporary to Paschim Bhag's time to related with Paschim Bhag's plate or others. Just I recorded all the thing, and I am not going to I say that I am currently give no conclusion, but whatever I seen, what is there, actually what the find is per se, this Paschim Gram where the Kamalakanta Gupta, DC Sarkar, everybody says it, the Paschim Bhag copper plate was found in the village of Paschim Bhag. So what are the say of the Paschim Bhag Gram? What types of archaeological evidence is there? So I in Paschim Bhag the finding.
Yes, I understand. Actually, remember a very important thing. Always remember, because copper plate is a portable object. It's travel far away. So you must realize that the find fort is not the actual place, maybe the actual place of those copper plates.
Okay, that's I said firstly. I firstly said is the problem. I find it challenging to analyze this epigraphic data actually in the archaeological context.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Colin, can I permission to ask a question to
Permission granted.
Thank you. Tuli, my dear research colleague, once upon a time in Gazipur. Thank you, Tuli. Just my question, Pachgao, that means Paschim Bhag, when you visited, and you more visit in Sagornal, a village.
Okay, yes. That I know, but that time I didn't visit there, but I had planned.
Yes, because I visited several times according to when I posted as a regional director in Sylhet, Sagornal village, I collect some beads. It is you can help from our regional director office. There is some collected beads there, and I request you, according to your research, you suggest or you send a letter to DOA, Department of Archaeology, for excavation to Pachgao. Maybe it is very promising site. Maybe I went there several times. I suggest you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I think Professor Furui would tell something. Yeah. So regarding this. Yeah.
Okay, Tuli, yeah, thanks for interesting presentation. I'd like to say that because in case of Batera plates, they mention quite many village names, and Kamarakanta Gupta tried to identify them. You know that. So in that case, probably you may also try to locate those villages mentioned in copper plate is one thing. And the other thing is because Batera, I just checked on that site. It's interesting. It's an area surrounded by hills on both sides. It's just very
So please mute. Yeah, thank you.
Probably if you think more about geographical feature and location of village, and if you compare it with the content of inscription, probably you can try to figure out what can be, how can I say, some scenario of that area in particular period, 30th century. That's my just commented comment.
Okay. Obviously, thank you, Puri. Actually, this Bhatera, This Bhatira plates, the Kamlakanta Gupta actually mentioned this. The two copper plate and Ishan Keshavdev and Govindo Keshavdev is found here. This Bhatira Tila, local name called Homer Divi. Local name is called Homer Divi. So, but here you can see this is very long mount from height. Its height is big, and you can see some brick here, scattered brick is brick structure is there, and potsherd, lots of potsherd also you can find. And but almost the Department of Archaeology, Cultural Ministry, Datar Rahman sir is here. See your protected side, but most of the rest of
To leave, I can add just something maybe to conclude is the Department of Archaeology is really trying his best with the limited manpower and budget they have. So this is one thing. And they do a very good job. And especially for Sylhet, what they have done recently is this archaeological atlas. And I know that Shahin Alam was working with AKM Saifur Rahman, that you might know, of course. I mean, I guess, I mean, it's they went in all Sylhet trying to do a lot of survey. So I guess that you know them, both of them, but Sir Saifur Rahman now is the regional director in Rajshahi Rangpur. So you have Nahid Sultanan who went to Sylhet, but still Shahin Alam is still in Sylhet actually, and I think that he knows very well the field and the survey. So it might be maybe useful if you get in touch with him actually to have a lot of ground informations, and so that maybe you can work both together on this amazing region, because the fact that the inhabitants are settled down on the mount, it's everywhere in Bangladesh, it's not only in Sylhet, and you can do whatever you want. It's really difficult because you have an increase of the population in Bangladesh, and you have so it's really complicated. So you alone you will not be able to do anything, but you can at least work with the department. It's true in collaboration. I mean, it's I think it's but it's a very nice actually. It's nice to see people working on that region. So I'm sorry. I will. So thank you very much. Thank you again for your presentation, Tuli. And maybe if you have more questions, you can keep them for just before the tea break. Maybe I don't know. Yeah, we have a bit more time. So so I will welcome Anupam Saha, who will speak about the Shaiva sculptures of Somapura Mahavira. So are you there?
Am I audible?
Okay. Yeah, you are audible, and you can share your PDF or PPT. Yeah.
Okay, just a minute.
Yeah, please. It's loading. Perfect. We can read. We can see it. So you just need to go to the first slide, not the last one, but.
Just a minute.
Yeah. Please. No problem. You can press the button Diaporama, maybe below, nearby the scale, down on the right. Nearby the 76%. No, down the, oh yes, or you can do it like that also. Up to you.
Broadcast.
But if you go down
Cancel
on
it,
the
cancel.
Go
Go down.
go down.
No, okay.
On the
Got it.
yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Super. So please, you can start.
First of all, I'm sorry, my laptop camera quality isn't good. Okay, good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. I'm Anupam Saha, and now I am a student of Queen Mary University of London. Today, I will be presenting my research on a subject that lies at the intersection of archaeology and art history, also the religious studies. The Shaiva sculpture of Shompur Mahavir, one of the most extraordinary monastic complexes in South Asia. Although this site is globally recognized as a Buddhist institute, the discovery of numerous Hindu idols, especially Shaiva images, invites us to re-examine the cultural identity. My presentation will be explore how these sculptures illuminate a rich history of religious coexistence and artistic innovation in early medieval Bengal. Okay, this research examines the presence and iconography and stylistic characteristics of Shaiva sculptures found at Shompur Mahavir. While Mahavir is typically framed as a Buddhist center of learning from the Pal period, excavation really reveal large numbers of stone and terracotta images. Those are depicting so many Hindu idols like Pavan, Indra, Ganesha, Garuda, etc. And we also got the Shiva in various forms. Through comparative analysis, I argue that those sculptures illustrate a shared cultural environment where Buddhist and Shaiva tradition occupied the same architectural and artistic space. The study ultimately suggests that Shompur Mahavir functioned not as a strictly religious institute, but as a dynamic, interconnected sectored landscape. To understand why Shaiva sculptures appear in such a setting, it is importantly to revisit the evolution of Shaivism in Bengal. Shaivism absorbed early Vedic ideas about Rudra and developed into the multi-dimensional figure of Shiva, just like yogi, cosmic dancer, as a divine lord, and also a destroyer of evils. By the early medieval period, Shaivism had become one of Bengal's most influential religious traditions. Inscriptions from the Gupta era and the early medieval period confirm its prominence. Rulers across Bengal, from Shashanko in 7th century to the later Sena dynasty, identified themselves as devotees of Mahadev. Cults centering on the Linga on Pashupati and the Shiva as cosmic lord all flourished. The strong Shiva presence formed an essential background for understanding the artistic remains at Shompur Mahavir. And the Shompur Mahavir, a brief history. Shompur Mahavir, built during the Pal dynasty, is one of the largest monastic complexes ever constructed in Bengal. In the vast courtyard is 177 monastic cells, and the monumental central temple reflects the artistic ambition and religious energy of Pal era. The Pal were major patrons of Buddhism and played a crucial role in shaping Vajrayana and Mahayana tradition. Yet the patronage was rarely exclusive. They also supported Brahmanical temples and artistic activities. The excavations carried out in the early 20th century uncovered a site that was visually and culturally diverse. While the architectural layout is unmistakably Buddhist, obviously Buddhist, the sculptural remains tell a more layered story. Okay, the Shaiva image in a Buddhist site. The central puzzle of the research lies here among the sculpture discovered in situ. Only one depicts a Buddhist deity. The overwhelming majority represent the Hindu themes idols inspired by Puranic Hinduism. This is not an isolated area. Similar patterns have been identified at Nalanda, where Brahmanical images were found within Buddhist context. Several explanations help make sense of this phenomenon. First of all, the recycling of older temples, destroyed Shiva shrines or other Hindu temples nearby, may have been dismantled and their images reused. Shared patrons could be support both Buddhist and the Shaiva institutions, resulting in cross flow of artistic resources. Cultural coexistence, local communities, practices, Shaivism may have interacted with the monastic complex regularly, and last, the artistic influence. Buddhist monasteries often served as a it's not on that time it was not only the education institute, also you can say a live gallery. So for this reason, it's not on they use the Hindu Puranic idols for decorating the temple complex. And this one, the plate one, the Shiva holding a lotus. Our first image features Shiva holding a lotus, a symbol of typically associated with purity and divine illumination. This posture just he is relaxed yet dignified, and the sculptor has emphasized characteristics. Shiva traces the matted hair, the third eye, and the serpent ornamented. The inclusion of a lotus Shiva imaginary may reflect a blending of Buddhist and Shiva iconography language. And the sculpture demonstrates the artistic fluidity of the period of capacity of local artisans to adapt motifs across the tradition. This one of the unique piece, Shiva drinking poison. This rare image depicts the cosmological event of Shiva consuming halahal poison during the term known in Hinduism as the Samudra Manthan, the churning of cosmic ocean. It is a narrative theme seldom portrayed in surviving Bengal sculptures. The deity dynamic Tribanga posture with the rosary, the trident, and the attendant figures known as the Gana all contributed to a dramatic composition. And probably the middle figure was Parvati, the wife of Shiva. Finding such a distinctly mythological portrayal in a Buddhist monastery speaks to the circulation of stories and images across religious boundaries. Plate 3, the Shiva with rosary and Kamandolu. Here Shiva appears in his aesthetic form, the Abhanga posture, in important dimensions of his identity. The rosary represents the spiritual practice, while Kamandolu symbolizes the meditation and the purity. The sculpture also strongly connected with a textual tradition, describe Shiva as a yogi figure surrounded by yoginis and ganas. And its style with pronounced facial features and minimal ornamentation corresponds to early medieval Bengal sculpture vocabulary. Shiva with Barada and trident. In this sculpture, Shiva combines authority with some features just like the snake ornament and the trident. His right hand displays Barada Mudra, offerings blessings, while his left hand holds a trident. The body is unclothed, a hallmark aesthetic iconography, and serpents appear as sacred ornaments. The harmonious composition reflects the maturation of pulp period sculptures aesthetics, a balance between formally and expressive warmth. This one, the plate 5, Shiva as Nandish, this form known as the Nandisha. This sculpture raises intriguing questions regarding identification. The presence of a bull suggests the deity might be Nandi. This is also the Bahana of Shiva, Shiva's attendant or Nandisha, a guardian figure. However, the rosary and the trident together are unusual combinations for Nandi. Also, these ideals everything points to an important idea. Local artisans didn't always follow the strict textual formulas. Instead, they adapted motifs to regional taste and the ritual needs. Such hybrid representations enrich our understanding of iconography flexibility in early medieval Bengal. This terracotta of Shiva in royal posture. Terracotta has long been one of the Bengal's most expressive art form. In this plaque, Shiva sits in a posture associated with royalty and divine leisure, Maharaja Lilasana. Despite being crafted from clay rather than stone, the figure possesses remarkable depth and elegance. The raised right hand in Abhaya Mudra conveys protection, while the trident in the left hand affirms the divine authority. The small yet refined artwork demonstrates that Shiva image permitted various artistic practices, both monumental and modest.
Anupam is just to inform you that you have 5 big minutes left.
Okay.
Okay.
And the last one, Chaturmukha Linga. The four-faced linga or Chaturmukha linga is among the most philosophical rich Shiva symbols. It merges the abstract form of linga, represents Shiva beyond form with four faces with various face expression, symbolizing the various characteristics of Shiva. Such artifacts are uncommon in Bengal. Its discovery at Sompur Mahabir reaffirms the idea that the monastery's sacred geography was shaped by multiple religious traditions. And interpretation. Why do those sculptures collectively reveal about Sompur Mahabir? First, they demonstrate that the boundaries between Buddhism and Shaivism were permeable. Communities often shared patronage networks, artisanship, and sacred spaces. Second, they highlight the sophistication Bengal's artisans' culture, where sculpture absorbed influence from Gupta, Pala, and local tradition. And third, the presence of regional devotional environment that extended beyond formal monastic life. The monastery likely interacted with nearby village pilgrims, craftsmen, and religious groups of all kinds. And at last, the conclusion. To conclude, the Shiva sculpture of Sompur Mahabir offer an individual window into early medieval Bengal, a spiritual landscape. They show as a world where artistic creatively flourished, religious group coexisted and overlapped, and sacred space evolved through shared cultural participation. By acknowledgement, by acknowledging these sculptures as integral to the identity of Sompur Mahabir, we move toward a more nuanced understanding of religious and artistic life of South Asia. They remind us that cultural boundaries in the past were far more fluid than modern categories suggest, and heritage sites like Shompur Mohavir must be viewed in their full interconnected complexity. Thank you very much. And also, the reference I took idea from those books. And first of all, I made all of sketch by my own. And for plate 4 and 5, I took the help of Shorabuddin sir, the Dean of Social Science Faculty, also Associate Professor at Department of Archaeology. He gave me the photos of plate 4 and 5 to make illustration. And for Shompur Mohavir photography, I took this photography from Wikipedia. Probably it's photographed by Abdul Momin Bedi.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. So I guess that we'll have a lot of questions or comments. So please, I can't see
Yes.
all of you. Yes, please. Yes, okay.
Yes, thanks for presentation. First of all, I'd like to ask you is that, because anyway, you gave us sketches, but I rather expect you may provide us photographs and proper reference to those images because we cannot guess from where those images come from, like which section of Somapra's terracotta plaque, or otherwise whether it was independent statue. So I rather expect you can provide us such kind of details.
Actually, sir, I got those photographs from a book by archaeologist Amul Haq, but when I got those photographs, the quality was not good. That's why, and also the plagiarism issue. So I made a sketch from those photos.
But you know at least where that those images located within Somapura?
Hello? Yes, sir?
Yeah, because we cannot know where those images come from, which part of Somapura Mahavihara, like main shrine or which section of shrines.
Okay.
Yeah.
The stone idols found from the main shrine. I mean the main dome from the main temple.
Yeah, because we expect such kind of information. Also, probable dating of images. Because anyway, even though you say roughly some kind of coexistence of images, there can be some changes in use of site and also the mode of coexistence between Buddhist community and other community or otherwise within Buddhist community. So to make general terms, it's too weak evidence, I feel.
But it's also for I got some photo of the British period. I mean that at the time of digging, but I was confused that I can use it or not because I got this photo from Leiden archives of Leiden University. I thought if I use it, probably it will be a plagiarism issue. That's why I don't.
No, actually you can use them in a presentation if you give the credits.
Yeah.
And
Sure.
it's a presentation, it's not a publication. So you have to make the difference between presentation, even if it's online, and publication. So it's not the same rights and laws. So you can scan some images in the books, it's not a problem, and you can put them in your presentation and you give all the credits. And the last slide that you have put in your presentation, this slide actually it's useless because you can put all the credits straight away in your presentation. For each image, you can put a small lines explaining, let's say this is the copyright of that or that person. And yeah, I think I'm not the only one, but you must be aware that it has been proved also that there is a temple below the ones which is currently kept in Bharpur. So you have a temple, so you had few excavations, and you clearly have a temple dated to the 5th century. below what you can see here. So the history, either Buddhist or either Hindu, so that it's this is the questions. But so yes, the story of Paharpur site and the surroundings, it's clearly more complex. Yes, sir, Aituraman sir has a questions. Yes, please, sir. Yeah, Aituraman sir, you can go. Yeah. Please.
Thank you. I'm not questioning, just a recommendation to Anupam because she's a youngest researcher. I suggest you you must use these terracotta books of recent publication of Department of Archaeology.
Okay,
There are 3,000 pictures and good information. Maybe you not use this book. You collect these books from Department of Archaeology.
got it, sir.
Terracotta. Thank you.
Okay, Anupam, please call in if you permit.
Yes, granted.
Okay, Anupam, nice presentation. Actually, I want to know, do you find the reflection of any kind of Shaiva myth on those sculptures?
No, actually, archaeologists guess that those are used from another temple, of, probably that temple located near the Shampur Mahabir. That's it.
Yes, it is Zoin temple.
Yeah, but it's true that it's still for Paharpur, you have almost only Hindu images or Brahmanical images. You have
Yes.
only one head of Buddhist, and probably most of the sculpture were in terracotta or in clay. But yeah, it's still. I don't know, any more questions or comments? Elora, maybe, I don't know. No.
Can go next presentation.
Okay, yeah, let's go. So thank you very much, Anupam Saha, for your presentation. So once again, if some people have questions, they can ask them later, maybe.
Sorry, Colin.
Sorry, yes,
Just wanted to thank Anupam. It's a good one. I think there are certain scope to.
আমাদের লিংকটা দে দিছি তো ইয়ার লিংকটা দে ওই যে চ্যাটের
So yeah, okay.
Yeah. So just one more thing is rather than making one comment I have for Anupam is rather than making a broad argument about influence from Pala and Gupta period, maybe you can look more into what kind of features within this kind of programs can relate to some of the idioms which are from Pala or Gupta period, rather than just saying there are influence. So other than that point, best of luck, best wishes. Thanks, Colin.
Thank you, Elora. So thank you very much, Anupam, and we wish you all the best for the continuation of your research. And the next Bengal Symposium, you will present the results of the the
Thank
final
you so
conclusions.
much. Actually, at the time of presentation, I was so nervous. Everyone there is senior, and probably I'm the most junior. That's why.
No, but don't worry.
So this is the purpose of our symposium, to make the future researcher and future leaders of the academia. And then
it's so well said.
yeah, and we are quite happy that we have tremendous amount of potential candidates for the future. Yeah, we are only optimistic. Yeah. Okay, so we can go ahead for the next.
I just mentioned one comment regarding Anupam Saha. He is basically an artist. So 1 year ago, when I starting lecture in National Museum, he just tell me he want to work. So he just starting working. That's why maybe some loopholes maybe, but he is very eagerly interested to work with iconography and architectural decorative motifs. So we congratulate him, and it is very needful for the Department of Archaeology to publish the catalogs of archaeological records. So this is better for researcher to notice this, referencing them, and the research is totally time consuming attitude is removed if we find the material easy accessibility. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. So yes, clearly. So let's move to the next presentation now. So I will welcome Nusra Jahan Roshni, Sharmin Rezawana, Mosharraf Hussain, who will speak about the Buddhist goddess Marichi in early medieval Southeast Bengal, an iconographic study. Yeah, so I don't know who will speak, but okay.
Yes. Actually, ma'am, on the
Perfect.
behalf of the respected presenters, I am gonna show the slides and they will present.
Okay, super, great. Okay, could you, so, oh, perfect. Yeah, yes, you have mute your mic. Perfect. So only one mic maybe will be open. And please, so the floor is yours.
Yeah, is my slide visible? Please let me know.
Yes. Everything is visible and you are all audible. Well, at least both of you.
So now I can start. Good afternoon, respected Chair Professor Colin, distinguished scholars and fellow participants. It's a great pleasure to be presenting my Bengal Symposium 2025, Archaeology, History and Heritage Beyond the Colonial Divides. My name is Musharraf Hussain, completed both graduation and post-graduation from Department of Archaeology, Kumil University, Bangladesh. Today, I will be presenting our paper titled Buddhist Goddess Marichi in Early Medieval Southeast Bengal, an iconographic study. This research has been conducted in collaboration with Sharmin Rajona ma'am, Assistant Professor, Department of Archaeology at Kumil University, and Nusrat Jahan Roshni, a postgraduate student. I am the presenting author for the study. The goddess Marichi holds significant position in Mahajana and Vajrayana Buddhism as a solar and protective deity, symbolizing light, victory over darkness, and protection from harm. Her cult organized in India and gradually spread to Bengal, Nepal, and Tibet. In art, Medici appears in multiple iconographic forms, sometimes single-headed, sometimes with several heads and many arms, each reflecting her tantric and symbolic powers. Although early experience, although early evidence from Southeast Bengal is limited, the surviving sculptures show distinct religious traits, refined modeling, gentle devotional expression, and assimilation of a local artistic idioms. Historical background and study area. Southeast Bengal corresponds with the ancient religions of Shamatata and Banga, covering modern Kumilla, Chatpur, Noakhali, Feni, and Brahmanbaria, Dhaka, and Munshigan districts. Shamatata is the first mentioned in the Allahabad pillar inscriptions of Samudragupta 4th century CE, and the Banyagupta Gunaigar copper plate of 507 CE records the region of Mahajana and Vajrayana, and by the 7th century in Banga region like Samudragupta and Bikrampura flourished under the Chandra, Pala, and Sena dynasties, with the Bikrampuras emerging as a key political and religious hub. Although several sculptures of Marichi have been discovered in Southeast Bengal, their iconographic and stylistic features remained understudied. Earlier, researchers mainly focused on Tara and other goddesses, leaving Marichi's regional development underexplored. Moreover, two comprehensive museum-based study on her images from Bangladesh has yet been undertaken. This study is too significant because the Buddhist art of Southeast Bengal reflects a fusion of local and trans-regional styles. As a solar and protective deity, Marichi embodies co-tantric Buddhist ideals, and studying her imagery reveals how Vajrayana uh, uh, practices and concepts of female divinity evolved in early medieval Bengal. This paper contributes by presenting the first focused iconographic study of Marichi from this region, and making and linking textual sources, especially the Shadanmala, with archaeological evidence, and highlighting the regional artistic identity in Buddhist goddess worship. Then I want to discuss now slightly literature review. I want to skip it, literature review. Methodology, we adopt a mixed method approaching combining qualitative and quantitative and interpretive analysis. Qualitative, detailed iconographic analysis of asanas, mudras, attributes, attendants, drapery, and ornamentation compared with Shadanmala and Nishman Jogavali. Quantitative method, systematic cataloging of inventory numbers, provenance, materials, size, and condition, supplemented with multi-angled photographs. Interpretative, using Panofsky three-tier model. Pre-iconographic, formal description, and iconographic classification using text like Shadanmala and Nishman Najogabali. Iconographic description, post-iconographic description, socio-religious interpretation under the Pala Sena period. This ensures a holistic understanding of Marichi's regional iconography. Now I want to discuss the typology of Marichi from Southeast Bengal. Two types of Marichi we have found from Southeast Bengal. One is Marichi Pichuva, that is also called Ashtabhujapita Marichi. The characteristics of this Marichi is three faces, left boar-faced, and 8 arms. Pattalira postures, stands on Vishapada chariots drawn by 7 pigs. Attendants like Badali, Barali, Bhartali, and Varahamukhi. Implements Vajra, bow, arrow, Asoka, ticks, needle, threads, and Ankusha, nose. Represents Solar's protective and martial aspects. Second is Ashokanta Marichi. Single faces, 2 arms, Trivanga postures. Holds Ashoka branch in her left hand and Varahamukhi in her right hand, associated with Tara and Ekajata with some context. Emphasizes aspirations, nurturing, and developed qualities. Iconographic analysis of and the key findings of from Southeast Bengal. We have found 8 sculptures. 7 is Marichi Pichuva, and 1 is Ashokanta Marichi. That is first sculpture is Marichi Pichuva, and their iconographic forms is 3-headed, 8-armed, left face Varamukhi, and Prattalira posture on the Vishapada chariot with 7 pigs, and Rahu holding sun and moon. For attendants, surrounded her legs, hands hold Vajra, arrows, and Ankusha, needles, thread, Ashoka pigs, bow, and display Tarjana Mudra, transparent lower garment, crown, jewelry, and framed within a Chaitya hall. Second Marichi, I invented inventory number 2 from BNM, accession Nong E46. 3-headed eight-armed and left face boar-like frontally posture, Chaita backdrop, four attendants positioned around her legs, holds arrow, ankusha, needle, sutra, ashoka tricks, bow, and shows Tarjani mudra. Chariot includes Mankara, sun and moon symbols above. Number three, Marichi, Pachuva, Pichuvas from Bangladesh National Museum, inventory num 3, three-headed, eight-armed, Pratalira posture, canonical four attendants, and the base shows Rahu and Ratha chariots. And the arrangement follows Shadanmala prescriptions highlighting spatial precisions and tantric symbolism. Number 4, Marichi, inventory 4, Bangladesh National Museum, accession E10, three-headed, eight-armed, and left face ball like Pottalira, four attendants at feet. Hands hold arrows, staff, needle, ashoka thread, one in Tarjani Mudra. Chariot includes Makara, seven peaks depicted on pedestal. Interprets canonical iconography with regional style. Number 5, Marichi from Bangladesh National Museum, inventory Nong 3, small bronze, 4.5 inches, three-headed, eight-armed, left face ball-like proto-leader posture. Attributes include needle, thread, bow, arrow, bajra, nose, cattle stick, ashoka flowers. Now I want to discuss. I want to go in discussion part. Now this study of 8 Marichi sculptures from Bangladesh National Museum, Mainamati Museum, and Barandra Research Museum demonstrates canonical fidelity alongside regional adaptation. The corpus reveals two principal forms: the dynamic martial Marichi Pichuva and the intimate, beneficial Ashokanta Marichi. The stylistic variations, limb proportions, ornamentation, pedestal, and chariot designs highlights local in workshop creativity within Pala period iconographic forms. Typology and features: 7 sculptures represent Marichi Pichuva, 3 faces including a boar-faced left head, 8 arms holding vajra, bow, arrow, needle, thread, ashoka, bronze, good, nose, and triadic eyes, signifying omniscience and protective energy. The 8 sculptures of Ashokanta Marichi has a single face, 2 arms, Tribhanga postures, holds a flowering Ashoka branch, and forms Bharata Mudra, emphasizing ritual, aspiriousness, and cosmic symbolism. Evolution: Marichi evolved from poised Sylvan Ashokanta forms aligned with Ratnagiri and Shanghol examples. Here is the picture, and solar protective Marichi Pichuva with multiple arms and canonical implementation. Chariots drawn by 7 pigs and attendants like Badali, Batali, and Varahamuki situate the goddess within a tantric Vajrayana framework. I can now discuss the comparative perspective like India and Bengal. Southeast Bengal examples parallel Indian prototypes at Barhut, Ratnagiri, Buddha and Nalanda. While the local adaptations appears in proportion, ornamentation, and pedestal height, and the Chitta farming Ashokanta forms occur as independent goddess as our companions to Tara variants, and reflecting regional devotional flexibility. Divine phototypes: Marichi Pichuva draws on Ushas and Durgas iconography, and radiant chariot mounted, multi-armed, and weapon bearing, emphasizing martial, solar, and protective potency integrated within the Buddhist narrative, stylistic and workshop adaptation. Postures range from Pratalila to Trivanga. Ornamentation varies by workshop. Chariots and pedestal designs are locally interpreted. Materials, black basalt, black stone, and bronze indicate dual public and private devotional use indicates. Ritual, ritual and a cosmological rule I can now discuss. Ashwagandha emphasizes fertility and spaciousness. Marichi Pichuva and conveys the martial protection and the cosmic order. Implements and chariots symbolize planetary and solar phases with elevated pedestal enhancing ritual visibility and efficacy. Now I can discuss the province and spatial distribution. Sculptures originate from Bikrampura, Panditsha, Chandina, Raghurampur, Ujjani, and Dhalla, Dhaka. Bikrampur emerges as a major center, producing 3 examples: pedestal, chariots, and attendant arrangements reveal textual adheres, while local variations reflect interactive workshop practice. Now I want to discuss worship context. Evaluated, elevated replacement and chitta forms of Marichi indicate active ritual veneration in monastic and lay context. Implements such as needle, thread, and Ashoka brands likely preserved exhaustic and protective purpose, while martial attributes of Marichi safeguarded complexes and devotees. Spatial and iconographic evidence suggests Marichi worship was integrated to early medieval and devotional network across the Southeast Bengal. I want to conclude now. 8 sculptures, Marichi sculptures, reveal a dynamic interpretation and intersection of textual orthodoxy and regional expression, ranging from Ashokanta to Marichi Pichuva. Their martial and solar imaginary reflects tantric Buddhist diffusion, local workshop, creativity, and devotional priorities. The study underscores Southeast Bengal as a vital center of tantric visual culture and enriches understanding of divine femininity in early Southeast Bengal. Now I can show you the 8 sculptures of Marichi and the inventory reports from Bangladesh National Museum and Manamative Museum and Barandra Research Museum. That's it for today, and thank you. Thanks to all.
Thank you very much to the 3 of you. So thank you for a very interesting presentation. And so please, if you have some questions in the audience. Thank you. Or comments.
Thank you, ma'am.
Musharraf, I know, so you're not the presenting author, so it should be Roshni. But on behalf of Roshni, you are presenting. But as a co-author,
Yes, sir.
I just want to know this Southeast Bengal area, the sculptures you got, 8 sculptures. Is there any regional characteristics, unique characteristic just associated with Bengal, not other area? I mean, in your sculptures, in 8 sculpture. So we know Bengal, we don't have bronze, we don't have stone for raw material, so they were imported from outside. But the artistic motives or the artistic character, is there any unique pattern regional characteristics, local characteristic you identified?
Yes. Yes, in my research, Southeast Bengal is used a regional, cultural, geographical zone distinguished from North Bengal and West Bengal to study local artistic traditions and archaeological remains.
Yeah, no. I'm not asking this. I'm asking
No,
this. Did they
what
produce?
is
My question
really
was,
specific? Do you have noticed something very specific to this assemblage, which is different from the other region? Something which is typical for this area in the iconography or something?
Okay, if you hello, I'm Sharmin Rejwana. I'm the
Yes.
co-author of this paper.
Yes, you are audible, ma'am.
I'm not the presenting here. Go to the presentation, Musharraf. You'll see the Ashoka Kanta Marichi. There is a two-handed Marichi with holding a tree. And this is the only specimen of this kind of just a minute, but also the whole India, we didn't find this kind of example and second copy. This was an exceptional example from Southeast Bengal, and beside the structure of the stupa temple under which the might is represented is Southeast Bengal. That is also another exceptional feature.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
So please, do you have any other questions or comments? And we do have time.
Do we have time for one?
Yes, we do have time actually. So we
still have we still have 2 minutes.
Yeah.
It's perfect. First of all, to Musharraf and also to Sharmin, this is a very nice paper, a good paper. And we, of course, coming from sculptures and other background, I would very much like that there are more papers like this, where we are much looking into the religious atmosphere of the period. One important insight that I would like to share that for Ashoka Kanta Marichi, if we look into the numericals of sculptures, this might be a little bit confusing because there are a lot of sculptures of Tara, and in many of the sculptures of the sculptures, I think Sharmin ma'am is already aware of that Ashoka Kanta Marichi is shown as one of the attending figures. So rather than that, I think now there is time where we really integrate this kind of information of how many sculptures are there, from which region. There are regional idioms present in this kind of programs. Now we need to integrate this information and try to also see other aspects of how this deity and rituals and other practices were connected to this kind of sculptures. So I think there is a lot of scope for this paper to develop. And I'm very sure that beautiful works are coming from Sharmin also on Tara. And I think on Marichi also more work would be there, where you can also contribute to the general religious cult related, possibly not as a very prominently as like Tara, but also we cannot make this kind of distinction, but rather more on a thematics or of kind of understanding religious practices where Marichi was there. One important thing is it's not a very commonly acceptable iconographic program. Like, why would you have a half female, half three-headed female on a pratyalagda posture? How that kind of visual program was accepted and why it was acceptable, and what kind of religious connotation made it acceptable. So there are different sets of questions which can be asked to this data set, and then I think beautiful insights will come from the authors. So congratulations to both of the authors and my best wishes.
Thank you. I don't know
Thank
if
you,
you want to
Ida.
reply.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much for your suggestion. As you know, it's a very difficult task to study in iconography and also to lure students to study in this field. So thank you so much for your valuable suggestion. We'll keep it in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think that it's time for a tea break. I think.
Ma'am, sorry for the interruption.
Yeah.
And
Because
sorry
I
for
just wanted
interrupting.
to thank. Yeah, I just wanted to thank all the presenters, but I guess that you will do it. I mean, it's
No, ma'am. It's all about that. After the presentations, we will take a group snapshot. So I'm requesting everyone to please turn on your video because we are keeping this as a memory of this Bengal Symposium. So requesting everyone to turn on their video, please. We are
Colin,
taking a
you
group
can,
snapshot.
meanwhile, you can thank your participants and
Yeah. I
presenters.
just wanted to thank all the participants and wishing all the best and good luck, especially for those to the young ones because it's very promising. So yes, I just wanted to thank them.
Yeah. So who's gonna taking snapshot? Are you taking snapshot? Technical team?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm going to take the snapshot and
So tell us when
complete.
you are done.
Yeah, I'm done, sir. I'm done. Thank you. Thank you for the cooperation.
Yeah. All right. All right. So now we will go for a tea break for 10 minutes. We'll be here in Bangladesh time at 3:05. I think yes, 3:05. And Elora will be chairing the session, art history, session 3, art history. Yes, 3:05. 3:05 we'll be here again. So this, as usual, the link will be active continuously. So, but we can take the break. Yeah. So see you in 10 minutes.
Thank you, everyone. And so nice to see Colleen and Abu and Shermin, everybody together. Thank you.
Yeah. We'll see again in 10 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Ciao. Bye. Yeah. So I think technical team is ready. Everybody is present, right? Elora is also present. So she can, Elora can now take over the control and invite her presenters. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our third session, Art History. In this session, we will explore artistic expressions and their roles in shaping cultural and historical understandings. We are honored to have Dr. Elora Trivedi as our session chair. We will also be joined by Sharmin Rezwana, Shagnika Bhattacharya, and Mukund Bishwas and his team. A gentle reminder to all presenters, you will have 15 minutes for your presentation, followed by 15 minutes of discussion. A reminder will be given after 10 minutes of your talk. So please make sure to turn on your videos while presenting. And all other participants are requested to keep their microphones muted during the presentation. After each presentation, we will take a group snapshot, so please make sure your video is on at that time. Let's begin the session with a warm welcome to our chair and presenters.
Thank you, Lamia. May I call you Lamia? I hope that's okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It's completely okay. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for the welcome. Abu, are we starting now or are we waiting for a few minutes to?
I mean, okay, you can check your, so maybe you can check your presenters if everyone is available. Yeah. Meanwhile, our previous chair, Colin, did you have a chance to have your lunch?
Is Colin still there?
Yes.
So you're not hungry. You didn't go hungry, right? Yeah, okay.
No, it's fine. Don't worry.
Thank you. So it's online symposium from different time zones. And also Professor Fururi also, gave his time. So it was perfect, wonderful. Thank you, everybody. It was really perfect.
So I think we can still start at some point in 2-3 minutes. I would just like to see whether Sharmin ma'am, I would very much like to call Sharmin by my personal address, but yeah, in the protocol, I would.
It's okay. I'm here. I just need 1 minute, please.
Okay, so and then do we have Shagnika? Shagnika is present? I think she's not present yet.
Not yet. Not yet.
Not yet. I think she might be joining us at some point. And then we have Mukund Bishwas.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. Is that Shagnika?
Yes, ma'am. I'm present.
Okay, Shagnika is here. And then we have Mukund Bishwas. And
he's already here. He's already here.
Okay. And Tamidun Nabi, I think this is a joint presentation where both of the speakers, maybe they're already here. So shall we start? I think it's better that we start, and if we have some extra time, we can always use this that time for some kind of interaction. So first of all, a million of thanks to Dr. Abu and Dr. Sabikun Nair, and of course to my senior teachers who are here. I think Professor Shadhin Sen was here, Sir is here, and then others are here who have been very much inspiring for me. Their research, their work has been inspiring for me. How they are as a scholar, how they are as human, that is also very inspiring for a young researcher like me. I'm also very happy to be reunited with my friends and colleagues, including Colleen, of course, with Dr. Sabikun, Dr. Abu, who are here. I'm Dr. Elora Trivedi. I'm a faculty here at Nalanda University, School of Historical Studies. I am also in the Department of Archaeology. I look mostly to sculptures and their visual programs in case of different parts of India, Bangladesh, as well as I'm trying in Sri Lanka and some parts of Southeast Asia. Mostly I try to understand people's behavior, actions in regard to making of the sculptures, in regard to use of sculptures, as well as use of space and sculptures together, and then a kind of the concept of afterlife of sculptures. And that afterlife of sculpture is also very important, and it is becoming one of the major theme of discussions in the post-colonial discourse regarding objects and artifacts from past. And I was very happy to be part of the keynote lecture of Professor Furui, and it was very, very insightful. I could also see Dr. Shin was there. So with all of you, I would very much like to start the session 3 of the Bengal Symposium. The title of the session 3 is Art History, and we have 3 papers here. Sharmin ma'am is going to present on the elements of decorative motifs. She is already a very well-known scholar in this field. She has published multiple papers, particularly in regard to the visual programs, decorative models, iconographic programs coming from Southeast Bengal. I also am aware of Sagnika is working on Buddhism. I think she completed, or she's doing her PhD from Nalanda Mahavihar, or if I'm not wrong. At the same time, she's going to look into Buddhist tantras. I think she would introduce herself. And finally, we have a new study on some of the collected recent acquisition by Bangladesh National Museum, which is going to add to our knowledge about the sculptures program there. So we would very much like to hear to the speakers. Each one will have 15 minutes, and depending on the time left, we will see how much we can start. We can have an interaction. So let's start with Sharmin ma'am. Can we have your presentation, please?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. I hope I am audible and visible.
Yes.
Okay. So, me, Sharmin Joanna, I'm an assistant professor of Department of Archaeology, Kumila University, Bangladesh. Today, I am going to present a paper on the element and decorative motifs in the stone idols of Southeast Bengal. So, I cannot move the PPT. Okay. So, what is a probability of stela? It is an essential part of Pratima Shastra from the early medieval Bengal. It is situated above a pedestal and in front of a erected slab depicting a standing or seated deity, either alone or in the company of one or more secondary deities on the same horizontal level. The divine and semi-divine motifs or figures iconographically associated with the primary or main god are also engraved on the stela, surviving as the backdrop of the deity in the foreground. Traditional texts such as Agam and Shilpa Shastra and others has mentioned the information for the detail of this iconic representation of Prabhabalai. So the surface of Bengal stela, which can be divided into 3 registers or 3 zones, the upper, middle, and the lower zone. Typically, the upper zone that was zone A of the probably is adorned with the ornamental elements such as Kirtimukha, Chhatro, lotus, a bunch of mangoes, flying Vidyadhars with garland, kinnara, musical instrument, and hongsho that only positioned over the crossbar. The middle part or the zone 2, here usually depicted the thorn carriage and the main deity, normally stand in front of the thorn terrace. And below this, on the either side of the main deity, appeared the boloi. Boloi, that means elephant trampled, a lion trampled over a elephant, hind legs, and this portion also contained the semi-god or the attendant of the main deities. And the third part of the stela, that is the lowermost register, the plinth. This section often show the carving of deities, vehicle, worshipper, donors, offering, sometimes inscription. In general, the plinth has two registered, but sometimes one registered, but sometimes it can be divided into two registered. So our study will focus on these three zones apart from the main figure on the central position. So why we selected these topics? So iconography is moreover not only the way to examine the religious images, or it definitely helps to identification, but identification is not alone sufficient in explaining or even attempting to explain the reason behind the specific form of the deity. In short, an image of a god can be at the level of iconographically identical with the 18th or 12th century. However, the artists of the 18th or 12th centuries embodied their images with different perception of the deity's nature. The study of Hindu Buddhist sculpture of Bangladesh leaves no doubt that the iconography of an image, while principally determined by the perception of the relevant section text or tradition, subsequently contains the distinctive hand of the artist, by the artistic tradition of the localities, by the state of technology and material chosen as the medium, not least by the individual demand of the donor, reflecting his conceptual and aesthetic orientation. So if you want to understand an idol in a broader aspect, it is not only the central deity who is the object of the worship, but the entire composition who is served to illustrate the divine nature. Therefore, a proper iconological study should also involve the stylistic configuration, the motifs, the form of the motifs, as well as the idols, because it creates a very specific impact on the viewer's mind. Our study area is Southeast Bengal, who is spread from the Greater Dhaka to Kumilla, and in ancient time there are two rich centers were here, the Bonga and Samudatu. And due to the rich production of images in this year, that is still we have several news to find discovery of sculpture while digging up pond is still evident. So it is, however, it is there is a huge production of images in this area, and so it is possible to draw a main line of the stylistic development, enhancing regional particularities and stone as well as terracotta costumes. So for this region, we choose this area for our study of the motif. So now we'll focus on the style of early stone sculpture from Southeast Bengal. From Southeast Bengal, the early 3 centuries of common era, the finding of sculptures are very few, and this sculpture, the few sculpture of this time that mainly focused on Kushan style, and later of Kushan, this time the center was Mathura, and later the Gupta sculpture of Bangladesh, Bengal were mostly divine figure, and their form are also determined by the feature of God as prescribed by the priest of Bangladesh or Central India. No idol of these two times, I mean the Kushan and the Gupta period, has been found from southeast part of Bangladesh till now. One of the earliest idol found from this area is the standing Buddha image, which is belong to the post-Gupta period, and it was found in situ in the main eastern chapel of Rupbanmura, Moinamoti. You will see the colossal size and aesthetic attainment of the Buddha make it one of the finest find of Bengal art. Though it is called a post-Gupta, or it was influenced by the Gupta style, but you see a faint smile and slightly open eyes, which already betray the characteristic of post-Gupta style of that time. Later this time, from the 8th and 10th century, a wide variety of material we found used in the construction of idol in this region. These include the locally found available soft shell type stone, wood. It could be baromatic, it is not yet tested, and lots of metal figures. Additionally, some other distinctive figure from the early period of idol worship in this region are evident. For example, we see this is the image of Avalokiteshwar. Here he is presented in a mandal with other family members of his family, and there is two nags who supported the seat of the seated deity. So this style, I mean, the main figure presented with his family member, that is the mandal or center of the cosmos, and the nag supporting the seat. These styles we found later it influenced the later artistic evolution of this region. Later, the 10th to mid 11th century, a new developed independent developed style started to begin to develop in Southeast Bengal, which is labeled as the Bengal style by some researcher. And the feature of this Bengal style was stelas are comparatively plain. And only those formal elements required by the iconography are included. No other subsidiary elements are introduced to elaborate the sculpture other than the concisely carved frame pattern on a relatively wide band of border. This was the feature of the sculpture those are found belongs to the late 10th and early or mid 11th century. Later, from the late 11th to 12th century, this time we found further more development and new features could be traced in the idol making tradition. From this time, there also there is a change in the pattern of religious, like Tantrism influences most the Hindu religions and the Buddhism also. And a lot of idols are making following the Tantrism. This time we found a lot of images in various form and also various elaborate and decorative motifs are also used. And the stela became increasingly crowded with the attending deities day by day. This time we found Boloi figure which flank the swans, Kinnari, Gandharva, Kittimukha, lots of decorative motifs from this time are used. Occasionally, apart from this prescribed Boloya or Kinnara or Gandharva, we found several unique motifs that make the idols of Southeast Bengal very special. Now we will focus on these motifs that was quite unique for the idols of Southeast Bengal. First, architectural motif. Architectural motif in sculpture became a unique element of the stela of Bongo as well as Shamotato, where the main deity is represented as enshrined, and it is told to be, this style is told to be Burma Bangla style because the temple, if you see the next image, the Buddha, the tower is sometimes look like the Shikhara or peak-shaped tower of Mahabodhi temple, and sometimes also the Bhadra type temple topped with Amaloka, also found in several sculpture, both the Buddhist and the Brahmanical sculpture. So it is noteworthy to mention that the architectural style, you see the similar in both type of idols. The Hindu and Buddhist idol, both type of temple architecture are used. And Sorry. So as this is very important finding, I thought, as most of the historical architecture of early medieval Bangla, as we found by archaeological excavation, in most of the case we didn't find that roof. So in our thought, this kind of representation, this kind of motif could be a source of understanding the architectural pattern of early medieval Bengal. Besides, we can also wonder whether the art structure of Hindu and Buddhist temple are either similar or not. Next feature, reflection of the philosophy of cosmology. That means thinking the God in the center of everything. The lots of Shurjo and Vishnu sculpture of Southeast Bengal in the 11th and 12th century often featured tiny representation of main gods or a series of Groho and other gods distributed in the backslab. This arrangement suggested that cosmological concept, which was primarily thought based on the Buddhist philosophy, but it was not only present in the Buddhist art, but also integral in the Brahmanical composition. The overall effect of these images simultaneously invoke peace, calm, and power, as the I previously and depiction of Surya with Aditya and Groho mainly. This is to note that the depiction of Surya with Aditya and Groho, it mainly appeared in the Southeast Bengal. This is one of the unique feature of the Surya idol of this reason. And this trend we also see in the Jain sculpture, and as I said before, of course in the Buddhist sculpture also. So the idea of God at the universe center, encircled by the small presentation of other deities or himself, remain and merge with the concept of creation emerging from the deity. And this tradition focus the light on the philosophical practice or religious practice of that time. Next feature, this is also a very interesting feature, the depiction of mountain topography. And the depiction of mountain topography in sculpture is not a new idea. We already saw this style in the Kailashnath temple at Ellora, where Shiv and Parvati seated on the Mount Kailash, as you see in this photo, and Ravana depicted below. He is trying to tempering the temple. The thing is noticed here how the artist want to depict the mountain topography in a sculpture or in a surface. You see several square shape motifs are used to depict the mountain. And in the context of Bangladesh, several Hindu, Buddhist, and also Buddhist idol from Bangladesh, especially from the southern Southeast Bengal, and few sculpture from the West Bengal also featured this unique depiction of mountain in their background. I'll just go through and not elaborate because the time is short. First one is the Khoshoporno location. You'll see the not only mountain, also the mountain dwelling animals, the sage, even a hunter trying to hunt the bird. Total scenario of a mountain topography is depicted on the scale or on the backslab of Khoshoporno location. We have several sculpture of this time. This one also from Mahakali Munshigঞ্জ and now is in Bangladesh National Museum. This one from Kumilla, now in the display of Moinamoti Museum. All of them are Khoshoporno location, who is presented in his mountain adobe, and we know from the this is also a painting where the Khoshoporno location is depicted on his adobe, which is called Mount Pataloka. And interestingly, all of these figures came from Bikrampur and also Kumilla. And we already have textual reference of Mount Pataloka in Gandhabhuja Sutra, and we thought that the artist might have followed this description to while he carved the sculpture. There is also Tara, who depicted in mountain topography, same kind of topography, same kind of illustration you see in the backdrop. Unfortunately, this sculpture is not in Bangladesh now. This is now in Karachi Museum, Pakistan. And the mountain topography not only depicted on the Buddhist sculpture, as I said before Hindu, in Hindu iconography, Uma Maheshwar, several sculpture of Uma Maheshwar, we saw the mountain topography is depicted there. Obviously, it is not Mount Pataloka. It is there, Ajabi. It could be Kailash or it could be Gandhamadhan Parbat, because from Kalidas Shes Kumar Shambhav, we have reference of Gandhamadhan Parbat of their deities, and other source like Bhagavata Puran or Vayu Puran, we have Kailash temple as their residing home. So this was the very unique feature of Southeast Bengal. Now we'll jump into another feature, that is the representation of poultry.
Last 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll just go through the pictures then. We have several idols where the whole tree is represented, and uniquely, you will find the difference in the depiction of leaves and other animals here. Another unique feature in the Vrishabhalinga, which we found not Nateshwar but not Rashib, Mahishashur Murdini, even on Uma Maheshwar. Another important feature we found here, there is Purohit or Acharya, who are generally depicted in the pedestal of Hindu and Buddhist sculpture both. Cult of the worship of books, that also came both in the Hindu Buddhist idols. And musicians. We know the musical instrument used in the worship of not only Hindu idol but also in Buddhist idol, as evident in the sculptures of Khoshoporno location. In the pedestal, you see the musicians invoking the god, and we also have some inscriptional evidence and obviously literary evidence about this nature. Though the Arjumanjur Simul Kalpo did not refer the deity should be worshipped with the movement of dance or music, but we have some inscriptional evidence and some information from the travel log of various Chinese travelers, such as Sengchi, who reported once possession that he witnessed during the sojourn in Bangladesh, and he said the possession of the statue of Avalokiteshwar on a terrace, accompanied by the monk and following by the king with a pomp of banners, drum beats, and music. So this is the ritualistic practice maybe of that time, which is reflected on the sculptural evidence of Bangladesh. Another sculpture. So this short survey, the stylistic development of the stela and backslab of sculpture of Bangladesh does not fully make justify the richness of the carving, which can be observed in each of the region. We try to focus on the main stylistic trends of this year, and we found a few notes that I want to share with you. First of all, the Southeast Bengal, that means Bongo Samotar, must have had advanced religious center with able to expert divine visions and charismatic leadership, especially during the late 10th to 12th centuries. Second one, there was a syncretism in religious art. And third one, I want to say there was not only Bongo style, I want to call it Bongo Samotar style, and there is possibly presence of several strong atelier in this region, and there was a shared stylistic and formal practice like those seen on the detailed ornamentation noticeable among the sculptures of Bongo Samudra, both the Hindu, Buddhist, and Jain sculpture, which might suggest that the artists were probably not quite restricted by the sectarian boundaries in terms of commission and production. So thank you so much for giving me time and listening to me. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. That was really, really wonderful and such a comprehensive and detailed paper, particularly your focus on each of these minute motifs and architectural clues. It's wonderfully done, and I look forward to when you publish this and to read it in detail. Unfortunately, we do not have much time left for question answer, but we'd be very happy to take one comment or if we have any comment or suggestion, or what do you think, Dr. Abu?
So I think we don't have any comments, but I mean, the picture and the presentation Charmin presented is fascinating. It's wonderful. And I mean, so this is the things we see in Bengal. So Bengal is not like that poor, neglected country or a region. So Bengal is really, it was a cultural super hub in ancient world. So in this perspective, in this presentation, what I see, or what we observe, like there are, let's say, very interregional elements and also local elements actually incorporating in this artistic feature. So yeah, this artistry and also stylistic, beyond this stylistic analysis, I think there are some scientific incorporation, particularly like raw material analysis, so like these kind of aspects for, let's say, archaeometrical issue maybe can be incorporated to understand the local, is it locally originated, local school of art, or like it was like, let's say, interchange or sharing culture, exchange of culture. So this is a big question for this. Of course, for like a sculptural way, we can understand like, oh yeah, this is a cultural center for sure, because we have so much dense elements there. But what about the production? Is it the artist, the elements were produced, were they a producer or were they importer? So this is a big question for this aspect. So only aspects we can use methodologically is like some archaeometrical, issues we can incorporate it with this, and then there will be tremendous knowledge, produced in this regard. Yeah, that was my sense to seeing the previous session and also this session. Yeah, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Abu. Sharbin ma'am, I think that is already there are some work on the petrological analysis of sculptures which were done, but I think if more efforts can be done, I think that would be wonderful. So now we move forward to the next paper. So as we are sticking with time, Sharmin ma'am, would you like to respond to that suggestion? Or
okay, yes, of course I want to respond, because there is a barrier here. As all the sculpture under the supervision of Department of Archaeology or Bangladesh National Museum, as an individual researcher, we don't have the privilege or we don't have the liberty to test the material. Like we can test the wood, we can test the metal, we can test the stone, but they have to come forward to help us, because if they does not give us permit, or if they does not give us element, how would we move forward? That is the problem here. And I saw Atar Bhai was here. I wish more people from the Department of Archaeology or Cultural Ministry was here, so that we can share the problems. We can share the barrier for our which we feel from our long journey in the art history or archaeological practice in Bangladesh. So if these barriers are not removed, or if they are not cooperative, we cannot advance anymore. That's all.
Laura, if you permit, can we take 1 minute from Mr. Atal?
Sure, please.
Yeah, maybe
Such an
he can. Yeah. Just 1 minute, please. We'd like to listen from him. Yeah.
Then I pray to Laura ma'am. After Hassan, Siddiqui. Mr. Siddiq, you said first, then I about the Shamindra genre. Can I speak?
Yeah. Please, we would like to hear your thoughts on this, the cooperation and between the let's say your office and between the researcher.
1 or 2 minutes, because it is the very important subject. When I research in Borondo Research Museum in Rajshahi, there is a huge sculpture, art and archaeological. And then archaeology department, DOA, cultural ministry, also there is a huge collection of sculpture. But Sharmindra Jana is rising the right subject. There is some time in lack of cooperation, but it is the very important matter. In Bangladesh now in time, there is a rare person who research in sculpture. That for reason I support to Rezana, because she's the rare person for this subject. So I request to my department and other department also, every researcher are help to Department of Archaeology and others department researcher, because they are very study to this purpose. This is so tough. So I am very glad to Sharmindra Jana, and it is promising for Bangladesh. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Abu, you had a comment, or briefly you wanted to comment?
Let's move forward. Perfect. Yeah. Wonderful.
Yeah. So we had a very fruitful interactive session as well to Sharmin ma'am's paper. I was personally fascinated by the wealth of the sculptural program that we have in the Bengal region and the comprehensive insight of Sharmin ma'am. What was a great takeaway for me was to also see the motifs of the temples. So the sculptures were enshrined within different kind of shrines, and those sculptural programs itself contained depiction narrative of a kind of visual program of sculptures. So thank you so much. Now let us move forward to Shagnika's paper. I think Shagnika is here already ready. Shagnika, can we have your paper on display, please? Shagnika, are you present, or is there any technical problem in sharing the screen?
I was sharing my PPT, but it is not getting shared here.
So would you like to share it with our volunteer team so that it can be displayed? Can our volunteer team help Shagnika with the presentation? You can share the presentation via chat, or you can also
we can also alternatively listen from next speaker. Meanwhile, they can solve this technical issue also, the technical issue.
I had already sent to you through mail earlier, but I don't know why it is not getting shared here.
Okay, so for the next presentation, Mukul is trying to log in, but He needs little bit time because the electricity problem is there where
Okay,
he.
so what can I do?
Yeah.
I
Can
can
you
share the
download?
screen.
Yeah.
I can share the screen instead of Shagnika,
Yeah.
and Shagnika can continue her speech. Is that okay,
Wonderful.
Shagnika?
Yeah, it will be convenient, sir.
All right,
If it's
so
possible.
I'm opening for you. I know what's the problem. So here's the thing. For your presentation, you send it maybe by online, and then it was also very difficult for me to open it. So then I converted it, and then I prepared it. So now it's ready. I'm sharing it for you.
Okay, so kind of you, sir.
It's all right. So presentation, Sagnika, yes. Do you see it?
Yeah, now I can see.
Okay.
Shall
So
I start?
you just tell
Yes,
me
please
next.
start. And
You just tell
thank you
me
so much,
next,
Abu.
and I'll go to next. Okay?
Yes, thank you Abu,
Okay.
for facilitating this. Okay, please begin. We have 15
Contribution of
minutes
Bengal
and
about this.
finish in Indian time at 3:30, which is 3 o'clock sharp at Bangladesh time. Please.
Shall I start?
Please.
Hello.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Hello, I am Shagnika Bhattacharya, PhD scholar, Department of Pali, University of Calcutta. Today, I'm going to present my paper entitled Contribution of Bengal in Buddhist Tantric Art. So, this next slide. Abstract is there. What I have focused in the paper is that in this abstract are written. In the vast cultural arena of Indic cultural and knowledge system, Bengal played a role of catalyst because of its vast demography, which includes Bihar and Orissa through the monarchical power balancing. The spread of Buddhism perhaps to be found during the Mauryan rule, but it flourished and got its prominent altar during the Pala age when Buddhism influenced by Bengal school of Tantra. The legacy of Pal art, which has esoteric influences, not just only shaped up idolatry, but also the development of painting like Thanka, the Tibetan scroll painting we used to see. They had the procedure of Patachitra of Bengal, which is another form of votive tool of Vajrayana Buddhism. The next slide, please. So I would like to share some background of the Buddhist art. Visual and structural presentation of Buddhist teachings. It can be sculptures and idols, paintings, architectures, etc. It is known that first Buddha idol has been found in Gandhar art, belongs to circa 1st CE, which has been accepted as archetype model of first Buddhist art. And so on, we found Gandhara, Mathura, Amravati arts. Then we can see the Hellenistic influence in Buddhist structures. The next slide, please. This is very important while discussing about Buddhist art. To understand the methodology of the diffusion of Buddhist art, the journey of Buddhism through Gandhar and how it diffused in all over Asia is a major point of discussion. Buddhist sectarian division on the basis of Abhidharma was already a philosophical upheaval that developed numerous philosophical notions. Fourth Buddhist Council under the aegis of Kanishka that held in Kashmir was a path-breaking event of circa 1st CE, which celebrated the Sarvastivada sect, and after that, the Sarvastivada sect spread their wings most in Inner Asia. It is true that schism of Ashok, that is Dhamma, spread up to Yonak land or Bactria, but it was not so impactful which could convert natives into Buddhism. Gandhar was the gateway to the Central Asia from the Indic land and the connecting land of all kind of Buddhist thoughtful germination. First Buddhist art developed in Gandhara and also diffused from here to westward, and from Bactria the expansion of both Buddhist philosophy and art expanded to eastward. With the expansion of trade through the west route of Central Asia, also expanded the nexus of Buddhism by missionary activities. Next slide. Changing facets of Buddhist art decorative to the initial period we see that Buddhist art was mostly decorative. Might be we can say votive about only for the stupas, the commemorative one, or the four kinds of stupas we found, and some decorative panels which we see in Bharut. They were mostly narration of Jatak, Avadan, but we don't see any kind of Buddha statue or Buddha idol or presentation there. Rather, we see some symbolisms like Bodhi tree, footprints, umbrella, etc. So it was decorative initially. Then how Tantric art evolved. In the inception, Mahayana was scriptural discourses, and all formats of Buddhism follows the rule of Vinaya, even those monks who spread outside of Indic land. Emergence of Mahayana evolved mundane Buddha into the supramundane being. From there, the scriptural concept of Buddha represented through the graphical demonstration of Bodhisattva. Mystic form of Mahayana spread most in the outside of Indic land for its flexibility in practice. Next slide, please. Esotericism or Tantra derived from the obscure practices of different native cults and assimilated under the cloud of Mahayana for the logical and scriptural justifications. From the prevalent idea of yoga was the first step to forward in higher meditational practice. Buddha himself knew the practice of yoga, in which some definite postures, breathing techniques, and variety of meditation are found. When Tantra came out in practice from scriptures, yoga was the media for sadhaks to attain mystic powers to connect with cosmos. Next slide, please. These mystic powers gained through spiritual practice like yoga, sadhakas experiences the visualization of deities in lucid dream state, and further these visualized images were presented in idolatry and later in Buddhist sacred paintings called Thanka. So here we can see that Thanka is not a decorative one, it is rather changing into votive tool. It is becoming a very important part of Buddhist tantric ritual. It's not just a decorative painting. Texts like Charya Vinishchay is a collection of mystic poems which are based on these mystic experiences of sadhakas or siddhas, mystic poets. The Buddhist tantric deities are nothing but the representation of qualities developed in a pure mental state attained through higher meditation. The idols are used for meditation to attain those particular mental state again and again in practitioners. Next slide. Literature like Nishpana Yogavali by Abhayankar Gupta, hailing from 10th to 11th century CE, describes the pattern of mandala art which was taken by the Tantric Buddhist schools of Himalayan region. Previously in Tantric art, we see some graphical representations like mandala art. There we don't find any kind of shape of deity, any figure of any human-like figure, what we usually see as gods and goddesses are. They were just graphical representations, and filling various colors, they were represented the presence of the deities. Mandala art is a graphical representation of deities which are presented using various colors according to rituals in a graphical drawing. Now here comes how Bengal influences. The tantric teachings of Atish Dipankar in Tibet made a huge difference in their practice. The first teacher of Tantra in Tibet, Guru Padmasambhav, founded the old school Tantra in Tibet, which was an influence of Shaivism. But Atisha founded the new school of Tantra by including the practices of Shaktism hailing from Bengal. Next slide, please. The legacy of Pal art, which has esoteric influences, not just only shaped up idolatry, but also the development of painting like Thanka, adhered the procedure of Patachitra of Bengal. The Tibetan, here is a quotation, the Tibetan historian Taranath mentions several Indian artists by name, including two Bengalis, Dhiman and Bitpalo, lived in Varandra region and said to have been contemporaries of the Pala rulers Dharmapal. but unquote, but the materials which are used in Thangka painting are fully Nepalese influence. The art style is believed to be a thread of Bengal potter making. Next slide. The Bengali potters are generally found terracotta dish-like thing, some scroll cut out of dried palm leaves, even on textile. But those scrolls are narratives, not in single deity. Single deities of Brahmanic culture are found on terracotta dishes. Today also we can see that in Bengal we used to worship potters of Lakshmi, Saraswati, and so on. But most of the pot or scroll paintings from Bengal we see, those are narratives of mythology or some legends or folklore, this kind of. The Nepalese pova is scroll painting of Buddhist deity, and this procedure was authored by Tibetans in making Thangka. Povas are made on canvas made out of buffalo skin. Initially, Tibetans also used to make on similar way, but later they added the use of textile canvases too. Like Buddhist tantric idols, the Thangkas also play as votive tool in rituals. Both of these are used as votive tool. Their purpose is not only to use for meditation, rituals are performed and offerings are made to please the deities to gain blessings. Just as worshipping the idols, the scroll paintings are also used in these rituals in the same manner, but they differ from the Brahmanic ritual. These scroll paintings are also used in meditation. They are known as idam in Tibetan for meditation to attain the same qualities the deity poses. This is the only aim for a practitioner or for a sadhak. In the conclusion, I would like to say the exact date of development of Buddhist tantric votive art is assumed to be between 10th to 11th century, because here the development of Thangka art, the exact date has so much controversies, and orthographic history or drafted information I have found very few. It is like a tradition just going on in Guru Shishya Parampara. Still, it is in this manner. So drafted information I have found very few. So this is my paper. I have concluded. Thank you.
Thank you, Shagnika, for your presentation. Is there any question from the audience that we can take on Shagnika's paper? So we have very less time, but I think we can still take a few questions.
I think we don't have a question, but the presentation Sagnika presented actually described the story of Bengal. It's like cumulative, gradual, not like sudden, structural, one by one and division, not like this. It's a mixture and it flows over time. Yeah, the same thing. So the school of thought develops, the pattern of Tantrika art develops over time from regional, local mixture. Perfect. Nice. So we can move. If you have comments, you can have comments.
Just have a yes, please.
Any suggestions?
Yep.
Any suggestions, sir?
Yes. Shagnika, are you asking suggestions from Dr. Abu? Can you mention specifically?
I have this suggestion. Just telling about the relationship between this Tamdika art, the story of Bengal, like this. Because there wasn't any comment, I suggested you to move forward for the next presentation. That was the point. But if, I don't know, maybe Mr. Atar would like to say something. He unmuted his speaker. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Ilora and Siddiq are very nicely presented the whole program. I am not expert about this, but as a archaeological department, I am an archaeologist. Then Tantrika Buddhism in Bengal, it is the very biggest factor once upon a time, but now in time, in all over the world, there are some Buddhists. Why they are not practicing Tantric Buddhism? Why they are forgotten their custom? Why they are forgotten as a Buddhist in all over the world, Buddhist people? Because Tantric is very important with medicine and with important on.
Yeah, we got your question. So, is there anyone to answer this question?
I think better would be Shagnika trying to answer, if it is okay, as a chat, and then we can move forward to some other panel or audience if we have time. Shagnika, would you like to answer or respond to that query?
I think sir was asking why the Buddhist Tantric was forgotten in Bengal after the time. What I can infer, it is the sudden epoch of again the Vidachari Tantra, which is very much popular in Bengal.
Well, there are other aspects to look at it regarding the disappearance or continuation of Tantra. I think there has been a lot of work. So some of this new research can be also incorporated, particularly scholars like there have been work on the Sahajayana Buddhism, as well as there is work on Mahima Dhamma in Odisha, where they have tried to see how subtly elements of Tantra and Tantric practices had survived within the broader rubric of religious practices. But another unique question would be, rather to try to trace out elements of Tantra, we should be looking into flexibility or other kind of societal processes such as acculturation, or how we look into appropriation of something. So look into broader religious studies which provide a model of appropriation or acculturation can help us to understand it's not just about Tantra, how elements and features of a particular religious structures are sometimes in one way or another way, they get transformed and still survive and create a new form within the next chapter of religion. Particularly if we look into Indonesia, in case of Indonesia, where we have particularly Buddhist practices before the coming of Islam, we see that there are many forms of practices, Islamic practices, which are very unique in case of Indonesia and which cannot be compared to Malaysia also, which cannot be compared to in case of Bangladesh or any other part of South Asia or Southeast Asia, which shows the acceptability not just of religion, but also acceptability of the community, where features of previous religion or practices get appropriated, not only appropriated, but transformed in new way. So I think some broader model of religious studies can really help bring out more insights within your paper. So I think we can close the discussion of this, and congratulations to Sagnika for the paper. Let us move on to Mukund's paper. I think Mukund is ready with this presentation, but he's suffering from some kind of electricity problem. So I think he has also forwarded.
I'll also share it on behalf of him.
Yes,
No
I think Abu has to also help with the next presentation. Yes.
Hello.
Yes, Mukund.
My electricity has just come now.
Come back. So would you like to try to share your screen, please? Then
yes,
you can have more
I'm trying.
control
Give
on
me
the...
please just 30 seconds, please.
Okay, 30 seconds.
No worry, take your time.
Sure.
It's normal. Yeah. Thanks, Elora, for the discussion. It's wonderful. So it is not only Buddhism, it's everywhere in the world. This is the human trend. The new necessity arrives and human adapt with the new reality, new dimension. But it doesn't mean that they forget the ancestry or previous tradition. So there's always kind of overlaps. So the question Dr. Athor arrives is a big question, and this question actually needs to be addressed in a broader way. So a lot of work to be done, particularly in regards to this question. So that is the actually concise and answer for this question. It means we need to do a lot of things. We need to work a lot on this. Yeah. So Mukant is ready. So Elora, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Abu, and welcome Mukund and Tahimuddin. So I think it is going to be a very nice paper on the new acquisition, and without any further delay, please start your presentation.
Am I audible and visible with my PPT?
You are visible. Your volume appears to be little less. If you can turn on the volume so that all members of the audience can hear you clearly.
Okay, I'm trying my best. Thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome to all of you in my presentation. Respected chairs, distinguished scholars, and dear fellows. I am Mukant Bishwas and my co-author, Mr. Tahimuddin Nobi. Today, I am delighted to present our joint paper titled Some Newly Collected Sculptures in the Bangladesh National Museum and Iconographic Study. I will not take too much time. I will just show you what are we trying to study. In recent years, several Brahmanical and Buddhist sculptures have been discovered and salvaged from different regions of Bangladesh. Among these, some important collections was salvaged in 2023 by the Rajshahi BGB. The exact find spots of these sculptures are totally unknown to us. That's why it's difficult to discuss the archaeological context of these sculptures. Anyway, in 2024, these sculptures were officially acquired by a team from the Bangladesh National Museum, and they are now preserved in the reserve collection of this museum. Actually, these sculptures are newly collected, but not any new god or goddess. These are very common in Bengal. That's why I will not discuss or introduce the deities in details due to time's consume. I will just point out some iconographic notes, and I will just focus on two inscribed images. A total of 17 sculptures were collected, of which 11 have been selected for our present study. Among them, 8 are Brahmanical sculptures and 2 are Buddhist and 1 remains unspecified. Notably 2 sculptures bear inscriptions, which provide valuable epigraphic information. Our study is the first attempt to identify, describe, and analyze the sculptures from iconographic and stylistic perspectives. I will just show you the sculptures at a glance. So first of all, let me begin with the Vishnu sculptures, who is from the largest group of in this collection. Uh, 4 images of Vishnu were documented depicting forms such as Trivikram and Narayana, typical of Palasena period style. You can see in the slide, and this sculptures displays the very classical iconographic pictures of Vishnu. Vishnu is standing in Samabhanga posture on a Samapadisthanaka posture on a lotus pedestal, holding his usual attributes, the chakra, shankha, gada, padma. The presence of Kritimuk, well modeled body and linear uh, drapery folds reflect a high degree of craftsmanship, consistent with 10 to 12th century CE in Bengal. Interestingly, the second Vishnu image bears a short inscription engraved on the pedestal. The inscription reads Siddham Smaran Narayanam Swargi Babhuvo Kulo Nandana. In the middle part of it is Sri Dadakasha. In translation, it means there was a deceased son Halana who used to cause joy to his family and used to meditate on Narayana. For that son, Sri Danka has dedicated his image of Narayana. This inscription not only provides the name of donor, Sri Danka, but also gives us a glimpse of the donative and devotional culture of this period, where personal loss was often transformed into religious merit through image dedication. You can see two notable images in the collection represent Uma Maheshwara. They stand as a beautiful example of familial devotion and divinity unity. Both sculptures are carved in high relief, with Shiva seated beside Parvati on a lotus pedestal accompanied by their Bahana Ganesha. Two Ganesha sculptures images are similar but equally significant. They depict the deity in his typical form with a pot-bellied figure holding sweets and weapons, seated in Lolita Shan posture in the left hand side. It looks more modern sculptures. Now we are going to the Buddhist sculptures. The Buddhist represents include an image of Shodak Shrilokeshwara and a smaller image of Jambala, both executed with executive precision. The Shadakshuri image displays the Bodhisattva seated in meditation and adorned with princely ornaments and a Sreni countenance. The Shadakshri Lukeshwar is not so common in Bengal. Only 3 to 4 images has been reported from the whole Bengal. So it is need to be studied what is the reason of that. So we can look at the inscriptions which is in the pedestal of this Shadakshri Lukeshwara. It is reads that Dhanupati Sri Mohinda Deva. If we translate it, the image is the donation of the donor Sri Mohinda Deva. So this is a simple but powerful record in that how Buddhist patronage continued to flourish in northern Bengal well into the later Pala period. I am not analyzing this inscription critically due of times. To conclude, I want to conclude just this newly acquired sculptures add substantially to our knowledge of the religious art and iconography of early medieval Bengal. It really adds an important addition to the corpus of Bengal sculptures. Their stylistic homogeneity and epigraphic evidence clearly reflect a shared artistic tradition between the Brahmanical and Buddhist communities. Also, the exact provenance remains uncertain. Their find spot near Rajshahi suggests active regional artistic centers that once produced sculptures for temples and monasteries spread across the northern plains of Bengal. This study also underscores the vital role of museum-based research, especially when archaeological contexts are lost. Through careful documentation and iconographic comparison, we can still reconstruct the cultural and devotional landscape of early medieval Bengal. We are grateful to Bangladesh National Museum for permitting us to study and supplying all photographs and to use them in this research paper. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mukund. I think this is a very beautiful paper and this is a very insightful paper. But there is also scope to develop this paper a little bit. And let us first see if there are comments or suggestion from the audience.
Yeah, so we still have maybe 4 or 5 minutes, right, Laura? Yeah.
Yes,
So
we do
Mukant,
have.
are you doing, let's say, like iconographic analysis? Is it your expertise?
Yes,
And are you working or you are studying?
I have just completed my second master's from Banaras Hindu University.
Okay, so in our Bengal Symposium network, you already see that we have Elora, we have Charmin. They're really very influential in this field, rising stars, let's say, the contributor people, really. And then they're very much friendly and very extremely helpful people. So maybe you can continue communicate with them, and then you can develop your career in regard this art history and iconography. I think this is a promising field. So in National Museum in Bangladesh, so you published these unpublished, you presented these unpublished sculptures. Do you have any knowledge that are there, how many unpublished sculptures can be housed in the museum, not studied yet? Do you have any idea, any knowledge?
Only just two or three catalogs has been published. One has been published by Enamul Haq and one from Bangladesh National Museum. A very few images has been studied. A large number of sculptures has remained unpublished or unstudied.
Yeah, I see.
So I just take the recently collected sculptures from this museum.
Huge. So we need a lot of expert people in this field, and a lot of work. Yeah. Hopefully you will lead this.
If you don't mind,
Thank you so much.
About Mukunto this time. If you allow Ilora ma'am.
Yeah, we still have 2-3 minutes. Dr. Atur, go ahead, please.
1 minute. Mr. Mukunto like me, because she is a researcher, I am also researcher. But both are exposed is were weak, but where our research is not weak. I know well Mr. Mukunto. He is a promising researcher, and 1 year regular came to my office, and I know his researcher is very nice. In future, I wish she would be bright.
Perfect. Thank you. It's so wonderful that you are helping so many people.
Okay, Dr. Siddiq, I want to say something.
Sure, please go ahead.
Okay, fine. Dear Mukund, nice presentation. Okay, you are now concentrating on iconography study, but I have one query. Now, all of the iconographic study in my country actually concentrate on the description of sculpture, iconographic merits, but all the study shows the lack of philosophical aspects or mythological aspects of the sculpture. Please, I request you, please concentrate the other aspect, philosophical or mythological aspect. What story actually we can find behind the sculpture, the representation of culture. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. I'll try, sir.
Elora, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. I'm very
So
happily listening
maybe
to the
you can go for
conversation.
conclusion if you'd like. We have to go for a break and then we will prepare for the next session.
Yeah.
And
So,
we warmly welcome our next keynote speaker, Mohammad Yusuf Siddiqui sir. He's already present. Thank you, sir. So we will start your session after 10 minutes. So now we are in the session now, and our session chair is Elora. Dr. Elora is now concluding our session, sir.
thank you, Abu, and it was really a pleasure for me. I think to be part of the Bengal Symposium, first of all, to be actively looking forward to the insights that we are collecting from the first edition, and we'll be moving forward to the future editions. Congratulations to Mukund for your paper, and all my best wishes for your future developing this paper. I really thank all the speakers. They have done a really good job and brought out many new aspects about the sculptures and how we should be changing our ways to look at sculptures. Of course, as Sir said, the aspect of mythology and philosophy is not there. For a very long time, there have been a focus by scholars starting from 19th century to the more part of 20th century, where the focus was on philosophy of sculptures, mythology of sculptures, and artistic richness of sculptures. So we already have the wealth of research on that. So from 1960 onwards, we have been looking towards sculptures and iconographic program to understand different new aspects, particularly artist, regional motifs, architectural patterns, artist migrations, and how these are also crucial evidences for the religious life of people. And particularly some of the papers talked about that there are undercurrent movements also. So not necessarily we are only looking into the well-known themes, we are proceeding in our research in art history to incorporate, to understand new parameters of how art history, where it can lead us to the study of past. So I congratulate the speakers and I congratulate the organizers and Abu and Dr. Abu and Dr. Sabikun. Thank you so much. And I think I did my job as a chair, and looking forward to the next session and the next keynote speech.
Don't forget that you're also
yes, I am also
important member of the
very
organizing
happily
committee.
part
So
of this. Yes.
don't mention
Thank you
only
so much.
us. You are
Yes.
also, thanks to you. So I think now the technical team will take a snapshot of your session, of our session. So all participants are asked to open their video so that we can take the snapshot as a memory of this session. Who is gonna taking this snapshot?
Sir, I'm taking this snapshot.
So
and
taking
I'm
so not only one
requesting
page, so you take 2-3 pages so that everybody is like captured. So
Right,
yeah.
sir. Right, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Thanks, Hriday.
And another one I'm taking. Please keep your video on.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So over to you, Abu, now.
No, thank you. Thanks, Laura. So now we are going for a break, short break. Maybe we have 6 minutes left. And meanwhile, Yusuf Siddiq sir and also other presenters will be prepared for their lecture. So we only have 5-6 minutes. So we'll be joining here after 6 minutes in Bangladesh time. In Bangladesh time 4:30. Yes. Bangladesh time 4:30, we'll be here.
Okay, in the meantime, I will share something about Bukunto. I didn't till that time because it was not any question or it was not anything about his work. I just want to talk about him, Dipu, others, because Mukunto, you know, in present time, there is no, in my knowledge, there is no researcher in Bangladesh who can read the inscription, illimitable inscription, especially the Shanto or Pali. He is the one, as per my knowledge. He's the only one he's studying in this chapter of archaeology. And I am so fond of him. He's so many junior than me, but I always fond of him, and I always wanted to contact them that you come to this very hard path. Nobody care about the inscription. Nobody want to take the pain actually to drive himself in this path, but he did. And as far now, he's the only one. Yes,
You see, Mukha,
I
how
think
helpful they are.
that
You
is
see,
with
even
everybody.
Sharmin emphasized her enthusiasm to collaborate with you,
Yeah.
to help you, to so that's the bright picture, bright side. We are actually now coming up. Bengal is yeah, so many collaboration needs, and then so many people they are willing to collaborate. So I think this will open up new collaboration. So there is no obstacle, even in the early presentation, prehistoric, and also later. What I saw, for example, Tuli's presentation, I saw she needs collaboration. She needs people to go there and survey there extensively to find out the archaeological materials. So same way for prehistory and other area. So one person or one team cannot cover a region like Bengal or a part of Bengal. It's not possible. So we need, so somebody will lead in this part, somebody will lead other part, but other people, everybody will collaborate. No competition. It should be collaboration, not competition. So
It is very important to
let's see.
read or reread the inscriptions. But nobody here is to do that job. There are lots of inscription of idols that is still unreaded, and there is lot of other inscription still have to reappraisal, but there is no people here to do that job. That's
So you
unfortunate.
You continue with discussion now. I'll need 2-3 minutes to prepare for the next session with the technical team, Shumyapu. So you continue with people, and see you in 3 minutes. Yeah.
No, I just finished. I don't have any more to say to Mukunto because I am always in close connect with him. But I just feel that I have to share it with everybody because lots of people here, lots of students of archaeology here. I just want the students to encourage to come into this field of iconography or study the inscription because it is a very important part of archaeology. And we cannot have the full scenario of our past if we do not give importance in these two factors.
Hello. Am I audible? Nazbol.
Sir, yes, sir. You are audible and.
But you are not clearly visible. I can see half of you. Mom, you are not clearly visible. I think you should off your light behind you.
Maybe, sir. You can close your window.
Not right.
Or you can change, if possible, sir. You can change your angle of setting.
noise may be
Far more better, sir. Far more better than previous.
No problem. The glory of light comes from the left side.
Right, sir. 100%, sir.
the unexpected that our department, from our department, few students join. Most of the students joining the other side from archaeology, Jangina University and India. But unfortunately, from the Department of Archaeology, Kumula University, a few students joined and participate this seminar, symposium. এটা আমাদের কি ভালোভাবে প্রচারণা হয় না নাকি নাজমুল, নাকি অনেকে জানে নাই?
না স্যার, সবকিছুই লিংক শেয়ার করা হয়েছে এবং এটা খুব ভালোভাবে আসলে প্রচার হয়েছে। আমরা নিয়মিত প্রচার করি।
আমাদের ডিপার্টমেন্ট থেকে অনেক খুবই কম জয়েন করছে।
সকালে আরেকটু বেশি ছিল, আমি তো গ্রুপে দিয়ে রিসার্চ গ্রুপে সিনিয়রদের কাছে দিয়েছি, 20-22 জন ছিল।
ফার্স্ট সেশনে স্যার 180 জন পর্যন্ত ছিল, 180 183 এরকম ছিল স্যার। এখন 100 জন
ডিপার্টমেন্ট থেকে কম ছিল।
তুলনামূলক কম ছিল। আবার অনেকে চিনতে পারেনি, ভালো নামে লগ ইন করে তো।
আচ্ছা, কি সেশন শুরু হয়েছে নাকি, না এটা ব্রেক চলছে?
না স্যার, 5 মিনিট ব্রেক চলছে।
ও আচ্ছা, না ঠিক আছে। আচ্ছা, অর্গানাইজার যারা আছে করছে ভালোই, কিন্তু অনলাইনে ডিসকাশনের বেশি সময়, ডিসকাশন লেখা আছে কিন্তু ডিসকাশনের জন্য বেশি সময়, অনলাইনে তো অনেক সুযোগ দেওয়া যায়। অ্যাকচুয়ালি পেপার পড়া হইলে ওটা ডিসকাশন না হইলে হয় না। তো ইন্ডিয়া অনেক জায়গায় কনফারেন্সে গেছি, ওটা পেপার পড়ার চেয়ে ডিসকাশনেই বেশি। অ্যাকচুয়ালি সেমিনারের উদ্দেশ্যটাই তো এটা,
ডিসকাশনটাই মেইন।
আমাদের এখানে তো কম, কেউ ডিসকাশন করেই না। কিন্তু আমি জীবনে ধরো 20টার মতো পেপার পড়ছি ইন্ডিয়াতে, মানে 10 মিনিট পেপার পড়লে 30 মিনিট ডিসকাশন হয়, কন্ট্রোল করা যায় না। কিন্তু আমাদের এখানে তো কেউই পার্টিসিপেট করতেছে না ডিসকাশনে। এইটা হলে তো
3 নম্বরে তো শেষ হয়নি। 3 নাম্বার শেষ হলে
ওকে, কেউ কিছু আর বলবে
না স্যার? যে 5 মিনিট ব্রেকের পর হয়তো সেশন শুরু হবে।
লামিয়া, স্টার্ট প্লিজ স্টার্ট।
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Better
everyone.
to please.
Just a minute.
Please,
1 minute, Ravi.
guys, one, Professor Jayanto, Professor Jayanto and others.
Sure. Please, Professor.
Hello, Professor Jayanto.
Yeah.
Professor Jayanto and others, please, I would like to, Professor Jayanto and others,
Sure.
please. One
Please.
thing that this one is live streaming is on, so please no personal discussion should be going by here. It's not good.
Sorry. I think.
So please, please. Professor Jayanto.
Okay, let's go.
Okay,
Let's
1
go on.
minute. Hello, Abu.
Yeah.
Dr. Yusuf Siddiq maybe join, and he have facing some technical problem. I think our volunteer Nazmul can assist him to share
Sir,
his.
Okay, sir.
if you can send your presentation through WhatsApp or any fast as possible, we can assist you also, sir. No problem, sir.
Professor Dipu, I think Yusuf Siddiqi's internet connection is off.
No.
Yes, everything is on.
Yeah.
I want to share my slides, and
Oh, perfect.
never used it. I don't know simply how to use it.
So there is a section, sir. It's like share.
Yes.
In the middle, you see share. When you
Yes.
click on the share, you will see a lot of computer screen, and then you select your presentation. That will be okay, sir.
Okay. All right. And then how do I move from one? How do I go to?
Then you use arrow,
Active
sir,
your
or click.
presentation file.
Okay, presentation file. I am not finding it, in fact. My presentation file.
You have to open your file in your desktop and then you have to click the share option.
Okay, okay. Now,
Sir, can I assist you, sir? You can just click on your presentation file on the sidebar. Yeah, on the sidebar, just click on it, it will appear.
Sir, open it.
okay, now.
Then in the middle, you just there
Now
is
is
a
okay.
blue button.
Now is okay.
Yes,
Now
sir.
is.
Can you see?
Perfect.
Yes.
Yes, we see.
Yes,
It's
sir. Right.
appeared.
But you make it full screen, sir. In right down, right. You can make it full screen so that we can see your
So,
full screen nicely.
Okay.
Go so, but in the down.
Can you see my slides now?
Yes, sir.
So down, you see there's a book signs in the just down bottom on your right. There's a book sign on down below, not up, sir. Down. You see there's a small sign, book page sign, and on its right, you just click share full screen. It will be full screen.
Okay, so share. I clicked share, and now can it be? Is it visible?
Okay, okay.
Let me assist him, sir. You can go to the above bar and click the slideshow.
Okay.
Slideshow. Click the slideshow.
So okay, let me see. You are screen sharing. Okay. Now I can see share and slide control. Should I go to slide control?
We can see.
Oh, you can see it?
Yeah. Actually, it's not regular presentation, slide PPT presentation.
Okay, I'm not very good, in fact, in using computer.
You are doing very much great. You are doing very great. So just go to the above bar. You see the file, home, insert, draw, design, transition, animation, slideshow.
On the top of your presentation, there are little writing, home, insert. Do you see it, sir?
I can, if I when I'm clicking share, it is showing one participant can share at a time, or multiple participants can share.
Now you go to your now you go to your presentation, not the Zoom. Go to your presentation.
Okay.
Go to your presentation, sir.
Okay. All right.
In your presentation below, or there is an option written slideshow on the top. Do you see record view?
Yeah.
Slideshow. Yeah. Click on the slideshow, sir.
Yeah, okay. 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 There is. I can see share. Okay.
Not share. You have to select slideshow.
Slideshow. Okay. I can see slide control.
স্যার আমি একটু বলি স্যার, আপনি ওই যে আপনার মনিটরে ডান দিকে নিচে 70% একটা লেখা দেখবেন, একটা লাইন মার্ক আছে 70%, ঠিক তার পাশের আইকনটাতে ক্লিক করলেই হবে।
আচ্ছা,
প্রেজেন্টেশনটার একদম ডান পাশে, মানে কতটা আছে 70% করা আছে, ওইটা ঠিক বাঁ পাশের আইকনটার মধ্যে ক্লিক করলে ফুল স্ক্রিন হবে।
You have to go to your own presentation in the computer, not the Zoom, sir.
Okay, all right. Hopefully.
So you go to your presentation in PowerPoint presentation, not the Zoom presentation, in your computer presentation.
Okay.
Anyway, you can go ahead from the first slide. We can see it. There's no problem. One by one, you can go, sir. No problem.
Okay, all right. Hopefully. Okay, so this way.
So you are doing
this
great.
way. That will be fine. No problem. It's
You
okay.
can see.
Yeah, we can see. No problem, sir. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, all right. So these are visible.
Yes, visible, sir. Yes.
Sir, you
Oh,
can
all right.
also type the F5 on your keyboard. That will be fine.
It's all right. It's all right. Hey, it's okay. It's okay, Robbie. Let's go this way. Yeah, this is the nice, easiest way, sir. Yes.
Okay, but you know, the Zoom is gone. It looks like. Anyway, that's fine.
Zoom is not gone. We see it. We see it, sir. You continue. You continue
Yeah, but
yourself.
I can't see you. That's the problem. Anyway, that shouldn't be a
You
problem.
cannot see us because you will see us little. So you just see your presentation and we hear you. No problem, sir. Yeah.
All right. So looks like, you know, I'm making some progress. All right. Okay. So it should be okay.
Sir, so you click on the first slide and Sohrabuddin, Dr. Sohrabuddin, please, you start your session.
Okay. Yeah. Is the time? Is it a good time to start?
So our session chair will introduce you. Then you will deliver your keynote, sir. Sorry.
Welcome everyone. Okay. Okay, welcome everyone. The last session of the day. Today's keynote speaker, Mohammad Yusuf Siddiqui with us. I just telling something about the Yusuf Siddiqui. Dr. Mohammad Yusuf Siddiqui is a distinguished Bangladeshi historian, epigraphist, and social scholar of the Islamic art and culture. He is widely recognized for his pioneer research on the Arabic and Persian inscription of medieval Bengal, which is great enriched in the understanding of the regional Sultanate era history. Dr. Siddiqui earned his PhD from Al Qura University in Makkah and has taught and conducted research in several international institutes, including Harvard University. He is currently a visiting professor at the International Center for Study on Bengal Arts in Bangladesh. Over his long academic career, he has authored numerous books and research papers in Arabic, Persia, Bengali, and English. His work bridges the history, language, and culture, offering deep insight into the heritage of Bengali Muslim past. Dr. Siddiqui is also active in social initiatives promoting education and community welfare. The keynote is the importance of Arabic and Persian inscription in the study of Bengal history. So I request Professor Dr. Mohammad Yusuf Siddiqui to deliver his keynote.
Well, thank you for this wonderful introduction. I may like to say good evening to everyone or good afternoon. It depends on the location that you are currently staying. I would be speaking about the Arabic and Persian inscriptions of Bengal as a source material for Bengal history. Well, let me begin with a Arabic verse. تلك آثارنا تدل علينا فانظروا بعدنا إلى الآثار. These are the remains which helped us to understand our past. So when we will be gone forever to the other world, if you want to know about us, then look for our traces in the archaeological remains. So epigraphy is indeed very important in understanding Islamic history. And let me also point out that one of the most interesting intellectual achievement of Islamic civilization to the science of historiography is its rich legacy of historical text. By the way, can you hear?
Yes, we perfectly hear you.
Yes, sir, everything is fine, sir.
Because my sound system is not very good. I mean, it's damaged a little bit. I mean,
It's very good, sir. We perfectly hear you. Very nice.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. So having said that, the Islamic world, South Asia, we have a rich legacy of historical text. This historical output is not limited to chronicles and books on history, such as Tabaqat, And let me share with you, this is one of the tabaqat of, it is called Tabaqat al-Nasri by Maulana Sirajuddin Minhaj. These are extremely rich. But our historical legacy is not limited into tabaqat or history books, but has assumed many other forms, including inscriptions. Like most other expression in Islamic culture, these epigraphs also reflect in their own ways the Islamic faith, because we find a lot of Quranic verses, hadith, and many religious messages in these inscriptions. The extraordinary number of epigraphs also underscores the important role that inscriptions played in transmitting Islamic culture. Inscriptions can be found not only on buildings, but also on textiles, rugs, metal and glass objects, ceramics, ornaments, not to mention arms, coins, seals, etc. In Bengal particular, a rich tradition of inscribing on stone existed even before the advent of the Khiljis, the Muslim rulers, and so on. Likewise, even in the other parts of the Islamic world, for instance, in Arabia, there also existed the legacy tradition of inscriptions. Ibn Ishaq was a great historian. He mentions about a number of Syriac inscriptions which were unearthed while Kaaba was demolished for reconstruction. And by the way, I was in Mecca in 1980s, and there was some sort of renovation going on. And I also found that, you know, the more they were digging for renovation, more archaeological findings were revealed during that digging out process for many construction work there. In spite of this superb stone carving tradition, the artists and craftsmen did not in general use their skill in decorative writing in pre-Islamic period in Bengal. We have seen many inscriptions today, and we have discussed a lot of inscription in Pali and in Proto-Bengali and in Sanskrit, particularly in Bengal area, but they are not presenting a very high specimen of calligraphic beauty. I mean, they're just writing. I mean, they're in some cases they are deeds. In some cases they are, you know, legal sort of documentation. However, this changed with the advent of Islam, with the advent of Khaljis in the early 13th century. Representation and sculpture, though they evolved in other traditions, especially during Senas and Palas, as a power symbols, often associated with divine power, could not acquire any such significance or appreciation in Islamic culture. I mean, in Islam, you don't find very many sculptures. This is particularly because the religious message of Islam was so firmly aniconic. Instead, Muslims explored other media to express their artistic zeal. It was in calligraphy that they found the means to do it. Calligraphy accordingly found a new role in Bengal after the Muslim conquest in 1205, when Bengali artists adapted their tradition, I would say rich traditional stone carving skills, to produce spectacular specimens of Islamic calligraphy in stone, quite a number of which have survived to this day, which we'll see in this presentation. in addition to the textual richness of this inscription, they are also a good source of art historical information. With the passage of time, a special institution known as Diwanul Insha became established in Bengal. That's what I believe, though I didn't find very many sources about it. These institutions were responsible for imperial writing protocol and chancellery script. This was the office which endorsed the formal text of royal inscriptions for state-sponsored architecture. Art and architectural activities required a series of interactive processes that necessarily led to interaction between the Muslims and non-Muslims. In case of inscription, the patron commissioned the work. A local alim or Islamic scholar wrote the text. A calligrapher designed the calligraphic layout to accommodate the text in such a way that it covered the whole surface of the stone slab. Then he could outline it on the stone, probably in charcoal, or by incising very light and small dot. A very skilled stone worker then chiseled away the surface of the slab, leaving the lettering and border lines on all the four sides in relief form. While the nisbas of the scribes, nisba means the place of origin. For instance, if he was from Sylhet, then he would say, use the nisba as Sylheti. Or if he was from Dhaka, then he would use the nisba, Dhakaiya. So while the nisba of the scribes and calligraphers found in many epigraphic texts indicate that most of them originally came from Iran and Central Asia, many stone workers, masons, craftsmen, and artisans were also locally recruited. Not all the commissioned works were completely fulfilled, not fully completed, for we do find some inscription where calligraphic outlines were marked on the stone. And we have a wonderful inscription in Dhaka, in Bangladesh National Museum, where part of it were completed, but the last line were only dotted with, which were not completed. Either the Sultan died or the craftsman couldn't complete it. Something happened. In many cases, the chiseling process was never completed, perhaps due to some unusual circumstances. Though the epigraphic text often contained Quranic verses, hadiths, there is little evidence that anyone was concerned about employing non-Muslim stonecutter to inscribe religious texts. This is exactly the same what happens in mosque building. Many non-Muslims are also employed there. Many laborers are non-Muslim, and people are happy with that. I mean, nobody minds, whether they're Muslim or non-Muslim. And inscription can also tell us about the proficiency of stone engravers and rock cutters at a given time and place. The kind of stone used for inscription can often provide interesting clues about the stone trade during that period. In Bengal, black basalt was used for inscriptions in most cases. Because of its scarcity throughout Bengal, it had to be imported from the neighboring regions, like Rajmahal and many other places. In cases when a stone was rare and valuable, it was often used more than once. I mean, on the both side, or on the four side of the stone slabs. A stone slab from Sian in Birbhum, West Bengal, with an Arabic inscription is a good example of such cases. An earlier Sanskrit inscription on the other side was left intact. Though many inscriptions were made for commemorative purposes, the small amount of space available for the text discouraged unnecessary rhetoric. the messages they contain often give us an unadorned account of what happened, and thus can be considered a reliable primary source for documentation. Let me share with you certain slides that I'm going to present to you right now. This is a page from Tabaqat al-Nasiri. This is another page from Riyadh al-Salatin. These are the famous Persian historical sources which are used to write Bengal's history. These are inscriptions. This is the first inscription in Bengal written in Persian, and they are written in Persian verses in poetic form, যাকে আমরা বাংলায় বলি যে কাব্যে লেখা হয়েছে কিংবা পদ্যে লেখা হয়েছে. And they are, I mean, the texts are extremely rich in many ways. It starts with the Persian verse. أول ثنا وحمد بقويم خدايرا كاراس نیست إسرائيل هر دم یکی آید و دیگر برو رود کس را مجال نیست که ایجا سکو شود. And he says, the poet who wrote this, he emphasized that this is a temporary world. Everyone is coming and going, and nobody has the ability to stay here, sustain here forever. So the only purpose of living on this earth is to do good deeds so that it stays with you. Next slide is an unnamed mosque in Sultanganj village. And it starts with a hadith. قال النبي عليه الصلاة والسلام من بنى مسجدا بنى الله تعالى 70 قصرا في الجنة. That anyone who builds a mosque, he will be rewarded. And then it goes on and on. And you can see, you know, the reeds like vertical stroke, which are arranged in a symmetrical way, and you can see moon shape on the left side, and then you can see some pelican-like, swan-like in the images. Next slide is again in Persian. This is also one of the earliest inscription of Bengal, and it reads like this. سپاس خان بلکه خان سرایم بگاه حل مشکل های علمی. Next is extremely interesting. It starts with Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, and then it talks about a treasury, Baitul Mal, you know, a state treasury. So the themes are, you know, various, you know, very many, you know, rich themes. This is another inscription which says that, you know, the person who built this mosque was like Hatim Athani, the famous Persian leader. This is another one. Can you see all these slides perfectly well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. They are visible. You can see it.
Yes, sir.
And this
It's
is another inscription. And here you see the swan, like 3 swans. They are swimming through reeds. And I believe this is from Sylhet. And in Sylhet, there are a lot of ponds, which we call in Bengali bil. Khale bile bhora ekta jela, Sylhet jela. And then this is another inscription from Sylhet. And this is in the very heart of the Dhaka city in Mirpur, in the mausoleum of Shah Baghdadi. This is another inscription. This is also from the. This is the same inscription. This is from Khizrpur near Dhaka. This is from Dhamrail. And look, all these presents a different, outlook, different beauty, calligraphic beauty, and different style also. And this is the from Mosul of Khan Jahan. And look at the surface. I mean, the whole surface is full of writing, of calligraphic styles, various calligraphic style. But to my understanding, there are dozens and dozens and dozens of inscriptions, not on the visible part of the tomb, but the underground chamber, which is fortunately now locked and nobody can enter. But back in 1962, somebody went inside and took a lot of photographs. Most of them were lost, but fortunately, I was able to trace those photographs, and I have published it in my English and Arabic book, a lot of them, and they are now accessible, I mean, through my book. And this is also from the inscription of Khan Jahan. And this is my Urdu book about inscription, and this is my Persian book. And with that, I conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Very insightful paper. For a very insightful paper. Muslim period is a very important period of Bengal because of the rulers published their many thoughts, their thinking, and their ruling ideas through the inscriptions. So now I requesting for the discussion session. We are in hurry. So any comments or any question to the keynote speaker, please raise your hand. Anyone?
Yes, yes, Chair. If you allow,
please.
I comment 1 minute because my field is Islamic art and archaeology, but Dr. Yusuf Siddiq sir from 27 year, he always helped me to develop this sector, but it is so tough because in our department we are very busy to another work. But I apology my sir. Sometime when I call to our department, as our sir is so busy, I pray to sir, if you don't mind, you give a inscriptional book to give in Department of Archaeology. We can publish. You give your research to Department of Archaeology. Department of Archaeology published a book written by you. I propose you, Mr. Siddiq sir.
Okay. Well, that's a wonderful idea, and I would surely, I promise you that I would. It's a promise, by the way, commitment that I would give it to you the manuscript, and so that you can publish it. And I remember that I also promised that I would visit Department of Archaeology and give a lecture there. And by the way, I have a lot of rubbings. I mean, very professionally, we took the rubbings of very many inscriptions, and I have a rich sort of treasure of those rubbings and photograph, few thousand photographs of inscription. And of course, I mean, I would like to give a part of it to Jahangirnagar University and part of it to the Department of Archaeology. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Muhammad Ataur Rahman. And next, anyone? Do any comments? Look, I think nobody is interested at the moment.
Let me conclude it that,
yes, sir.
Bengal has a very rich historical tradition, but all of a sudden, I mean, we talk about the Gupta period, Maurya period, and then, Pala and Sena, and then all of a sudden from 13th century, I mean, not much work has been done. I mean, comparing to the Palas and Senan, because that we have a rather shortage of scholars who know very good Arabic and Persian, especially in West Bengal. So the time has come to focus on the time period after 13th century. I mean, starting from 1200 to current day. Thank you very much. I thank a lot, and bye-bye. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Walaikum salam. Thank you, sir, for your keynote. And
can I have a comment?
Oh, yes. Yes,
Sorry,
Colin.
sir. Could you permit? Okay. Yeah,
Yes,
so
yes, please.
I completely agree with her that it's true that the research is very often focusing on this so-called early historical and early medieval period, and also for the archaeology purpose. And it's true that we have to think about doing a bit more excavations on those Sultanate maybe or Mughal sites, also in order to cross-check to have much more information. So within epigraphy and archaeology, and for that in Khulna, it's true that the work they have done was great because they have excavated a few sites dated from the later period with the associated pottery and other objects, and it's true that it's good to not stopping just to the 12th or 13th century, but it's true at the same time that after, I mean, it's the epigraphy and the written sources are completely different, so it's a kind of a different team. Because but I agree with Sir, it's true that there are a lot of work to be done for those periods actually, which are very rich as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Right, you are. This is the continuous journey, and every cultural sequence of this type of material, epigraphy and numismatics records, which is very important for reconstructing the archaeological thoughts and archaeological time frame. So first session, I would like to invite the first paper towards an archaeological investigation of the arrival of Islam and the spread of Muslim culture in the Sylhet region and architectural analysis. The paper presenter, Mahmudul Hassan Khan and Nazmul Alam Riday. I requesting them to present their paper.
Hello, good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I would like to big thanks to organizing committee, especially Abu Bakr Siddiq Dipu Bhai, faculty member, Mardin Artuklu University, Turkey, who takes a great initiative for Bengal archaeology heritage beyond colonial divides. Thank you, everyone. This is Dr. Mohammad Mahmudul Hassan Khan, Department of Archaeology, Kumbhala University, and my co-author Nazmul Alam Ridoy, MSc student, Remote Sensing NTS, Jahangir University. First of all, I would like to explain my titles: Towards an Archaeological Investigation of the Arrival of Islam and the Spread of Muslim Culture in the Sylhet region, and Archaeoarchitecture Analysis. Now, in here, archaeological investigation. Archaeological investigation means an extensive archaeological field survey in the Sylhet region, and the other is the arrival of Islam. Here is arrival of Islam actually when and by whom first Islam entered in the Sylhet region. Second one is the spread of Muslim culture in Sylhet region. How and from when Muslim culture spread in the Sylhet region. And an archaeological architectural analysis means, and our main aim and objective is, one of the main objective is identification, documentation of mosque, tomb, madrasa, and other Muslim monuments of Sylhet region. That means we would like to explain this research in archaeoarchitecture analysis. Here is Sylhet. We all know Sylhet is a renowned region with a rich historical and cultural heritage from prehistoric to ancient times, and medieval Muslim and Hindu monuments and colonial era landmarks. Sylhet is treasure trove of historical evidence. This region holds immense research potential, and studies are gradually being conducted across various fields. However, one area that has never been thoroughly explored is the arrival, expansion, social reconstruction, and cultural development of Muslim across a vast area of Sylhet during the medieval period, based on archaeological evidence. Yet, the majority of population here has been Muslim since that time. Ancient Arab historian research confirmed that Sylhet was a prominent port. Sorry. In the 3rd Hijri, the famous Arab traveler Sulaiman Sarrafi repeatedly referenced that Sylhet was an important port from ancient time, and others literature mentioned that during the 7th, 8th century, agar wood exported to Arab from the Sylhet region, as well as ship made by giant tree from Sylhet exported to Arab. Here is our study area. Sylhet district has which has 13 upazila, that means subdivision. Also, this research include surrounding of the Sylhet region. Our aim and objective is general objective. This research primarily focus on analyzing the timeline of Islam's arrival in the Sylhet region based on archaeological, literary, and historical materials, and exploring the process of the emergence and development of Muslim culture. Its specific objective to analyze the context and timeline of Islam's arrival in the Sylhet region using archaeological evidence, to develop a comprehensive database catalog of medieval coins, inscriptions, architectural remains, and other archaeological artifacts from Sylhet region, and to interpret and analyze them. To examine the expansion of social, economic, and cultural aspects in the Sylhet region during the medieval period based on archaeological relics. Sorry. Overall, this study explores the arrival of Islam and the development of Islamic culture in the Sylhet region with a focus on its archaeological and architectural evidence. Here is the research question. The problems of the current research can be divided into several questions. One, why and how and through whom did the first arrival of Islam or Muslim occur in the Sylhet region? What are the reasons for the large influx of Sufis, Darwishes, and Awliyas into Sylhet? Is there any possibility that the only Muslim ethnic groups, Bengal Muslim and other tribal or small ethnic communities converted to Islam? And is there any connection between the emergence of the Muslim Nagri Lipi language and the spread of Islam and Islamic culture in this region? Actually, when did Islam or Muslim actually arrive in Sylhet? When did Arab traders coming to Sylhet? Was Hazrat Shahjalal the first Muslim, or had Muslims arrived in this region much earlier? Currently, most literature, research, and popular belief state that Hazrat Shahjalal Yemeni arrived in Sylhet in beginning of the 14th century and propagated Islam. We know that 360 Sufi saints came to Sylhet and spread the Islam and established a Muslim society. Why so many Sufi saints came to Sylhet? Here is the one question. This research project aims to seek answer to these unresolved questions. Methods. Actually, the study utilized an interdisciplinary approach integrating archaeological surveys, architectural data, historical texts, and GIS and remote sensing based spatial analysis. Fieldwork in Sylhet and adjacent region entails the documentation of mosque scenes, coins, inscriptions, and various artifacts. Digital tools like ArcGIS, QGIS, AutoCAD, and Illustrator facilitate its mapping and architectural plan, reconstructing, whereas literary sources undergo critical analysis to textualize archaeological discoveries. The main method is extensive archaeological survey in the Sylhet and adjacent region. Here is the some findings or result in I have included this research. First, initial evidence suggests Muslim presence prior to beginning of the 14th century, as evidenced by the Pochimbag copper plate and early Arab communication. Pochimbag copper plate inscription of Sri Chandra, that 10th century CE, mentioned that Sri Chandra achieved victory over the Jabans. For here is Javan means foreign Muslims or someone called Greeks, and Abbasi coins at the same time during the Chandra dynasty in the Lal Mainamati region. We have found many Abbasi and Umayyad gold and silver coins, and also we have found from Shumpur Mahabiyara Abbasi and Umayyad coins. At the same time, Javan in the Sylhet region inhabited. That means a strong group of Javan or foreign Muslims inhabited in the Sylhet region during 9th or 10th century CE, during the Chandra dynasty of Samatata region. It is indicated that before the invasion of Hazrat Shahjalal, a strong group of Muslims inhabited Sylhet region, which record Sri Chandra have to fight against Javan. Another Arab literary source also mentioned Arab trade in Bengal. I have also repeat this the famous. Another one is ancient Arabic historical records confirm that Sylhet was a prominent port at that time. Various Arab chronicles suggest that Arab trade was in Bengal and Sylhet was a prominent port during ancient times. Here is important in one, Bengal Muslim. Bengal simply means Muslim. Bengal Muslim, actually Manipuri Muslim, one of the tribal community who are inhabited in the Mulubibazar area of district. They called Bengal Muslim or Manipuri Muslim. Various first entered in Manipur. And it is confirmed that 16 to 70 CE, during this time, Muslim or Islam entered in the Manipuri region. Here is another is Muslim Nagri script. Muslim Nagri script, also known Jalalabadi script or Musulmani Nagri. This lipi influenced by Arabic and Persian with roots dating back to 14th century. And another is most important findings is we have found two inscription of Shamsuddin Yusuf Shah, where indicate that tribal leader converted to Muslim as a viceroy of this region. Here it Malik Sikandar Murcha or Murkha, who came from Bru tribe, and in the Tilapara inscription, and where another one is Malik Jafar, who came from Bodo or Bodhi tribe in the Sylhet region. Also, we recently and presently Bru or Murkha and Bodhi tribal people living in Sylhet region. That means Sultanate inscription suggests that some Muslim visitors came from a different ethnic group of Sylhet. Some currency hoards belong to Bengal Sultans have been found discovered in various Sylhet district areas from early Sultanate to independent Sultans. The Muslim ethnic group, the Bengal, also I have mentioned that a good number of Sultanate Mughal mosque and inscription have been found, which suggests a Sultanate inscription. Okay, this also I have mentioned this. Here is some key point of the Muslim Nagri lipi or Jalalabadi Nagri lipi. Here is it was used primarily for writing religious poetry, which is called Puthi. And structure is the script has 32 letters, 5 vowels, and 27 consonants. The script faced near extinction after the mid-20th century, with many printing presses being destroyed during the 1791 Bangladesh Liberation War. Today, there are modern efforts, including support from the British Bangladeshi diaspora, to revive Sylheti Nagri as a unique cultural marker for the Sylhet identity. Before the arrival of Muslims, Sylhet was connected to Kamrup, ancient Assam. From ancient times to colonial period, Sylhet was a prosperous hub for trade. While some research existed on ancient history, there is very little academic research with substantial information on the medieval period. The sudden rise in Muslim dominance during the medieval era, its process, context, and causes has not been thoroughly studied. Even Muslim architecture from that time remains unexplored. The answer to these questions remain unknown. If these questions are not investigated now, many mysterious in historical interpretation will remain unresolved, and the reconstruction of history may remain incomplete. This influential and historical significance medieval region seems to have been overlooked, overshadowed by earlier relics. It appears that Muslim culture spread in various ways across Sylhet during the medieval period, which requires in-depth analysis based on archaeological evidence. Here is I would like to mention information that Bokhtiyar Khulji alliance with Ali Mach of Mach tribe during the Tibet campaign Shamsuddin Yusuf Shah secured Sylhet and portion of Tibet with the assistance of the high-ranked Malik Jafar from Bodo tribe. At the same time, during the Tibet campaign of Bokhtiyar Khilji, a Mech tribal leader, Ali Mech, helped to Bokhtiyar Khilji. At the same way, Shamsuddin Yusuf Shah in the Sylhet region, two viceroy came from two tribal leader. One is Murkha or Murcha, and one is Bodhi tribe. This is the one of the interesting information. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Mahmudul Hassan Khan and Nazmul Alam Riday. Nice presentation, a nice paper. The Sylhet region is very important of our Muslim period, simultaneously Sultani period and Mughal period. After that, the settlement is continued to the till dates. But today's Dr. Mahmood raised many questions and difficulties also to correlate all documents of archaeological records and historical evidences. So now I requesting the audience, any question or comments regarding this paper, please raise your hand. Oh, Fururi. Yes.
Thanks for
Please.
interesting presentation. Yeah, thank you. So I'd like to just point it at once that, so you mentioned passing bag plate as evidence of Muslim presence, but I don't agree with you. Because what a passing bag plate mentions, it's in verse 14, it mentions somehow conquest of Yavanas and Hunas by Shri Chandra. So it can be just a generic reference, and it is so-called precisely a eulogy. So we cannot take eulogy at its face value. So we need more concrete evidence for that.
Thank you for your question.
Yes.
But at the same time, we have found Umayyan Abbas coins in Shalban, Bihar, during the Sri Chandra times. And I just assume that maybe Javan means foreign Muslims. And our recent or 100 ago, our literature, Javan means foreign Muslims. They means the foreign Muslim. That's why I assume that maybe they are Muslim. At the same time, Paharpur, Shompur Mahabihara, we found Abbasiya coins, and also Arab literature confirmed that during that time, 8th and 9th century, Arab contact to Sylhet and Chattogram fort. And I have many information from Arab literature, Arab historian and Arab travelers that they claim that they go to Chattogram fort and Sylhet fort and exported agar wood, agar wood, and sheep that made by giant tree of Sylhet region. That's why I assume that maybe they are Muslim or not, or maybe foreigner, and other Greeks or other.
Yeah, actually, coming of Muslim or Arab people is fine. I also agree with you because reference by Sulaiman and other people. But point is, and of course, and coins case, it may circulate even without a person. But anyway, it's fine. We can assume presence of Arab merchants coming to Bengal and may have gone to Sylhet. But arrival of Islam is a different issue.
Yes.
Yeah,
Arrival
all
is
that
a
what if
different issue.
you just mind that, it's fine. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank
you. Next, Professor Jayanto Singh. Jayanto Singh, are you in here?
Oh, sorry, my audio is
okay, fine. Now you're audible, please.
Audible, yeah, I think. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Saurabh. And many thanks to Mahmudul Hassan for concentrating on Sylhet. You know why. Actually, I am impressed your paper, and you use a term archaeoarchitectural. I want to know, it is the first time you use this, or any other scholar or any other literature you find this term? And my second question, there is no port on Sylhet. And actually, I find your paper very much more use of folk stories. There is no, I cannot find any use of archaeological record. I think the total paper is based on folk stories, but I personally know many archaeological record related to Muslim invention and spread of Islam in Sylhet region. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Actually, I have a plan to talk about Sylhet region to you, and inshallah, I would like to meet to you in within short time regarding Sylhet region. Sir, I have deciphered two Sultanate inscriptions which indicate that Sylhetal tribal community and tribal leader converted to Muslim as a viceroy. And I have one is question is architectural. I would like to explain architecture, mosque or and others in the archaeological perspective, archaeological approach. That why I use this architectural. We work in architecture or also Buet and Ruet Kuet and others group
under the
research
architecture department.
Yes, architecture department. That's why, as an archaeologist, I would like to explain our heritage architecture in an archaeological approach. That's why I use this term. And I have many archaeological record and maybe short time, and I will explain in my paper with archaeological records, sir. And
okay,
I will
thank you.
take your help.
Thank you, Mahmudul. I am also interested to talk to you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, I give the mouthpiece to the Habib. Yes, you raise your hand, please.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the very interesting topic. I didn't read the paper before. I just saw the presentation here. And later I understand it is part of a big research because the paper is a bit surface. There are lots of things I'm not very clear actually. It's not question. It's all about the extension. For example, John sir mentioned a bit earlier the evidence. You said that initial evidence. I would like to ask you just a bit elaborate this initial evidence. What kind of evidence you mean by initial evidence? It's architectural or is folk, or I don't know, maybe it's written in your paper. So this is the first thing I want to ask you to elaborate this thing, the initial evidence. What do you mean by this? And the another thing I found is sometimes you use Arab, sometimes you use Muslim. So I'm not very clear that they are referring the same people or not, because Arabs are not all Muslims. Arabs are like different and Muslims are different. So I'm not sure that you refer Muslim by both words or you have different interpretation. If you just clear this thing. And the third thing, I already got the answer from the previous question, regarding the coin from Salban Beer, I think, yeah. So the chronology of the chronology of the coin, and I think you already answered, so I don't want to ask this thing. And also some chronology, it could be a bit how to say, it's like it could be be a bit better if you explain the evidence in terms of chronology. So though I don't know the evidence yet, so if you just extend this initial evidence phase, if you have enough
Okay.
information.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Thank you for your interesting questions. First question is Arab and Muslims. Arab means Arab traveler, Arab historians, and before invasion of Muslim. Muslim means in here inhabited as a Muslims and established a Muslim society. That's called in the area we refer Muslims. Second, and another question is initial evidence. This research is just going on. It's not completed yet. And the initial evidence means we have found Putsimba copper plate and some coins and some of inscriptions, Arabic and Persian inscriptions, and some of Sultanate and Mughal inscriptions. And mosque, Sultanate Mughal mosque and late Mughal mosque. All these called or referred to as initial evidence. And I have to, all of the evidence have to document it, properly documented and analyze the all of evidence and classify, have to classify this evidence and correlate this evidence. After this finishing this evidence, and we will publish and elaborately this research, inshallah.
Thank you so much. We are in
Okay,
time
thank
frame.
you.
So thank you, Habib. Last, I requested Dr. Ataur Rahman, shortly, please notice your comments.
Thank you very much, Sir. It is very nice presentation because it is my field and I am very vigorously read it. My question, my appreciation, archaearchitectural, it is first used Mr. Dr. Mahmoud Hassan. I congratulate this term. This term is very nice. Actually, when I appointed in archaeology in 2011, 10, then I used archaeo tourism. Now it is a very usually word. I think it is actually very nice. But I want a question to you. Which the architecture is the oldest in Sylhet? Because I 3 years in Sylhet. If you allow me, inside of me, it is the Maulubi Bazar, Goy Ghor. There is the oldest mosque. You visit maybe or not?
I have
which
found
oldest architecture?
No. I have found some mosque and inscription, Goy God inscription, and has a mosque, Sultanate Mosque. And another is Pitim Pasha inscription, and another is Tilapara inscription, and a Sultanate Mosque existed in the Tilapara village. And
one question, Dr. Joyantuda. Okay, I am satisfied. Another question, Joyantuda, question supplement. Who is the seaport? I think I visit in 2020 in Shagornal, very important place because this place are some unearthed some precious beads in Shagornal. If you visit this area, there are some precious beads.
In literature, our literature and our recent in Bengal literature, we have found 2 or 3 port names, but we don't identify exact location. We have to survey, extensive survey in the Sylhet region, and inshallah we'll find this seaport.
And Sunamganj is the very important for Muslim to enter the Sylhet.
Yes.
Because we excavate the Sunamganj Tahirpur area, the name of Halholia.
Holholia, yes,
Howli. Yes,
Holholia,
it is
one of the
important
port.
for enter the Sylhet city with
Yes.
relation to Shah Jalal. I request you that you further the visit
I will
this
visit.
area.
I will visit this area. Inshallah.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It is the another thinking to us and many people.
Thank you.
Thank
you,
you,
sir.
Chair. Thank you, Dr. Mahmoudul Hassan.
Thank you. Sir, unmute. Saurabh sir, please unmute.
Hello. Thanks again. Dr. Mahmoud Hassan Khan and Nazmul Alam Hriday. Very interactive papers for you. Interactive papers. Now I requesting the second paper presenter.
আমি একটু বলতে চাই।
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, please.
আমি just একটা clarification আছে। I just want to say something about the question of Mr. Dr. Ataur Rahman. First, I want to thank Mahmoudul Hassan. It's a nice paper. It's very interesting. I think it's the beginning, and I hope you will finish this work. And this very important work, you take other people also with you to co-opt. And when Dr. Ataur Rahman said archaeoarchitecture and archaeotourism, I'm telling, I'm convinced with the archaeoarchitecture, the term archaeoarchitecture, that I'm convinced, because archaeoarchitecture means it's old architecture, study of old architecture. But archaeotourism, that word, I am not convinced, because archaeotourism means the tourism towards past. It is archaeology only. It's tourism towards past. Archaeotourism is not related what meaning today in the in other studies. This word is not where it is using. It is not convincing that they use it for that meaning. So this much I'm not convinced actually. So next time when I will meet Dr. Atul, I will clarify the thing.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
But the word archaeoarchitecture is fine. I'm convinced that it's a good word. Good word. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So now I requesting the second presenter of the session, Sheikh Rahat Rahman, on the topics of unveiling a forgotten town, Nagar Kosba, and the lost heritage of colonial Bengal. Please, Sheikh Rahat Rahman.
Hello. Is my screen is visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Good afternoon to you all. Thank you, Honorable Session Chair, for inviting me to present.
Would you kindly full screen your
Yeah, sure.
Please make it full screen. Yeah.
Okay. So you all can see my title of my paper is Unveiling a Forgotten Town, Nagar Kosba, and the Lost Heritage of Colonial Bengal. So with me, within the session, you will have an introduction to a colonial established site, and whoever already knew about it will have the chance to reevaluate the current status of the site situation. So let's see how the presentation will be go forward. Firstly, I will try to present a brief overview of the Nagar Kosba township. Secondly, I will show some evidences of the destruction of the site. Thirdly, we will explore why the site is important for the Bengal history and heritage. Then we will all have a journey regarding the effects of selective remembrance of archaeological sites. And finally, from my understanding, I will present some recommendations to keep alive this historical settlement. So let's start. Nagar Kosba is located in Mirkadim Purosabha of Munshiganj district, officially known as Vikrampur until 1986. It's situated about 30 kilometers south of the Dhaka. Mir Kadim is now a township and positioning west of the Dhaka-Narayanganj highway. The site is geographically bounded. It's very important thing for this site. It's geographically bounded by the Dholeshwari River to the northeast and east, merging with the Meghna River, the Ichamoti River to the northwest, and the Podda River to the west. So this confluence, river confluence, make this site more prominent as Bangladesh is a riverian country. So these confluences of the river was a very prominent aspect of this settlement. So historically, this Vikrampur sustained this importance as a major trade center during the Sultanate, Mughal, and the colonial periods. It's just about 15 kilometers away from the our Panam city, so not very in long distance from the Panam. So whether Panam city is well recognized to all of us as a colonial settlement of Bangladesh, I think many of us don't know about Nagor Kosba for many long. So let's see the comparative trail of the colonial sites of Bangladesh. According to my previous study, as it was my master's thesis, so at that time I have found, and it's recorded as maybe it developed as a town that developed after the 1704 as a suburb city, satellite city distributed all through the Dhaka. So if you can see the Nagor Kosba's position, so it's all the river trail. That's Gopaldi, Sonarga, Nagor Kosba, and it's the Abdullahpur, Birulia, and it's Manikganj. So all the city developed through the trail of these rivers. And next, if we see the township overview, so Nagor Kosba exhibited a distinct characteristics of an organized township through its spatial configuration and connectivity. The settlement maintained efficient communication, what we have already seen in our previous image, contemporary urban centers, and likely emerged as a prominent trade hub functioning as a suburb satellite city of Dhaka, centrally positioned with a wider distribution network. The strategic placement of its entry gate, that this is the entry gate of the Nagor Kosba township, and its roadway and the house settlements and the ponds and others medieval and ancient site distributions, those are not marked in this image. These clusters and collectively underscore its spatial dominance as a regional importance. Based on these spatial and functional attributes, it can be said Nagor Kosba was a significant settlement and commercial center contemporary to Panam and other colonial towns of Bengal. And the very name Kosba, maybe we all know, Kosba is connected to the Sultanate town. So that's also have the prominence of the Sultanate period. Then we have found several bazars in this area, like Rikabi Bajar, Firingi Bajar, Bou Bajar. So all sorts of bazars in a small township. It's maybe a very much important trade hub, and the positioning of the if we see the launch two Katpatti Bondor and the Komlaghat Bondor and the Katpatti launch ghat. That means besides two sides of this town, there are two Bondor and port has been utilized. So that's make this city is a more prominent and economic zone at that time. So now let's see what we have seen as a trade hub as more elite businessmen and mercantile community group is were living here, so they have some prominent residential houses. So within Nagar Kasbah, we found 4 distinct settlement clusters have been identified as Abdullapur, Ramgopalpur, Gopalnagar, and Nagar Kasbah itself. Among these, the Nagar Kasbah cluster stands out as the most prominent, containing 15 historical buildings along with Hindupara Road. These structures were first documented in 2014 by the departmental fieldwork of Department of Archaeology, Jahangirnagar University, by batch 41. And then I have studied this site for my master's thesis in 2017. So 2014 to 2017, the site intactness was steady. But after 2017 to following 2025, structures along with Hindupara Road are extensively altered, with several completely demolished, which you can see in the photo. First photo has been taken in 2014. Second is already the demolition started, and in 2025, this is the demolished structure of this building. So not only this sort of destruction happened, as because these buildings were made for small families. So within the time, generation grow and the hires have been raised. So it's become very difficult for the people who live in these houses to accommodate all their needs within these short spaces. So they just alter it as they need, or sometimes who have the fluent flow of good money, they just erase the old building and make the more modern and effectively usable buildings right now. So let's see what sort of destruction has been happened throughout the Nagar Kasbah site. So if you can see the pictures, there are lots of intervention, include the constructions of additional rooms, the intersection of toilets within the interior space or the courtyards, the erection of the partition wall or building new walls, and removal and alteration of the architectural elements such as doors, windows, that has been altered. So these are ongoing process, and it's we know this sort of unregulated structural destruction destroy the real fabric of a township and the architectural technology at that time they have used. So when we have recorded it the earlier time, and with from 2014 to 2025, within 10 years, there are lots of building has been demolished, and you are seeing what sort of alterations has been done within the time. So that's the current status of the site. So let's discuss why this site is important for the Bengal history. So as Yusuf Siddiqui and Mahmudul Hassan both are discussed, we have a lack of exploration in the Sultanate and Mughal period. So Nagar Kasbah helps to reveal the long changing history of the area before. Though Nagar Kasbah is the name from the medieval period, I am presenting Nagar Kasbah as a colonial site. So when it's come to the point at the time we see Nagar Kasbah, but the Sultanate evidences has been read out separately. Never this site has been seen as a proper township planning, or the importance, how it was important as a Vikrampur. Then this site is not read out properly, I think. And Nagar Kasbah suggests the separate ruins is not the historical evidences of Nagar Kasbah. We have to see the whole regional city and the residential aspect and the bazaar aspect in a complete manner. So if that's not we can do, that will be very difficult for this for the study. Archaeological and structural evidences of Nagor Kosba reveals that Nagor Kosba are dispersed across the region rather than organized with a defined urban layout. Residential structures reflecting late colonial architectural characteristics primarily comprise the extant building. The spatial and material pattern indicate that by the later half of the 19th century, Nagor Kosba had developed into a prominent residential area for the affluent Hindu merchants, many whom were engaged in the river-based trade through the nearby port of Mir Kadib. So, while many earlier Kosbas declined during the Mughal period, because during the British period, they constructed the road communication and rail communication. That's why the Bengal river communication has been destroyed. But interestingly, Nagor Kosba has been sustained. And we have seen how the affluent businessmen build their buildings in this area and how they conduct their business from this site. So Nagor, after exploring this site, it has been it's important to rebuild our literature of the history of this region as Bikrampur and this region. So Nagor Kosba site is an important because of to study the continuity of this region. So now come to the concept of selective remembrance. Why I have found this term from Laura Jane Smith, because what I have found in our archaeological practice. So when in 2014, Department of Archaeology, Jahangirnagar University started the fieldwork, the local administration have known about the site. The archaeology department have already known about the site, but no action has been taken to preserve, not only preserve or conserve, just in proper documentations. As far I know, the Department of Archaeology and me have some records, and then a student from Buet, they are working here, so they have some records. But I don't think the Department of Archaeology have some details recording of this important site. But we regularly inform them about the site and the conditions going on. So why the institutions like government Department of Archaeology allowed to destroy the site? At that case, the term selective remembrance come to my mind. As Laura Jane Smith mentioned, heritization is a process of just reflection of just diminishing something and giving importance of some narratives. So it's just a 25 kilometers different from Panam and Nagor Kosba. So why Panam is represented most likely the colonial colonial idol of the country, but in just close to this site don't have get much attention. Just not only preservation, conservation, not they just not try to record it properly. So as an independent researcher, some things are very difficult for us to properly maintain and document it. So that should be done by government of archaeology, but that has been not done. And what that's allowed, so when 2014 a group of students went there and studied the field, and then again in 2017, so the local community have some fear of losing their property, as if these are marked as a heritage property, so they started to think they will lose their property. So more interestingly, they are started quickly to destroy the ancient buildings and try to build the new one. So here we need some balance to preserve this sort of side records, as because of still Bengal has lots more to explore about its history and heritage. So if we don't preserve these sort of important sites fabrics, this will be very difficult for us in the long run. So that's what selective remembrance done. So let's come to the recommendations. What can we do, as mostly part of the site has been demolished? Still, we have segregated documents. So first thing, we can adopt a heritage from below methodology. So we have to observe low cost policy, as because we all know the Department of Government, Department of Archaeology's economic situation. So we have to adopt low cost policy. So adopt a heritage policy from below methodology. So that will reflect the lived experiences rather than elite or institutional perspective. It will create the community awareness. So the people will must pursue and carry their own legacy, as they are the owner of the site, and that site has some historical importance. They will not fear of just losing their property. So second thing, I think the government should immediate documentation and recording of the site fabric. What can be done now? 3D mapping can be done. We can also measuring, marking the ancient town plan, the Mughal and Sultanate scale. Those are visible in that area. And then also, I think we can also just marking from some area. These are those historical evidences, and we can share the stories. And then legal protection, and sometimes it's necessary. Legal protection is also necessary, because we need some buildings should be protected, as because we have to understand the technological flow of this colonial phase, and other structure should be preserved. So some sort of legal protection and restriction should be given on the site. And then integration of the folklore and intangible heritage. That's can be a major task we can do, I think, because as we have work on the evidential work, or the buildings and the architectural form, but the regional history must depends on lots of the folklore and their intangible cultures. So that's, I think, a bigger scale we can do in a bigger scale to do so. And
Rahat,
yes,
Sheikh Rahat, please
yes,
be
I am
shorter. We are
already.
in time span. Yeah.
Thank you. Just 20 seconds.
Okay.
That's I have already mentioned the low cost impact heritage actions. So the community group, community acknowledgement and community engagement can be save the sites. So these references has been used in this presentation, and thank you for staying with us, with me, and that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rahat. When you read out the paper, I just back to the 15 years when we starting our excavation in Bikrampur. That time we first noticed this site in 2010. We are working in Raghurampur. At that time, we surveyed the buffer zone area. That time we found the very beautiful city. Yes, you're right. This is if we compare to the Panam, this is the gorgeous city. All are the gateways, inner house, outer house, and the pond.
And the river,
So
and the
let's
river
the
connectivity.
question session, please. We need to question and comments, but could be very
May I?
specifically. So please
May
raise
I?
your hand.
May I?
Yeah,
I
yes,
have,
yes, Masud.
I have a couple of queries and observation that I was looking and I got surprised that what's the speciality of your paper. So what you were talking about, it's not clear for me. And another thing is that you are pushing everything to the directors of archaeology will do all those things. So what the independent researchers will do, especially the documentation. There is no such barrier. So far, I know that in law there is no barrier to do the documentation, and researcher can do those sorts of documentation. So, what's the role of directorate in that case? So, you are pushing all the problems to the directorates. You can ask the directorates of archaeology that you should have to protect this site, and you should have to declare this site, and director of archaeology do all those things. But in other case, said when you are talking about that the 3D modeling and the other sorts of documentation, spatial documentation, the building documentation, mapping. In fact, you didn't use that much map here, surprisingly. So I don't know what's your main objectives in this case, and you are claiming that it's a town. So how do you define this one as a town? What's your methodological things and other tools to define this one as a town? Because of so many buildings are there, that's why you are calling this one is a town.
Thank
Okay,
you,
that's
sir.
all.
Thank you for your comments. First thing, sir,
Not
it was
comments. This is my question. I'm not putting
yeah.
any
So
comments or anything else. Just my question here.
Okay, I'm trying to address some of your question as I have understand. So that was a big thesis work. So when I have come here to mention this as a town, so there is there is another methodology, the settlement analysis and the township components has been we have found in this area. So that's all the findings came to this point that it was a township. So that was the thing. And when I have just make responsible the Department of Archaeology in charge. So independently, Department of Archaeology, Jahangirnagar University have done some recordings. Independently, I know BUET has done some recordings. So we have some maps, we have some buildings details. But when the session chair Saurabh Bhai just mentioned, sir, they have found it in 2010. We go there to work in the 2014. So after these 15 years, what happened in Bangladesh? As because all the independent researcher can't continue their research independently. So we have some documentations and we have some records, but with these records, how we can save the site? We couldn't. I have presented the site mostly demolished. So in that case, I think as the Department of Archaeology is well aware of the site and they didn't take any steps. So that's my point of view. Why they didn't take anything? And as an independent researcher, Jahangirnagar University, BUET, and KUET also did some tremendous work on the site. So now those buildings are demolished, but they are in the recording of those students and those departments. So where the national department take the steps. So that's why I just question.
Okay. I get it, Rahat Rahman. I get it, but problem is that your title, what you are talking about, the unraveling colonial town, but at the end you are claiming so many things against Directorate of Archaeology. So how do you unravel the town? I didn't get that things. In fact, through your paper. So where you unravel that one. Otherwise, I found so many, a bunch of problems you figured out and which you push to the director of archaeology. Okay, director of archaeology should have to protect that thing. So we can ask them and again. And in Bangladesh, there are so many sites are ruined in everywhere, in every day. That's the very big problem, and of course, director of archaeology has so many problems. But one thing that for the recording, not only it's not only the it's not responsibility only for you. It's responsibility for all of us who are the researcher, and we should have to more concentrate on Koshba and other things. And there are so many political and other administrative problems. You know very well that there are so many other departments office and government officers there, and they don't allow us to enter those buildings, those areas. So you know very well those things. So Nagar Koshba is a very difficult area to do a independent research there. But I got wondered that your title and your findings is quite mismatch. That's my observation. Okay, I think so many other hands are raised already.
Okay. Rahat, you just correlate the data, and I think your main paper maybe accommodate the whole of the regarding data. Okay, next I request Said Mohammad Kamrul Hassan sir, your comments. Sir, please.
Thank you, Chair, allowing me to just participate in the discussion. I just thank Rahat, Sheikh Rahat, that he has presented a nice paper. You know, he brought us some beautiful depiction where the towns are. And the Kasbah means town. The word Kasbah means town. And he has documented something and he showed that this Kasbah, where we should preserve the site, but we couldn't do it. And the thing is, you know, we can talk, we can study, and we have studied. Kuwait, Buet, Jahangirnagar, the much they have ability, CU, everybody has studied the site. But we have failed to get attention from the Directorate of Archaeology, Government Director of Archaeology. That is our failure or their failure. We don't know. That I don't know. The thing is what Professor Masood Imran is saying, that he's mismatched everything. He is not mismatched. He is saying unraveling act. The work is still continuing. He is trying to get it. He is trying to get it because there is a cluster of buildings are there. River is there, and the business is there. So it can be a town depending on business or something, some availability. It can be, but thing is, you know, the work we have to do, we have done, but we have failed to get the attention of Department of Archaeology, because I don't know how we will do it. We need to study it more vigorously, and I must say, Rahat, that you continue to do this sort of work, and you just try to document in your way whatever the procedure available, and make some target that what you want to go, up to what you can go. That's I'm just inspiring you. You carry on your work. You carry on your work. In future, we'll see the result of your work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Jayanto Shingaroy, Professor Jayanto Shingaroy, please very shortly mention your comments.
Sure. Rahat, you improved a lot. Thank you for your presentation. I know your research. Actually, I am in the Viva board of your MSS thesis presentation. Actually, you present there live archaeology is something. Actually, I want to know here one question from you. Do you set up any date or chronological framework for this site, important site, for this important site? Okay, thank you.
Sir, what I have done in my previous study, there are some stratigraphical evidences, as because we all know that Spikarampur, so there are Sultanate mosque there, and also Mughal style mosque there, and we have found one inscription from a mosque, and that has to be deciphered. not decipher yet. So there is, sir. So that was not my target for today's presentation, but there are some chronological stratigraphical description in my previous work, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Nice.
Another one is Ataur Rahman. I just mentioned a little bit. In 2011, when we started the Bikrampur Museum, that time I include two big photos, Nagar Kosba, in the museum. That time the cultural minister, Asujjaman Noor, first noticed, and that time Ataur Rahman is the RD of
Yes,
Dhaka
yes.
region.
Order,
So
order me.
I want to
You
know
order me.
through Ataur Rahman, what about your thinking on your department last 15 years, if anything undertaken to the Nagar Kosba?
Thank you very much. It is the very memorable. I firstly thank you, Dr. Mannu Bhai, brother is answer our archaeological side. That means DOA. There are very limitation already explained. For researcher, I recommend him. Near Nagar Kosba, there is a Sultanate, another mosque, and maybe a Nagar Kosba name used these Hindus people later time, but actually Nagar Kosba is in east side from Nagar Kosba. That and another 2011 to 2013, 3 year I documentation according to our departmental officers and some surveyor, but our that time our DG maybe analysis and another committee analysis, they are not important, maybe because in whole Bangladesh there are many buildings and zamindar house like Kosba. That for reason maybe it is not protected that time. But I also feel and recommend when you thesis complete in masters in 2017 maybe, that time you should a paper to present in archaeology, because in archaeology department there are some lackings of documentation. If give you any teacher or researcher give our department not the any archaeological site by documentation, we are very helpful, and then it will be protected. So I request every person to Bangladesh who are research archaeological site, you don't mind if you give a
No,
one
sir.
copy to our Department of Archaeology.
No, mostly what Department of Archaeology have done, mostly when Jahangirnagar University Department of Archaeology do any survey or produce their final report. So try to communicate this with the government Department of Archaeology and as well as the local UNO as well, as because they are.
But I am I clear you. I have no any survey report from Jahangirnagar University is available given in our DG Archaeology. It is the one I request to teacher and researcher by later a copy given to archaeology. Then it is the pressure, like pressure. Then it is will be protected. Thank you.
Okay, Ataur bhai,
I would like to
shortage in
add
time.
information.
Please,
Sir,
quickly.
Kosba, recently one of my students doing her MSS thesis regarding Kosba. Kosba means town. Basically, Kosba started as a small cantonment. gradually it becomes a town and a village business hub. And we found some insight regarding Kosba with archaeological and landscape reference. That's why I would like to add this information. Maybe this information is incorrect or something error, but we found in the literature and archaeological source and others, comparative study of others, Kosba. That's why I would like to add this information. Thank you.
Okay,
So
thank
there is
you.
another
Last of all,
thing.
Ilora Trivedi, please
There's another
mention
thing,
your
Dr.
comments.
Ataur. You should know that I myself submitted 2-3 reports in your department as well as the culture ministry. In your department as well as culture ministry. DG2 about the Dinajpur region. An excavation report, everything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Last in this paper, last comments we taken from the Ilora Trivedi. Hello, Ilora. Are you in?
So by the time Elora comes, can I say something from my experience?
Please.
So, thank you, Rahat, to bringing up this discussion, and it was really helpful. And by the end of this day, we are going this direction, the direction we want. It means to collaboration, not the division. So we found that the positive intention from the ministry office and all people there actually positive to do these things. So one thing I think who are based in Bangladesh, whatever from academia or from government authority can imply is as you also mentioned in your presentation, like privatization of the property to the owner. So the people who are owning the land, telling them that this is your heritage, this is your property, we're not taking it from your hand, but at a time you can, let's say, popularize or publicize as a like cooperating with tourist agencies. Then people will visit that site, and the site will be important site for, because in Bangladesh or also in West Bengal, also in Bengal overall, people are now they want to go somewhere as a leisure time, and these kind of archaeological sites are becoming their visit place, like way out. So in that sense, that person, that the property owner will find it like valuable for their income and also for their heritage. So this kind of policy can be, we can actually, who we are doing the research, can promote this idea to the authority and also broader community. Why I'm telling this is not a hypothesis or theory. It is practically practiced, because in Turkey, what we see, we have tremendous money. I mean, you can unimaginable number of sites, and government or any authority cannot control these sites. So what they do, they are protecting the many sites according like this. So they are handing over this property to the owner, and then this owner will never fear that, oh, somebody will come or government will come and destroy our property and take our land. Then instantly they will demolish this. So that was the case in your site. So they saw the university and other universities come in, and they thought, oh, this land will be taken from us, and then instantly they destroy the building. But you could reverse it in other way. So that could be a policy we can adopt in Bangladesh. I mean, through our symposium and also for the future, let's say, discussions. Yeah, I just wanted to share this view. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, the presenter, Rahat Rahman.
Trivedi is here.
Okay.
Trivedi is here.
Trivedi? Ilora Trivedi?
Yeah. I think she is not here. So in that case, may I just say one line?
Okay, please.
Hello.
Now we go to the next paper. Yes.
Okay, just one line, because maybe Rahat will get me wrong, because everybody thought that I found him problematic. Not because one thing that he is conducting his research is a good thing, but I found problematic where it's a methodological things versus his title and his findings is totally mismatch. So that's my biggest problem things. And another thing is that the way he is thinking, that's the another researcher's problems. So these two things. So when he's talking about the unraveling colonial town, so colonial town, when we try to understand some town, there are some methodological things, some analytical things. So he is not talking about all those things. So that's the very big problem in this paper. That's why I talk about, nothing more. Maybe Rahat get me.
Thank you so much, sir.
I think it is okay. Professor Manu maybe talk about the settlement pattern, linear township plan. This one also. So now we are congratulate Rahat Rahman for his paper. Now we're going to the last paper of the session. Actually, this is the last paper of the day. So I requested. Omkar Dotto Joy, Sravanti Bishwas, Papan Dotto, and Shudipto Nandi, a group paper on architectural syncretism and cultural hybridity, a comparative study of the Buddhist temple in Chattogram Hill Tracts. Please start your paper.
So am I audible? Can you hear me all?
Yes, you are.
All right. Okay.
But little bit much higher your voice. Is it possible?
So should I raise my voice up? Are you listening to me well?
Okay. Now it's okay.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for providing us with the opportunity to present our paper. The title of our paper is Architectural Syncretism and Cultural Hybridity, a comparative study of the Buddhist temples in Chattogram Hill Tracts. So we are a bunch of architects from Chittagong University of Engineering and Technology, CHUET, and we are also historical and heritage preservation enthusiasts. So if I tell you about my abstract, we are discussing the architecture of the Buddhist temples, specifically the wooden Buddhist temples of the Chattogram Hill Tracts. They comprise Khagarachuri, Rangamati, Bandarban, and their vicinity in the Cox's Bazar, specifically in the Ramu district. So they present a unique amalgam of Arakanese architectural influence and endogenous craftsmanship, along with the vernacular practices of Southeast Bengal. So in this paper, we will discuss this syncretism and this hybridity due to years, decades, and centuries of ethnocultural exchange, migration, and trade, and shared cultural and religious heritage. So yeah, if we say from the ascendance of the Mughal dynasty to Burmese Arakanese conquest, and finally the British paramountcy, Chattogram Hill Tracts and its vicinity shows an unique and diverse cultural hybridity, which is also evident in their architectural heritage. So in this paper, we will discuss about the influence of Burmese traditional architecture. We will discuss about the spatial organizations. We will document some buildings, some temples. They are called Kiang. They are formal outlook, their functions, their sections, elevations, which will be really beneficial in the academic fields of architecture, heritage study, and archaeology, as these buildings are often remained less researched and less discussed. So we will also discuss about the local adaptations and shed light to the neglected built heritage section of our country, which are very less researched. And so if we go further, we all remember that there was an event in 2012, arson and vandalism of Buddhist temples in Ramu, which is a clear violation of cultural heritage and built heritage. So since then, an era has passed, and there are basically no preservation efforts and even documentation efforts. So what we are doing basically, we are doing an architectural documentation as architects, and we are building a CAD archive. We are building a 3D archive here. And so that we can build a pedestal here, a groundwork for here, for further multidimensional and multidisciplinary research, and that can go to any disciplines from architecture to archaeology. So if we see the historical backdrop, we can see that the Southeast Bengal was the part of ancient Morocco kingdom, and also in the vicinity of the Arakan dynasty or the Arakanese kingdom. So they have a much cultural and also language influence over this part of Bengal, the marginal part of Bengal. So the Morocco kingdom in the 15th century has the historical and architectural influence over the Marma and Rakhine people. The people of the Rakhine state also, the Chakmas are also included. And but the most key architectural influences are from the Koenbang dynasty, which is a Burmese dynasty, and who conquered these lands in 1785. And then came the British paramountcy in 1826 to, and then in 1948, the total region was annexed by the British imperialist forces, and then the colonial effects also came. So if we discuss about the typologies of the regional Buddhist temples, we will see there are two types of temples. One is stupa and one is kyang, or the wooden temples. But we are not discussing here about the stupa. In this paper, we will discuss about the wooden temples of that region. So for our case study, we have done a matrix survey, field and photographic survey of 6 temples here, which are basically situated in Ramu, Cox's Bazar, and also in the Chittagong Hills, Kaptai. Unfortunately, most of the wooden temples in the Chittagong Hill Tracts are either destroyed or replaced by the modernist materials like brick or concrete. So Chitmoram Buddhist temple remains as one of the sole survivors and well-preserved temple complex of the Chittagong Hill Tracts, but the architectural influence remains the same here with the Ramu and the vicinity. So if we discuss about the chronology, firstly, we'll discuss about the existing temple studies, their historical backdrop, their plans, sections, structural details, and motifs. Then we'll discuss about the case study. We have documented their historical backdrop. We have documented and drawn their plans, their sections, structural details, motifs, and we have also done some structural conditional assessment and heritage impact assessment. And then we will compare them between these two. We'll do an comparative analysis. So if we discuss about the plans of existing temples in Burma, we will see that they are elongated to the east and west side, and different spaces are signified by lofted roofs or heightened roofs. So this is the temple in Mandalay. So we can see the main image room or the shrine room in the east side and the storeroom in the west side, where the central spaces are colonnaded, and they are the reception area or the main prayer halls, and there is an ambulatory path around them. So this typology of plans are evident in most of the plans. You can see that this is the shrine room, this is the storage, and this is the colonnaded main prayer hall. This is evident in most of the temples, wooden temples in Mandalay. This is the rural temple, where this is the semi-outdoor space, this is the storage room, this is the shrine room, and this is the reception area here. So these are evident in most of the plans. This is the traditional section, and we can see the total temple complex is lifted up to a plinth to 6 to 7 feet high to protect the total temple complex from different insects and snakes. So this is also evident in the temples of Bangladesh too. So now we will show the plans and sectional documentations we have drawn, we have documented. So this is the Uchitsan Rakhine Buddhist temple, Ramu. It was established in 1885. So we can see the spatial pattern. Here, if we go through the stair, we will get the entrance patio. This entrance patio remains semi-outdoor space, or either it can also be an enclosed space. Then there is the main prayer hall. Then there is the asana where Buddha or Buddha's statue is kept. And behind the asana, there is Bhantes or priest's room. But in the previous time, there was an accessible corridor here, so that can be an ambulatory path. And as the ancillary function, here is the storage, which is kept. So the walls of the temples, even the floor beds of the temples, are made with loha cut or wood, and these circular columns are made of Burmese teak, which is a very sustainable material, not only for Myanmar but also in the topography and region of Cox's Bazar and the Chittagong hill tracts. So these are the dimensional drawing or working drawings, dimensions and measurements. So if we see the section here, we can see the interplay of spaces, the relations between the interior and exterior spaces, the heights of the spaces, and how the roofs are structured. So these are some pictures here. This is the main prayer hall. This is the storage, and these are the roofing structures here. The roofs are made of corrugated iron. Here is another study. This is the Srikul Buddhist temple one. And we can see the same spatial pattern, entrance patio, main prayer hall, asana, and the Vantas prayer room. And we have also seen some later addition here, which is, you can say, a clear violation to the heritage structures here. Here are the dimensional drawings, you can say. And it is the section where we can understand the volume of the interior spaces, the height of the doors and windows, the height of the total interior space. And this is the external and internal pictures of the temple. So here is another temple where we can see the same space pattern. Here are the dimensions, and here are the sectional details here. And in this temple, we have found that they are not on a plinth. They are just like a stilted house. The stilt is definitely 1 feet 6 inches to 2 feet. You can see 1 feet 6 inches to 2 feet in height. Okay, here are some images. You can see they are not up to a plinth. They are just stilted. So it is Bengal local adaptations. So that is another temple, Lamarpara Buddhist temple. Here are basically two temples. And the most intrinsic feature is there is a bell tower. There is an octagonal bell tower here. And the bells came from Burma. And we can see the same spatial pattern entering through the entrance patio, main prayer hall, and Vantas room. So these are the dimensional details and working drawings of these temples we have documented. This is the octagonal tower. And this is the section. We can see the interior space is 16 feet 2 inches high, and the total temple complex is approximately 50 feet high. These are some pictures of the Lamarpara temple. This is the Agametha Buddhist temple, which is situated in Cox's Bazar. So this is the complex. This is the entrance patio, main prayer hall, Vantas prayer room, and the storage. And there is a secondary prayer hall in the left flank, and the storage is on the right flank. This is the dimensional drawings and the sectional drawings. We can see the interior space is 20 feet tall from the plinth. And there are some pictures here presented. Okay. Now this is the temple complex we have derived from Kaptai, Chitmoram Buddhist temple, the only surviving Buddhist temple or wooden Buddhist temple we have found in the Hill region. So that also were built in the same design, same main prayer, same spatial organization. Here are some structural drawings, and here are also the sections and the sections with dimensions. We can see the interior relationships between the spaces. Here are some pictures. So if we discuss about the structural details, there are some myths that they are built with teaks. The Burmese teak are the main column materials of these buildings. They are circular columns, and with every direction there are some legends and stories that each side bring a positive energy or negative energy, etc. But from an architectural perspective, we can see that these structures, these are supported in a good brick pile foundation, although they are made of wood, but their foundation is made of brick because that is an earthquake-prone region. And then there comes the rafter purlin construction system. I'm not getting into the details of the structural detail, but the tenon and mortise joinery is the most crucial joinery used in these buildings, along with the king posts and tie beams and diagonal frames, which is also evident in the traditional architecture of Burma. So here are some construction details or tenon and mortise joinery we have surveyed from the photographic survey of our selected case studies. Okay. Now, I want to say that these Burmese teak columns have a property. They prevent rust of the corrugated iron. And the roof is made of the corrugated iron, but the Burmese teak and its chemical inside, it prevents the corrugated iron from rusting. So there is a clear symbiosis between this material, which have made the materials of this temple very sustainable, not only in case of Myanmar, but also in Bangladesh. So if we get to the roof typology section, these are the traditional roof types of Burmese architecture, and some of these are evident in the temples of Bangladesh also. Okay, these are, hello? Hello? Okay, these are the Sakyusai type temple. This is the Madras type roofs. These are the roof covering the walkways. These are the Konpiatat type Pitat roofs. These are these local names are really hard to pronounce. These are Yonle Pao type. And these are the traditional Buddhist types of roofing features that are used in the traditional Buddhist temples. And we have also seen them in the temples in Bangladesh also. So here is the Bengali style pavilion, and we can see the gradually decreasing pattern to the top and an onion-shaped finial at the top. We will see in the roofing analysis section later. And this is the Hindu style pavilion, which is pitched on both sides, and we can see the triangular punch in between the roofs. And here are some European colonial effects also, specifically the Italian and the Spanish architectural influence, like spiral stairs and rotunda. So if we draw a comparative analysis, we have already discussed this spatial pattern earlier, and we have also shown the pictures in different positions inside the buildings. So from a 3D view, we can understand the roof plane, which is made of wood or loha cut or teak. That is called akhaung in the local Rakhine language. The column is called dying, and the plinth is risen up to 6 to 7 feet, and the stairs are called lengda. The walls are called chongthare, the walls, and the floor planes are called chongthro brang. And the total prayer space where the monks sit or where the worshippers sit are called chongtha, and the space in front of that can be either semi-outdoor or that can be either enclosed, that is called chawa. So that can be enclosed also. We can see in the upper right corner the pictures. So here are some European influences also, like this octagonal shaped tower and these spiral stairs are some European influences in them. And what we have found that the scale of the temples are relatively smaller than the complex like temples in Burma or Mandalay, due to land shortages or due to that open land, flat and open land is scarce in the hill tracks, and also land is really very costly in the Rakhine settlements. So the scale comes a little bit shorter than the Mandalay temples. So here are the roofing detail analysis. We can see the we have analyzed the similarities of roofing techniques and architectural features by in the temples, like in the Uchitsan temple, we can see the Hindu style roofing. We can see the Madras type roofing. We can see the Konpiatha type, Hausang type roofing. And in the Srikul Chardwari temple, we can also see these types of traditional roofing are very common. You can see them clearly well in the 3D structures. So these gable shaped roof are very common in the Srikul Buddhist temples also. And we can say this descending pattern, Bengali style Piathat roof. Piathat means prasad in Bengali, Raj Prasad, Piathat. So we can see these descending times very common in the Lamarpara Buddhist temple. So here are the pictures, and the same pattern replicates in the Agameta Buddhist temple also, and also in the Chitmoram Buddhist temple in the Kaptai. So these are the roofing analyses. So the traditional Burmese architecture has been clearly followed while designing these temples. So if we discuss about the motifs in the Burmese temple architecture, we will see that they depict Jatok tales, Buddhist Jatok tales, They depict foliage and floral designs, rope binding pattern designs, angels and animals. These are the traditional designs of Buddhist temples in Burma. So what we have found here is that traditionally there is no carvings is done in the roof. But like the frescoes in the European styles, there has been some carvings in the roofs in the present times, in the present types of Bangladeshi temples, Bangladeshi wooden Buddhist temples in our case studies. And we have also seen the repetitive floral pattern or pendant pattern type designs in the edges of the roof. You can see them. There is a repetitive floral pattern. And finally, we have done a heritage impact assessment based on their quality of workmanship, quality of design, representation of certain styles, their functional and orientation of the building, their skills of craftsmen, artisans, and their historic value and social value. And we have also described their aesthetic value, architectural value, contextual value, and historical value. So for our paper, we want to acknowledge these writers. Thank you all. That's all from my side. We are really eager to listen the critics of our works from you. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Omkar Dotto and his team. This is very nice paper. We talk like that way, the right man in the right paper. So well documented paper, and we find the similarity and a little bit dissimilarity of the architecture, Bangladesh and Burma. So we are in the shortage of time. As it is last session, we just little bit flexible. So now I requesting the listener and the audience to make the question or comments. If any comments or question, please raise your hand. No question?
I have a question. It is not actually question. First title page is maybe this is not Chittagong picture.
Sir,
it is not Bogura.
Sir, it is actually, I just copied it from the Bengal Symposium platform and placed it as the first slide of my presentation. That's it.
It is Gokul Med in Bogura, Mohastan.
Yes.
Thank you.
This is the decorative page. Okay. Okay. Any question regarding architecture?
I have one queries that may I?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, please.
It's a very interesting paper. So thank you very much. You're working on that. One thing that you mentioned that architecture syncretism or syncretic architecture. So in fact, so far my understanding the word syncretism, but I didn't find any syncretic things here. I find some fusion here, architectural fusion, so many different type of things they adopted here, and through your architectural morphology, you showed all those things. But where is the syncretism here? So that my first question to you.
Sir, may I answer?
Yep.
Yeah, please. Please, Omkar.
Yes. Sir, the syncretism here, sir, we have shown in the analysis section that the scale of the temples are relatively smaller than the Burmese type temples. And there are also some differences in the direction. If I show my slide, can I show my slide again?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Sir, I'm not being able to share my slide. Can I please show my slides?
Technical team, please help.
Yes, you can share now.
Could you please,
Okay, sir.
Omkar
Yeah.
Dutt, could
Yeah,
you
sir,
please explain that? What's your understanding of syncretism? So, what's your theoretical understanding of syncretism? Could you please explain it fast? Because in your paper, you never ever mentioned that. What's the syncretism to you? And how do you quote from where do you get this term, and how do you quote this one?
Sir, by syncretism, I mean the amalgam of different architectural features from the Burmese architecture, and also the local adaptations adapted in the buildings. So the amalgam of different features, and also different thoughts, different philosophies, and also different materials. In case of materials, I call that syncretism according to my understanding. And
but you know that if, we are very much in archaeology, we are very much familiar with the Oshim Rai. He is a very famous archaeologist and historian. So he talked about the Muslim syncretic things and Islamization things in this region. So when we got the syncretism, it means that it portray there are so many things amalgamal there and fused there, and express in a in a new look, like you know that the Shad Gambuz Mosque. Shad Gambuz Mosque became a new out with the new outlook, new interpretation, which is not like Sultanate Mosque, not only the Mughal mosque, the amalgamal things, and express their own style, which normally we are called the Kandhani style. So here, so that one is the in architecturally we call syncretic things. So here, when you are talking about that syncretic thing, so and locally, I didn't find any unique feature came out with amalgamation with the other architectural features. So that's why I'm asking these things.
Sir, in my slides, I have shown the Bengali style piathat, or the Bengali style roofing technique. That is not seen in the Burmese architecture, but that is totally locally adapted. It is in the last slide where the roofing details were explained. So Bengali style piathat, Bengali style, and the Hindu style
Okay.
piathat. It is in the later phase. Yeah, here it is. After that, after a few slides, after a few, yes. Yes, the next, the slides in the previous slides. Please open the previous slides. The previous one. Yeah, this is the Bengali style. This is found in the Bengal provinces, and from our work, we have found that these are not found in the Myanmar or in the Burmese region. So these are totally depict or stylistic depiction of Bengali style. So, but we can see the materials are the same, the materials of the corrugated iron, and there are also some features like descending order. These are syncretism between the Bengali style and also from the Burmese architectural spaces also. And also the Hindu styles.
Okay.
And there are a lot of Indian architectural influence in this Burmese architecture also. And the building scales are relatively smaller than the Burmese temple complexes. In Burma, they built a total temple complex, which is very large. And in the Chittagong Hill Tracts, where land is short, the temple complex, we cannot say, we can say a unit is a little bit shorter. And also we have discussed about the stilted typology, that in the Burmese temples, the plinth is like elevated 6 feet to 7 feet high, and in some temples in Bangladesh, they are just stilted and they are just elevated 1 feet 6 inches high. So
Yeah.
these are some features Bengalis have adopted from the Burmese ones.
Okay, so we already exceeded half an hour, so I think we should
Okay,
proceed.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we take the last question from Habib.
Okay. Thank you, Omkar. I knew your work from the beginning. I mean, you informed me several times. So, first of all, compliments for your very detailed recording. You put a lot of effort to make this major drawing, and I think it will be remain as accessible for everyone who want to continue from here. And I just want to add few things that would be better if you can incorporate in future. For example, analyzing the style, it could be better. I don't know. You will judge later. So if you incorporate with references, for example, when you are saying that this is a Bengali style, it could be nice to see side by side that okay, these are the reference we see in here, and they try to incorporate this in hill track region. So this is one thing. Maybe uh, you can adjust later on, and I think it will be a bit more comprehensive for us, especially when we are seeing like okay, you know lots of things about the architectural stuffs and styles, but as a listener it's difficult for me to catch. Okay, so you mean Bengali style, but I don't know where it actually exists. Is it in Bangladesh or in India, or maybe in a existing place or in literature? I have no idea. So I mean, as a listener or as a spectator, it would be better for understand. And the second thing I would say that yes, you in the beginning you said that the lots of transformation is going on there, especially they were like transforming the architectural materials, so they are not using anymore the wooden materials or the organic, so they are shifting toward bricks or maybe concrete. So I think it would be nice to see their new styles, like maybe the same appearance but with a different material. So it could be a development, like okay, they were starting with organic, now they are shifting toward more modern materials. So yeah, these are things you can add later on. And of course the work was very intensive, and I found it very interesting that at least someone tried to put effort to document our heritages. And I will appreciate if you make this accessible for future researchers, because documenting or drafting sites is difficult, as an architect. So maybe it's your choice. I don't know how you are going to proceed, but
Yep.
I think
I
it
also told it in
would be
my
better for the
earlier
future
presentation.
researchers if anyone want to continue from here. So yeah,
Yep.
that's all. And if you want to say like the especially the stylistic analysis, I think I found it missing, honestly, that the some references, at least when you were saying that they were influenced by Roman architecture or Italian or European, you should put at least one or two pictures just to show that okay, this is from Florence, they use this kind of artist, now we can see here in Hilltrack. So it could be easy to trace for spectators. Like there are lots of people here I saw from different disciplines, and it's difficult for them to understand, even for me, as I have some experience in architectural field. I don't know, I'm not too much expert on it, but you can later on you can continue from here, maybe. And yeah, I don't want to make this longer, as we are already exceeding the schedule.
Okay.
So compliment Ankur and your team. It's a great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Habib. We are taking the last comments from Syed Mohammad Kamrul Hassan, and then we finish our this session.
Sorry,
Kamrul Hassan,
Chair,
sir.
I'm just disturbing. I'm just curious to ask one question. It's a wonderful paper, Omkar and his group.
Thank you, sir.
They work very hard, and though I am a layman in this regard, but still I understand the things that they have worked hard. My question is, when you are documenting these temples, did you consider the courtyard portion of these temples?
The courtyard portion.
Yeah,
Sir, I was
courtyard
working on the
is part of the
structural components of the temples.
only structure, but structure is always related with the courtyard. This
Yes.
courtyard has some relation with the, but then it will be very convenient for us to understand the decrease of courtyard or increase of courtyard where the geomorphology depending on geomorphology or availability of the land. So
yeah, and also this is also important. This aspect is also important to understand the cultural association of the architecture.
Architecture, yeah, especially architecture. This, I think next time if you revisit the site, please document the courtyard also with the structure. And I don't have any reservation.
Sir,
with
by
the
the terminology courtyard, do you mean the site planning of the sites? Like I haven't found any court in those spaces, like enclosed spaces. I haven't found any, but I have found the site plannings, the entryway to these temples. Are you meaning the total site plan?
Total site plan, right?
All right, all right, all right, sir. I'll keep that in mind in my later works. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, the chair, allowing me to comment like that, allowing me to make some
Just I
comments.
recommend to Mr. Onkar, this book is you can use the Coxbazar archaeological survey plan and drawing also here.
All right, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Our keynote speaker, Yusuf Siddiqui, and all three presenters. We found this session 3 different papers from Muslim period, and one is the colonial period, and it's Buddhist architecture. So it's a very passionate team. Last of all, at present, we also 67, 68% in this session. This is tremendous. From the early morning at 10 o'clock, we are all together sitting and listening the academic papers regarding Bengal because we love our Bengal. Bengal is a jewel of architecture, jewel of culture. And yes, I always talk about this. We are always rich in heritage and culture. We are not attack anyone in any time because of we reach enough in our region. So this is the pride of our Bengal. So I thanks to the organizing committee, especially Deepu, Shithi, and all other reviewer teams. Tremendous work last 3 months. We found they're actually successful this program. So thank you very much all of the session, and welcome to all to the next session of the next day. Thank you very much.
Still, there is 63 participants there.
Yeah, so we will be closing today with a few reminder. So I'd like to first thank particularly our keynote speaker, 3 keynote, very, very valuable keynote speakers, and another 3 very valuable keynote speaker will be talking tomorrow. So particularly Manjil, Professor Furui, and Yusuf Siddiqui sir. So for their really invaluable insights for us. So it will be really pathway for our future direction. And I'd like to thank our very, very honorable and always like fatherly figure, Professor Ahsan. From the beginning, from the morning, he has been supporting us and giving his time, insights, all the comments. And Colin, Elora, Shourabh Bhai for sharing the sessions, and particularly the students from Jahangir University, Kumilla University, students and colleagues from Department of History and Archaeology from Begum Rokeya University. I from time to time we checked the organizing committee and we saw their tremendous presence. Shourabh mentioned like we are now 63 people here, but in the morning we were over 200 people. So now maybe everybody is exhausted. That's why. Yeah, it is tremendous. And from the beginning, we only found positive vibes throughout the symposium, and the feelings of collaboration, feelings of cooperation, and particularly from the ministry and from the Department of Archaeology, Dr. Atar Rahman. From the beginning, he was tremendously active, and it was very surprising. And this is our very interesting and very surprised that we have him throughout the day and have his insight and support. Even the last presentation, he was helping Omkar to showing this book. Fantastic, fantastic. So thank you everybody, and we are looking forward to your presence tomorrow morning. But I would like to ask Shityapu Savikun Nahar to give the instruction or any issues he might want to address before we close today's session. Thank you all.
Siddiq, we need a photo in the last session.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. We forgot
Right, sir.
this.
I'm waiting. I'm
Oh,
waiting for
sorry.
taking the
It's
snapshot.
my mistake.
I
My
only
mistake.
switched on the video for the photo.
Right, ma'am.
Yeah.
I don't
So
have
please,
anything. We just need a last snapshot. I don't have anything to say. It's a wonderful
okay,
experience so far.
okay, ma'am. I'm
Yeah.
requesting to all
Okay, Hriday.
to
Yeah.
keep your
Elora,
videos on.
open your video. Yeah, everybody open video.
Nice.
And yeah.
Okay, I will take 3 snapshot, and right now. Okay, give me just 5 seconds to save it. Okay, I have taken one, and then I'm taking right now the second one.
Titu sir, open your video.
And the last one. Done, sir. Thank you all for the cooperation.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Shiti. Thank you, Dipu.
Shiti, do
Thank
you wanna say something, Shiti?
Thank you, Manno.
Yes, sir.
Instruction for next day.
I think
Shiti, unmute karo.
one announcement from Shiti, please. Last time, listen to her. Shiti, please announce your thing.
I want to thank all of you. It was a really, really tremendous journey. What we want to do.
Is she there?
It's just
Maybe no. So tomorrow we start
yes,
our
yes.
session
Hello?
10 o'clock.
Hello,
10 o'clock.
Dipu. Hello, Dipu. Shiti is talking.
It's okay. It's okay. We can wrap up. We are already tired. It's a wonderful. What we dream, it just comes true, and we will have the second day. I think it will be tremendous more than today. So let's join together tomorrow to unlearn a lot of new things, and a lot of new research will be, hearing from our young and experienced scholars. So we'll meet together tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you all.
Thank you
so
thank
much.
you.
See you next day.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you
See
very
you
much.
tomorrow.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.